Mallory Lane, Suite 100, Brentwood, Tennessee 37027.
Hey guys, George Camel here. You know, people ask me all the time, George, what's your number one money-saving hack? And you know me, I've got frugal tips for days. So here's one that might surprise you. Get on a budget. And not just any budget, an every dollar budget. With every dollar, you'll get a clear picture of your spending and easily see where you can cut back. So, what's the hack here? Well, the average person frees up $395 doing their very first budget. So start saving more money with the Every Dollar app. Go download it for free today.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. We'll start with the latest on Iran's attack on a U.S. base in Qatar today.
There are some 10,000 U.S. troops stationed in Qatar at Central Command's regional headquarters, the base seen by the Pentagon as essential to regional security. The U.S. says there was no impact to the base and no casualties. ABC's Karen Travers says the U.S. tried to hold talks with Iran before Saturday's airstrikes in Iran.
There was a last-ditch effort at diplomacy last week, according to sources. The president was having conversations with the president of Turkey, President Erdogan, about trying to arrange a meeting with Iranian officials. But we now know that the supreme leader of Iran had gone into hiding, concerned about an assassination attempt, and was not able to sign off on that meeting. So it did not take place.
President Trump, after meeting with his national security team, says Iran launched 14 missiles and they were intercepted by the U.S. This is ABC News.
It's very easy to start shooting. It's very hard to stop shooting.
Now, one Arizona U.S. senator is reacting to the unfolding military situation between the U.S. and Iran. KTAR's Balin Overstol is live in the news center now with more.
The message from Senator Ruben Gallego on the U.S. striking Iranian nuclear sites this weekend. He tells KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos the president may have made a good call, but adds it's unclear if the military action was justified.
Basically risking two things. Number one, escalating into war. Number two, for all we know, Iran may have moved all of their nuclear capabilities, and now we may be in a bigger trouble in terms of being able to stop them from actually being able to get a nuclear weapon.
However, if all nuclear materials were destroyed, Gallego says the operation would be a success, but emphasized there's still a lot of unknowns. He urges President Trump to return to the negotiating table. Live in the news center, Balin Overstols, KTAR News.
And you can catch the full interview with Senator Gallego on KTAR at 5:30 this evening. Also coming up at 4 this afternoon, special edition of the War Room on Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. A panel of experts will break down the Trump administration strikes on nuclear facilities in Iran. You can tune into the special conversation on 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, or watch it on KTAR's YouTube channel.
Eyes on Education.
Arizona State Board of Education approving the Empowerment Scholarship Account Handbook with a vote of 8-1, locking in the voucher program's requirements for the upcoming school year. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer explains what makes this handbook different from last year's.
Today's approval comes after the handbook vote was pushed off last month to allow for more public input. Superintendent of Public Instruction Tom Horn explains some of the changes made.
Our new proposal does not include actual caps on what could be spent on anything, but what it does say is that the department will approve expenses that are reasonably related to an educational or vocational purpose.
A majority of the parents opposing the new handbook also oppose the spending caps. Arizona lawmakers also spoke out about the new voucher handbook, with 14 Arizona representatives opposing the changes due to difficulty in purchase approvals for parents, while 2 Arizona senators applauded the handbook's removal of spending caps. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
KTAR Eyes on the Economy. The nearly $4 billion budget passed by the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors cuts the property tax rate and invests heavily in public safety. Chairman Thomas Galvin says 5 to 10% pay raises are coming for dispatch and emergency operators and retention bonuses for detention officers, plus
half of our nearly $4 billion budget is dedicated to public safety. This now includes a 10% to 15% pay increase for deputies and ranked law enforcement.
The property tax rate decreasing by 0.37%. There are no cuts to programs or services.
KTAR News Health Update.
Valley fever, a potentially deadly fungal infection found in our desert soil, but current testing can take hours or days. Dr. Thomas Grease with Mayo Clinic is looking to change that.
That's why the average time to diagnosis is about 23 days. So if we could detect, think about testing that sooner, because we can get that result same day, we could really shorten that, and that would be impactful.
He says that's why he's partnered with ASU to develop a rapid antibody test that could accurately diagnose valley fever within 10 minutes. He expects the test will be readily available by the end of the year. Let's get off now to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and take a look at what's happening with those roads. And we do have a couple of crashes that could slow you down out there right now. One in North 7th Avenue and Carefree Highway. Another one at Tatum Boulevard and Thunderbird Road in Phoenix. Looks like the intersection there has been blocked off as they're cleaning up that crash. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. Now your forecast: sunshine, high of 104 this afternoon, clear tonight down to 77, mostly sunny tomorrow with a high of 104 degrees. 96 right now in Gilbert. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga.
It's the Chris and Joe Show.
KTAR News.
Here I took a few days off, and I thought, this is great. World War III is going to break out, and I'm going to be on vacation, and Joe's going to have to handle it. I don't know who you called, pal. But for them to hold off until Saturday night, I felt like that was a direct shot at me.
Yeah,
so
I played it well. I played it very well. I made it through last week. I know that you, of course, are on the lam with your iPad theft. And you call it vacation. I call it fleeing the state.
Yeah, that's fair.
And I was able to avoid all of this. And now you and I get to talk about Iran and the U.S. of A. for who knows how long here.
So brief recap. I think we all know this. Midnight Eastern time, Friday into Saturday morning. Pentagon has a news conference. B-2 bombers launched from the U.S. Some headed west as a decoy. The rest went quietly to the east with minimal communications throughout the 18-hour flight. Now, I was listening to the ABC News updates throughout the weekend, and they were saying, there's these two bombers that are headed west, and they're going to refuel over Hawaii. And since that's such a short flight between Missouri and Hawaii, they said, well, these bombers may be laden with some of those bunker buster bombs. We've been hearing about this all last week. And they said if they have to refuel it around Hawaii, then that means that they've got, all this extra weight in these bombs. These bombs are 30,000 pounds apiece, and the B-2 bombers can carry two of them. But to do so, you can't fill the wings with fuel. So the thinking was, we're going west, and we're going to refuel over Hawaii, probably Guam, and make our way into that area of the Middle East. That was all a decoy, which was impressive. I mean, misdirection is kind of part of war, right? Look over here, we're doing this stuff over here, and that's what happened. We had a submarine around 5 p.m. Eastern time on Saturday, which, of course, was into the next day in Iran. It launched more than 24 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles against the key surface infrastructure targets as the B-2s entered Iranian airspace. This from General Dan Razan Kane. As the B-2s entered Iranian airspace, the U.S. employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as the fourth and fifth generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats. In other words, we were employing another decoy, another misdirection. Hey, we're going to hit you with our submarines. Hey, we've got these Tomahawks coming in. All the while, we've got these stealth bombers flying high altitude, high speed, and they don't even see them. And so they get over the targets in Iran, the 3 nuclear sites, and they just start dropping these bunker buster bombs. And so they drop these massive bombs. And according to the administration, overwhelming success. Everything was great, super duper. And then they turned around and they went home. Mm-hmm. Couple of things. This is a long flight. This is like a 37-hour round-trip flight. Joe, I like to do long road trips, and I like to go straight through.
Yes, you do.
Right. The thing is, I do make pit stops along the way. What you may not have known is there are tiny toilets in the B-2 bombers. Did you know that?
I did know that. There's a fridge as well. I saw that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I would have called it a beer fridge, but that's frowned upon for the pilots.
Yeah,
So
if you would have asked me
no
that
beer fridge.
a day ago, I would not have known that. But last night, I learned that there is tiny toilets in there. There is a fridge in there.
Little sleeping area.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I did not know that as of midday yesterday, but I learned it last night that, they can do their sleeping, their bathrooming, and their eating.
It's basically a mini man cave that those pilots have.
Yep.
You know what crossed my mind when I saw the breaking news is that, MAGA's been talking about this for a while, and it's split MAGA. So you've got like the Tucker Carlsons who are going after the Ted Cruzes about getting involved in war in the Middle East. And so I don't know if you saw that last week, but Tucker Carlson ripped Ted Cruz apart. Marjorie Taylor Greene, super MAGA, but says if you want war, another endless war, get out of MAGA. That's not what we're about. You got Steve Bannon, who was the director of the orchestra in 2016, and he says we got to stay away from all of this. And then you've got the Mitch McConnells, the Mike Pences, who say, yeah, we have to do this. And do you remember John McCain, 2007? This is what McCain was saying.
It's well documented that we have, for
This was at a town hall. There's a guy asking a question. Can you hear it okay? Okay.
quite a long time now,
I'm playing this from my stolen iPad. I don't know if the audio works quite right.
where the real problem is in the Middle East. And in fact, the president adequately described it as the axis of evil. I guess my question is, how many times do we have to prove that these people are blowing up people now? Never mind if they get a nuclear weapon. When do we send them an airmail message to Tehran?
All right.
That old Beach Boys song, Bomb Iran? Bomb, 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 bomb. Hey, man.
All right, so that's kind of a John McCain classic, the bomb, 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 Iran.
Yeah.
But that was 18 years ago. So we were worried about nuclear weapons 18 years ago. And that wasn't like it was a fresh idea in 2007. So what makes us think that everything has changed? Any idea on that? Any idea on what all of a sudden has changed? Is it that there's war with Israel now, and because Israel is in a conflict directly with Iran, this is the opportunity that maybe we've been waiting for decades?
I mean, that's possible. I mean, Trump, when he campaigned, said he didn't want to drag the U.S. into war. You mentioned the Marjorie Taylor Greenes of the world who said, hey, we don't want to be doing this. You mentioned that misdirection is part of the strategy. And I think we see that play out with what the U.S. says in terms of hitting these sites and how dramatic the effect has been. We see it with Iran and when they hit the U.S. as well and what they've had to say there. Iran says it was devastating. The U.S. says, no, most of the people were cleared out. There really wasn't a lot of damage.
This is the retaliation thing you're talking about from today?
Yeah. So you see a lot of misdirection on all sides. And it's tough to discern what the truth really is from anybody. I don't know what's changed other than now we're in it.
So let's separate those two things. One is an intentional misdirection by the military operation. It's a look over here while we're doing this over here, kind of the Houdini move. And that's as old as war itself. What you're talking about, though, has to do with reporting and facts versus narratives. And we really don't know what the facts are. Is that fair? Because we're hearing, for instance, you had the President Trump that said that the bombing was an overwhelming success, that it could not have gone any better. This is splendid. It was perfect. Then you've got Iran that says, we knew you were coming. We moved everybody out of there. We didn't even have any nuclear material left in those facilities. So is Iran full of it, or is President Trump kind of bloviating about the success of the mission that he called for? Because we haven't had any independent verification on those claims.
Well, it doesn't have to be one or the other, too. It could be in between. You had
that's a good point.
You had J.D. Vance asked about it as well. And, were their sites completely destroyed or were they severely damaged? And he said he didn't understand the difference between those two things. I understand pretty clearly a difference between severely damaged and completely destroyed. If they're completely destroyed, they're not going to be able to build them back in any, quick time frame. If they're substantially, lessened, they could build them back quicker. I think there is a clear difference between completely destroyed and severely damaged.
Yeah, I agree. Like, for instance, severely damaged is when my wife drives my car and backs into a post.
Sure.
Completely destroyed is when my daughter drives her car. Exactly. And she T-bones somebody in the middle of Los Angeles. Yeah. That's totally destroyed.
Right.
Yeah, completely different thing.
Yeah.
I have another fear, though. And it has to do, again, facts versus narratives. Abe Hamadeh, who's a representative, said that the days of Iran's nuclear blackmail are over. And now the people of Iran must rise up and seize control of their own destiny. Only then will true peace be possible. I love his optimism. Let me start there. But I disagree with where he's going. That's our why today. Why is Iran even more interested in pushing for a nuclear weapon after these attacks? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Bill O'Neill with the day's top story right now.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
And this just into the KTAR News Center. A divided U.S. Supreme Court will allow the Trump administration to restart swift removals of migrants to countries other than their homelands, lifting for now a court order requiring they get a chance to challenge the deportations. The High Court majority did not detail its reasoning, the action coming after immigration officials put 8 people on a plane to South Sudan back in May. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. Also in the news this afternoon, Iran launching a limited missile attack on a U.S. military base in Qatar, retaliating for American bombing of its nuclear sites, but indicating it is prepared to step back from escalating tensions in the volatile region. President Trump says there were no U.S. casualties, dismissing the attack as, quote, a very weak response, saying the U.S. was warned by Iran in advance. All of our top stories coming up at 2:30. And your forecast right now, we are looking at a very hot 97 degrees right now in Buckeye. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
What's the why? Chris and Joe are diving deep into the stories that matter.
Yeah, our question today, our why is Iran even more interested in pushing for a nuclear weapon after the attacks? I was looking at some of the local reactions to the U.S. Bombing nuclear sites in Iran, and it ranged. The Democrats, by the way, are struggling with messaging, as always. The Democrats have no idea how to respond to this, because in many cases, the Democrats think, okay, well, going after Iran, we could have done that during Biden. We could have done that with Obama, and it would have been fine in any case. As we made mention in the first segment, John McCain was talking about it when he was running for president in 2007, 2008, and he made mention of the bomb Iran. It's been around for a couple of decades. I don't think there are a lot of Democrats that are saying, oh, how dare you do such a thing. There are concerns. They're bringing up endless wars in the Middle East and exit strategies and those sorts of things. But for the most part, the Democratic response has been, hey, you didn't ask our permission in Congress, which is just a disingenuous argument because Congress hasn't declared war on anybody since World War II. And I don't know about you, Joe, but I can think of a few times that we've had military action without Congress declaring war.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, just in our lifetime, I mean, the Desert Storm, everything that was going on there.
Oh, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq I, Iraq II, Afghanistan, not to mention all of the other smaller conflicts. And good Lord, I don't have enough fingers to count them all. There have been so many of those things. So, yeah, it's a disingenuous argument, and they know it. And there are limitations to what the president can do. You're not supposed to anyway keep going at war. But for instance, Congress in Afghanistan kept allocating money to keep things going on there.
Well, you made a really good point in rehearsal too. You said Trump's not the Democrats' guy. If this was Biden, they'd probably be fine with it, and the Republicans would be upset about it.
Oh my gosh, yes, yeah, of course they would. So the response from the Democrats is, we don't necessarily oppose the action. We're going to wait for polling numbers to see how we feel about that. But we definitely have to oppose the president and that this is the guy that did it. Okay. Flip side, Republicans, pretty predictable. Even the isolationists are like, oh, this is great. Marjorie Taylor Greene, well, we'll have to see how this works out. Wait a minute, Marge. Last week you were saying if you want to start getting involved in the war in the Middle East, then you are not part of MAGA. This is a terrible idea. And you got Andy Biggs. We thank God that Donald Trump is our president. We pray for his preservation, wisdom, and discernment. We thank God that Kamala Harris is not our commander-in-chief. All right. Then he goes on to say Iran has to come back to the table. Juan Ciscomani. Tonight, the commander-in-chief made the right decision to execute a successful strike in Iran. Democrat Yasmin Ansari. Donald Trump illegally took military action against Iran without congressional authorization. Again, that seems to be what the Democrats have right now, is, you can't do this without our permission. But it was Abe Hamadeh that said something I thought was really interesting. He talked about peace through strength, and then he said the days of Iran's nuclear blackmail are over. And now the people of Iran must rise up and seize control over their own destiny. Only then will true peace be possible.
But you think Iran's even more interested in pushing for a nuke now,
of course they are,
after the attack.
Yeah.
Why is that?
When was the last time we screwed with a nuclear power?
Ooh. My world history is not great on this. I mean, we've kind of been at it with Russia a little bit.
We've never had direct conflicts with Russia.
Not with
proxies, but never direct conflict.
I'm saying, we verbally went back and forth. We verbally went back and forth with North Korea.
Okay.
But if you're talking actually, launching attacks?
Never.
Oh.
Never. Who has nuclear weapons? We do. Israel, India, Pakistan, China, Russia, North Korea. I don't know. I might be forgetting one or two. I think there's 9 countries that have nuclear capabilities right now. We do not tangle with people with nuclear weapons. If I were to say to you, is Kim Jong-un a sane individual? And of course you would say no.
Yeah.
Is he a potential threat to the United States?
Yes.
Should he have nuclear capabilities?
No.
So why are we not dealing with him?
Because we know that he's got nukes and...
Oh, so they're a deterrent.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to Abe Hamadeh, first of all, let's use blackmail correctly. It's not like they have something over us. Okay. Let's not say, the days of Iran's nuclear blackmail are over, but I'm splitting hairs. How is obtaining a nuclear weapon not a deterrent? Because we have never gone after anybody that has nuclear capabilities. Never. Staying away from North Korea. We don't mess with Russia. China? Nope. We talk a good game, but we have no interest in provoking any ideologue or autocrat that has nuclear warheads. So why would Iran not want to work harder to get their hands on one? Because it has shown to be a very effective deterrent.
No. The way I looked at this is I thought about, imagine being the little brother growing up throughout life. You're the big brother, right? You've got a little brother.
Yeah.
If you're little, who's willing to accept just being the little brother and constantly being picked on? If you're Iran, why would you not want to have some weapon, some piece of power, some piece of leverage over your big brother? Whether it's it could be some gossip, or you could know something that he did in school, or you could have a weapon, something like that. But the more you're picked on, the more you hate it over time.
Yes.
And if you're Iran, you've been picked on for a long time. And whether it's, Israel or the U.S., you're sick of being picked on. So you want that weapon so you can push back and say, we're just like North Korea. We may not be China, but we deserve some respect, too. Respect our authority because we've got the nuke.
Right. You're exactly right. Tired of being picked on, and they want leverage, right?
Yep. Yeah.
A nuclear weapon gives them leverage. So now when the United States says, hey, don't screw around with the streets of Hormuz or else, they go, or else what? Right? So the or else changes a little bit. And one of the things that Abe Hamadeh did say that I agree with, though, is that he talks about peace through strength is only possible if we are resolved to do what is necessary. But that goes both ways. So if Tehran says, we want peace, and now we have a nuclear weapon, so you better give us peace, now they've got leverage. They come to the negotiating table in a similar position as the others at that table. And so it is in our best interest to maintain our own leverage to deny them a nuclear weapon, right? but it is in their best interest to try to attain one. In fact, for years, and I'm looking at the analysis here, for years, hardline voices inside the Islamic Republic have been calling for a nuclear weapon as a deterrent against exactly this kind of overwhelming attack. That's the reaction going on right now in Iran. So their thoughts are, saddle up, boys. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight. And so, yeah, they're definitely going to be looking for a better way or a faster way to attain one of those, whether it's through their own manufacturing or whether that is through
cutting a deal with China or a Russia.
Yes. Surreptitious means perhaps with a terrorist group or somebody's got a dirty bomb, but yeah, certainly aligning themselves with one of those others. So Iran retaliated to some degree in Qatar today, or Qatar, or Qatar. You know, the actual pronunciation is something you and I couldn't do. Our American tongues can't say that.
I just thought it was Qatar.
It's Qatar.
Oh, okay.
If you're saying it correctly, it's like Qatar. It's very guttural. Anyway, is that going to be the only thing? The United States, as you know, full of high-profile targets, and surely will be fixated on some of these events in the next couple of years. Does that make the targets prime targets for Iran if they want to play the long game? We'll talk about what those are and where the threats might be. That is next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, you may be thinking, I don't know what's happening over there in the Middle East. I don't know what's happening over here with other things going around. But I do know what's happening in my world, and that is I got to get out of this house I'm in. I've been there. I've been in the house that you've outgrown. I've been in the house where you've got two kids sharing one small bedroom that worked when they were 5 and 7 years old, but now they're 15 and 17 and it doesn't work anymore. That means you got to find that new place. And in today's market, that means you got to jump on it fast. That's where Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program comes in. You buy your new home now, and then you sell the old, smaller one later. What happens is Orchard will come in. They give you cash for your old place so that you can buy and move into that new home first on your timeline. Act quickly. And then Orchard experts step into that smaller home where, the 5 and 7-year-old fit, but the 15 and 17-year-old don't. They handle the repairs, they make the price-boosting upgrades, and then when they're done, an Orchard agent, a local agent, sells your home for top dollar. It's the Move First, Sell Later program with Orchard. Find out how much your home is worth. Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
I just don't want to show this.
Iran strikes back at a U.S. military base in Qatar.
The president, per his public schedule, is meeting with his national security team in the Oval Office. We have watched members of his national security team, including the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, make their way into the West Wing as we anticipate more from the White House and this administration on their reaction and next possible steps, as the president has warned.
Stay with KTAR for breaking news from Iran and the Middle East on 92.3, the KTAR News app, YouTube channel, and KTAR.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
Worried your AC won't survive another Arizona summer? Don't sweat it. Collins Comfort Masters has your back. As your local Lennox dealer, they'll pay you up to $2,500 to upgrade your old system with their AC buyback deal. Get a brand new high-efficiency Lennox system and enjoy reliable comfort all summer long. Collins is trusted by the community with over 10,000 5-star reviews. Call Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Guys, if you feel drained, if you have low energy, brain fog, maybe trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before thanks to stress, poor diet, lifestyle. But Red Mountain Weight Loss has the solution. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. We're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It helps you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. If you have low T, you can start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. You can go to redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
Relationships matter. People do business with people they know and trust. In these crazy times, it's even more important that you can count on folks you know and can depend on to do your automotive repair maintenance the right way. Someone who has a proven track record and stands behind their work. People that will work with you to make sure your vehicles are going to remain on the road safely and efficiently for you and your family or business. No mysteries, just honest professional care. We're Accurate Automotive, friends serving friends since 1994. Check us out at accurateautomotiveaz.com.
Hello, I'm Scott Pfeiffer, founder of Sonora West Development. For over 20 years, we've been turning dream homes into reality right here in the Valley. From timeless architecture to custom finishes, every detail is built around your vision. We don't just build homes, we craft spaces where life happens. It's more than construction. It's collaboration, creativity, and care. Let's bring your dream to life. Visit SonoraWestDev.com to get started. Again, that's SonoraWestDev.com.
On Saturday, July 19th, pick up a special Cattell Marte bobblehead courtesy of Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Get your tickets today at dbacks.com.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
And this just into the KTAR News Center. A more than $1 billion measure to improve Chase Field passing the Arizona House today will now go to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk. That after the same piece of legislation passed through the Arizona Senate Thursday night. There has been some suggestion the governor would sign the measure. Again, the Arizona House approving a more than $1 billion plan for improvements at Chase Field, sending it now to Governor Katie Hobbs. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Iran launching short and medium-range missiles today targeting a U.S. base in Qatar. Iran's move in relation to the U.S. strikes on Iranian nuclear sites.
President Trump calls Iran's strike on Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, quote, very weak and very effectively countered, and said Iran gave the U.S. early notice of the strike. The president writes in a social media post that no Americans were injured, adding, quote, hardly any damage was done. Mr. Trump says in his post that Iran has gotten it all out of their system, writing, there will hopefully be no further hate. The president on Saturday night signaled future attacks against Iran if it retaliated. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
You know, I find it interesting that the person without combat experience is often the first person to want to drop a bomb, and that's what we see here.
Arizona U.S. Senator Mark Kelly on Meet the Press saying the Trump administration should have used the constitutional approach first and asked the legislature for authorization to carry out the strikes. Kelly saying the strikes could create a bigger danger.
My big fear right now is that they take this entire program under the radar, and we don't know what they're going to do here in the future. They might try to race to the development of a nuclear weapon.
The senator says these strikes could put all Americans at greater risk. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Maricopa County approving a nearly $4 billion budget for fiscal year 2026. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the News Center to tell us what's in it.
It cuts the overall property tax rate by 0.37%, bringing it to less than 1.5%. Chairman Thomas Galvin says they didn't have to cut programs or services either.
And I'm proud to say that Maricopa County has cut the overall tax rate for 5 years in a row, and this is the fourth budget I'm voting on, which has included an overall tax rate cut in every single one of the four budgets.
He adds nearly half of the budget invests in public safety by giving pay raises to sheriff's deputies, dispatchers, and emergency operators. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Roughly 150 million Americans under some sort of heat alert or advisory today as temperatures climb well over 100 degrees from the southwest to the northeast. More from ABC News Chief Meteorologist Ginger Z.
These are the feels-like temperatures. Philadelphia for 105, Richmond this afternoon 108. We could see daily record high temperatures broken from Boston to New York on Tuesday. Washington, D.C. could do it every day the first part of this week.
Some regions forecast to see the highest temperature since 2012, and the extreme heat will even extend up to the Canadian border. Let's get a check on those roads now. Heather Larson is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Yes, thank you, Bill. We've got a few accidents to look out for. 31st Avenue, Thunderbird, 7th Avenue and Broadway, and Chandler Boulevard at McQueen. Now, that one's a little bit backed up northbound McQueen. You can detour around that using Pecos or Fry Road. And a new closure in to report. If you're going between Payson and Overguard, State Route 260 is going to be closed in both directions at milepost 258. So not the way to go right now if you're heading from Payson to Heber Overguard or vice versa. Traffic is brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing misters or fog systems. 10% off or 1 year same as cash this month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Sunny at 104 this afternoon, 77 by morning, and then mostly sunny and 104 again tomorrow. Sunny skies, 98 in Avondale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. Will the Arizona House pass the budget the Senate sent it? And what's in it? Tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News.
Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, and on the KTAR News app. And did you know that we are on the YouTube, or the YT?
The what?
The YT, as the kids say.
No, the kids don't say the YT.
Oh, yes. Oh, the kids are saying that. So many kids are saying that. All the kids. You can watch and listen to the show, catch exclusive interviews, and the latest reaction to breaking news. Be sure to subscribe to the KTAR News YouTube channel today. So, in addition to U.S. air bases and other potential moves by Tehran, it could include attacking U.S. military assets across the Middle East, as we saw them do earlier. You heard Bill talking about the retaliatory missile assault that they had in Qatar. You just don't even know how to pronounce it, Joe.
No, I don't. You sound like you've got a hairball.
That's kind of how you say it.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're getting close.
Okay.
It's very good. Just imagine your cat hacking one up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds more like...
Yeah. Well, you just said you gave the whole address for Doha Qatar.
Okay.
Right there. Very good.
You go. It hurt a little bit.
Yeah, it was good. New York Times reporting that Iran telegraphed the plans to Qatar prior to the launch, and various diplomats believe the Iranian response today may have been symbolic retaliation and may now open the door to future negotiations. That would be tremendous. If Iran says, look, we had to do something because you bombed our nuclear facilities, and so we are definitely going to retaliate. We have to show the people that we're still strong, but also, listen, guys, if we just do a little mini retaliation, do you think you could just not beat us into submission? This is kind of like, remember Back to the Future?
Yeah.
Remember when Marty was making out with his mom?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We all forget the whole incest part of Back to the Future. But then he had worked it out so that his father was supposed to open the door and symbolically punch him, right?
Yes.
And, hey, get your hands off of her, right? And then it turned out to be Biff, and then he actually did punch him. That's kind of what this was. This was sort of Iran saying, listen, we have to show that we're strong. And we go, all right, listen, I'm going to make out with mom. And
I love this analogy. Keep going.
yeah, I'm going to make out with mom, and then I want you to interrupt us, and then you can just plant one on me, but don't hit me too hard. That's basically what this is.
It was basically Back to the Future incest making out.
Yes.
Okay. Didn't see that one coming.
Not on the bingo card, huh?
No.
Yep. So here's my other concern, though. Suppose that this isn't a Back to the Future scenario. I mean, maybe today was, right? Maybe this retaliatory attack was today. But as we know, in the Middle East, they have very long memories, and they play the long game. We've been struggling to try to find peace in the Middle East for millennium. It's been happening for a while. The Islamic Revolution happened in 1979. And so one of the things that Abe Hamadeh said in his response is that the people of Iran must rise up and seize control over their own destiny. Only then will true peace be possible. What makes you think that after 46 years, the people of Iran are going to rise up now?
I don't have any faith in that.
I don't either. I mean, certainly there are people in Iran that don't support the current regime, that don't support the way of life.
Yeah,
but a lot of them do.
And even if they don't, they're probably afraid that if they do rise up and speak out, that they're going to be squashed like bugs.
Of course they are, because that's how these autocratic regimes work.
Yeah, off with your head.
So now my concern shifts to this. If they're playing the long game, and we know that Israel has had conflicts going on, for millennium, we know that this has gone on between different factions, even within similar religions for millennium. We know that this goes on, that peace in the Middle East is probably not something we're going to see in our lifetimes. My worry here is, now that the U.S. has gotten involved, will Iran seek either directly in a state-sponsored event or in some sort of a what do you call it? Not a lone wolf attack, but maybe a clandestine or a rebel type scenario,
or like a sleeper cell, something like that.
That worries me a little bit. I don't know. I hear the word sleeper cell thrown around, and I go, "Is this legitimate, or have I been watching too many TV shows?" Right. So that's what worries me a little bit here. So I am concerned then about potential terrorist attacks, or what they call asymmetric warfare space. So.
I've never heard that term before either. That's a new one.
Listen, I read a lot.
I thought you watched a lot of TV and movies.
I do.
Now you read a lot too?
Well, I have closed captioning on.
Oh.
Yeah. So the asymmetric warfare space is where they say there could be protracted threats. We've seen this. In 2023, in London, an Iranian plot to kill 2 Iranian news anchors were critical of the regime. That was foiled. Other terror plots have been stopped in Cyprus, Germany, Turkey, in the United States, Denmark, Belgium, and France, all within the last decade. Joe, if Iran wanted to make a splash, what would be the targets in the United States? And even more specifically, when would be the targets in the United States? Because I can think of a few.
The easy ones that come to mind for me are, presidential election. That's coming up in 28.
That would disrupt a lot.
You've got a midterm election coming up way before that realistically, like a year or so.
Yeah.
Big sporting events. I mean, you've always got the Super Bowl, things like that.
Yep. John Grisham wrote a book about that one time.
But that's got a lot of security around it, too.
Yep. All those big events do. But here's what you realize: we have the World Cup coming to the United States, North America. Next year.
Okay, yep.
And that's a major international event.
Yes.
So that's something that doesn't just catch the eyes and the notice of the Americans, and then obviously the rest of the world pays attention. But that directly affects all of the potential other countries involved. And then, 2028, LA is hosting the Olympics. Now that is a concentrated target, largely, in Southern California, with high-profile athletes from around the globe. What's to say that doesn't become a pretty obvious target? Now, that also means our security is going to be at the highest that we've ever seen it, too. I mean, we foiled plots in the past.
Now, I agree
but
with you.
It worries me.
I agree with you on that, too, but my pushback would also be higher profile also means higher risk, too, in that if it was successful, doesn't that risk ticking off the U.S. and other countries more, too?
But I don't think if they want retaliation, I don't think they worry so much. One of the things that we haven't had in this country in a long time is a fight for ideology. if you think about the Revolutionary War, we were fighting for something greater than our own lives. We were fighting for freedom, for ourselves, for our future generations, right? Right now, what we're fighting for largely is more practical, right? Anytime that we're involved in a war, it seems to be more practical, or it seems to be about maintaining our current way of life. When I take a look at what's happening in Iran, you've got largely a theocratic society that their fights are for what they believe to be beyond existential threats. They're fighting for eternity, right? They're fighting for something that is beyond my life today in this world. I'm fighting for the glory beyond, and to bring that glory beyond, and to maintain the glory here in our great country. And so I think that many of the people in Iran are fighting for something bigger than their own lives, something that they value more than their own lives.
Yeah, I think we want to keep things the way they are. We want to keep the world order the way it is, and they want to upset the apple cart.
Kinda, yeah. But certainly fighting for something that they think of as being bigger than themselves.
Okay.
And I think that right now we weigh our calculus in how much is this going to cost us in money, and how much is going to cost us in American lives. Whereas the people of Iran, or the military in Iran, the leadership in Iran, is thinking not necessarily how much is this going to cost us, but how much will this gain us glory for eternity.
So it's more about religion to them.
Yeah. It's a much bigger concept than what we would fight for. As with every conflict in the Middle East, the first place you and I start to notice the impact is going to be at the gas station. So far, the impact on the oil prices hasn't been too wild. That doesn't mean you're not going to see the price jump at the pump. You're going to find out why next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News. Now, as we talk about things could start getting more expensive, that means that every time you spend $1, you want to make sure you get the most out of that dollar. You want to make sure that dollar doesn't get wasted. So when you look around in your home, where are you losing the most dollars? Probably through your junky windows. Now's a great time to make an investment with Advanced Window Products. Advanced Window Products expanding into Arizona, and they're offering $2,500 off right now when you replace 10 windows or more. You can ask about their 0-down, 0% financing on approved credit with payments as low as $150 a month. And they do business the right way. They save you money when you need windows and doors for your home. Made with the best glass you're going to find in the business, Cardinal Glass. They build the windows, they install the windows, and they guarantee the windows for life. The best warranty in the business. Even if little neighbor Johnny is playing baseball and he hits a ball into your window, they come out and fix it for free. Labor, parts, all of that stuff. Free, right? That's even more value on your home. Beautiful looking windows. High efficiency windows where you're not losing all that air conditioning right out the window. And they're guaranteed. You buy it once and you're done. That is the best value on the dollar. So what do? You get a hold of Advanced Window Products. Call them at 480-764-2002. Again, 480-764-2002. And remember, buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. You want to beat the rush? Call today, 480-764-2002 for Advanced Window Products.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
KTAR News Flash.
At 2:48, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. Iran launching a limited missile attack on a U.S. military base in Qatar, retaliating for American bombing of its nuclear sites. Still, Tehran indicating it's prepared to step back from escalating tensions in the volatile region. Qatar condemning the attack, but it says it successfully intercepted the short and medium-range ballistic missiles.
Durant driving on Hardaway. Pull-up jumper. Durant got it. And
the Kevin Durant era in Phoenix Suns basketball is over. The Suns sending KD to the Houston Rockets for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the 10th overall pick in this year's draft, and a handful of second-rounders. Durant, averaging nearly 27 points per game, made the All-Star game twice during his time with Phoenix. We'll hear much more about that with Chris and Joe coming up next hour. All of your top stories coming up at 3 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And right now we have sunny skies, 98 degrees in Peoria. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
If you've got great credit, then why are you financing your home the same way those with poor credit do? You know, stretching the payments out over 30 years, paying all the interest up front, no access to your equity. Yeah, your mortgage should match your credit and how you handle your finances. At Life Changer Loan, you're in control. You can pay down, pay off, borrow back, and do it all on your timeline. I mean, it's up to you. You've earned it. If you've got great credit and you're good with your money, you need LifeChangerLoan.com, where it's not magic, it's just math.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
I'm the bad guy.
How will the U.S. respond to the Iranians' missile attack in Qatar? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show this morning, starting at 8:15.
Just checking the clock here. It's probably tomorrow morning. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News on the KTAR News app. Tap on that microphone button, leave us a little message, say something insightful or funny or crazy. Might even play that on the air. Love to hear your response on the latest here in the bombing in Iran. In fact, let's throw this out. If you're on the app, hit that talkback button, and then let us know if you think this is all done. Is it a one-and-done bombing in Iran, and now we're all done, and Iran's going to come back to the table? Or are you concerned that this is only the beginning of a protracted battle, I guess? Because that's a concern. One of the worries people had immediately following the bombing in Iran was that the oil prices would jump. Did you see that?
I did see that they did inch up, but it was definitely more of a inching as opposed to a spiking, is what I saw.
I think there was concern that it would nearly double. I saw some people were talking about it jumping to $130, $135 a barrel, but I think we only went up to like 75 or something like that, didn't we?
Yeah. Now, since you're the expert on the pronunciations in the region, I've always said it's the Strait of Hormuz. How do you pronounce it?
Yeah, very similarly. It's the Strait of Hormuz.
So just a little more aggression, anger.
Yeah,
violence in your voice.
A lot of the dialect in the Middle East, very similar to the Germans, just inherently angry. Right. So the Strait of Hormuz.
Got it.
Right. Dankeschön. Right. Very angry.
And why is the Strait of Hormuz so important?
Very good. Because that's where the oil goes. So you have a couple of avenues through there, and then you have what is known as the Arabian Peninsula. That's where Saudi Arabia is. Joe, do you want to get out your map and follow along?
I've got a map.
Oh, very good. So on one side of the Arabian Peninsula, which cozies up to Africa, and I'm doing this from memory. I don't have my map open. I'm trying to open this as I go.
You can cheat and look at the notes. There's a little map in there I put for us.
Oh, okay. Oh, how about that?
Yeah.
Oh.
You see that?
Oh, yeah. Okay. So there you go. You're looking at the Arabian Peninsula.
Yeah.
On the west side of the Arabian Peninsula, you have the Red Sea, and that goes up through Egypt, and then you have the Suez Canal, right? Do you remember what happened when we had a ship get stuck in the Suez Canal for like a week? Remember that? It was just a couple of years ago. It was a problem. All right. So now on the other side, you have the Strait of Hormuz, and that's where all the oil comes out of Iran, around the east side of the Arabian Peninsula. If you recall what happened when we had one canal shut down for a brief period of time, it created this supply chain backup globally. Now imagine if this other side, which is where the oil comes out of Iran, and many of the other shipping out of United Arab Emirates and Saudi Arabia and things like that, now all of a sudden, how are we getting that oil? That's 20% of the world's supply. And you know who might get hit the most on that? China. So if there's any upside, it's that Iran doesn't really want to mess with China's economy right now.
App users, update the KTAR News app for the latest updates that help your experience with our stream, video, podcasts, and news. Go to the Google or App Store or Apple App Store to update the KTAR app today.
All right, the business with Iran may distract us from any number of other things going on in the valley, from immigration protests to wildfire awareness. But one big thing did go down this last weekend, which may have a dramatic effect on the pride that you have as a Phoenician. You're going to get a look at what went down and what that might mean to your plans this coming winter. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
I'm glad Jania got rid of the music there because that wasn't very manly. And June is Men's Health Month. And let me hit you with a couple tough truths, guys. Heart disease and cancer, they're the top 2 killers of men. Most of the time, you won't even feel it coming. 1 in 2 men are going to be diagnosed with cancer in their lifetime. And heart attacks, most are silent and they're deadly. Here's the thing, though. Lifeguard imaging can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before symptoms even show up. Their high-accuracy CT scans are fast, painless, and they could literally save your life. I got mine, and the peace of mind that came with it, it was priceless. Here's their phone number, 602-483-4837, or visit lifeguardimaging.com. And right now, if you book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. 60% of men, they say they don't go to the doctor unless something feels wrong, but by then it could be too late. When your husband or your father gets sick, it rocks your whole family. Be the guy who gets ahead of that. Take the guesswork out of your health. Go to lifeguardimaging.com today or call 602-483-4837. 602-483-4837. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
We all like cash, right? No one likes clunkers. Paul Calvisi here, and this is where day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, they step in with cash for clunkers. Yep, trade in your old clunker AC and get $3,000 off a new AC unit right now. That's right, say goodbye to the clunker AC and say hello to cold hard cash while it lasts. $3,000 off a new AC unit when you trade in your old inefficient AC. And let me tell you, that's one of the best decisions we've ever made as homeowners. Total game changer. When we recently got brand new AC with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing, we got rid of that old outdated AC that I'd fixed like, 3 out of 4 summers? What was I even doing? Seriously, this new technology is so much more efficient. We have saved so much more money on our summer AC bills, and now is a great time to upgrade and save during the Cash for Clunker sale. Get $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you get rid of that old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Creative Environments Design, Pool, Spa, and Landscape. One thing you may not know is they offer lawn care and turf management, regular mowing, fertilizing, weed control, eco-friendly methods, and the best service in the industry. Plant and tree care, everything for your outdoor space. Irrigation system monitoring and repair if necessary, and pest and disease control. Just go to their website, creativeenvironments.com. You're going to love the customer service. You're going to love the results. Do it now. creativeenvironments.com.
I sure wish I'd known about Phoenix Secret for weight loss sooner. I could have saved myself years of frustration losing weight only to gain it back again. I'm Jamie West. This time, I'm keeping it off because I found the secret for restoring my metabolism. That means I can keep the weight off for good. There are no shots or drugs or counting calories. The secret is eating the right combination of healthy foods at the right times of day. And it isn't just the weight loss that makes me happy. I sleep better and have more energy. Plus, I know I'm healthier. I lost 8 pounds the first week, and it didn't take long to take off nearly 50 pounds. Don't wait. Get started today, and this time next week, you could be seeing results. You can do the program in person or virtually from anywhere. Schedule your free consultation right now. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Every month, Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and your Valley Toyota dealers, we pay tribute to a teacher. Teachers unlock the doors to possibility. They transform lives with patience and a passion that knows no boundaries. So join us by texting the word teacher to 620-620. Nominate a deserving teacher for a $2,500 bonus. Pay tribute to a teacher is brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:01. Good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. We'll start with the latest on Iran's attack on a U.S. base in Qatar earlier today.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. Iran launched missiles aimed at a key U.S. base in Qatar today in response to the U.S. strikes on 3 nuclear facilities in Iran this weekend. The U.S. and Qatar intercepted today's missiles. In a social media post, President Trump says it's time for a de-escalation.
President Trump calls Iran's strike on Al Udeid Air Base in Qatar, quote, very weak and very effectively countered, and said Iran gave the U.S. early notice of the strike. The president writes in a social media post that no Americans were injured, adding, quote, hardly any damage was done. Mr. Trump says in his post that Iran has gotten it all out of their system, writing, there will hopefully be no further hate. The president on Saturday night signaled future attacks against Iran if it retaliated. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Iran, after it launched the missiles, says it will carry out its nuclear program and will not surrender. This is ABC News.
In Arizona, U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego reacting to the U.S. striking Iranian nuclear sites over the weekend. KTAR's Ballin Overstol is live in the news center to tell us more.
Yeah, Bill, as we just heard from ABC, today Iran fired back its own missiles toward U.S. military bases in the region, which have reportedly been shot down. And Democrat Senator Gallego talked about that today on KTAR's Outspoken of Bruce and Gatos, explaining he's not completely against the president's decision to strike Iran's nuclear facilities.
If that's the only thing that happens, and we actually were able to destroy nuclear capability, then
and this has been a very successful effort.
However, he also worries Iran's nuclear capabilities will only be sped up as a result if they were not fully destroyed.
But let's hope it's a good scenario. Like I think the most important thing we as Democrats should want is that we should want that the president was successful with this mission. I disagree that he took it.
Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And you can watch the full interview with Senator Gallego at KTAR's YouTube page at 5:30 this evening. A more than $1 billion measure to improve Chase Field has passed the Arizona House today will now go to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk. That after the same piece of legislation passed through the Arizona Senate Thursday night. In a statement, Governor Hobbs says she's thrilled that the legislature has passed the bill that will keep the Diamondbacks in Phoenix and create good-paying jobs. This is a huge win for every Arizonan.
Eyes on Education.
The Arizona State Board of Education approving the Empowerment Scholarship Account Handbook with a vote of 8-1, locking in the voucher program's requirements for the upcoming school year. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer explains what makes this handbook different from last year's.
Today's approval comes after the handbook vote was pushed off in April to allow for more public input. Superintendent of Public Instruction Tom Horn explains some of the changes made.
Our new proposal does not include actual caps on what could be spent on anything, but what it does say is that the department will approve expenses that are reasonably related to an educational or vocational purpose.
A majority of the parents opposing the new handbook also opposed the spending caps. Arizona lawmakers also spoke out about the new voucher handbook, with 14 Arizona representatives opposing the changes due to difficulty in purchase approvals for parents, while 2 Arizona senators applauded the handbook's removal of spending caps. Live in the News Center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
And it's time now for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's June 23rd, and back on this day in 1989, Tim Burton's Batman is released in theaters. Michael Keaton starred in the film as the multimillionaire Bruce Wayne, who transformed himself into the crime-fighting Batman. Controversy surrounded the casting of Keaton, best known for his comedies as a Batman. An entire roster of prominent leading men reportedly included Mel Gibson, Dennis Quaid, Harrison Ford, and Kevin Costner were considered for the role, but Burton reportedly wanted to cast an unknown actor. Jack Nicholson as the Joker, gruesomely disfigured after Batman inadvertently drops him in a vat of acid, goes on the loose in Gotham City. Warner Brothers hyped Batman as a major summer event. The results were stunning. The film grossed some $100 million in its first 10 days of release, including $82 million at the domestic box office alone. Reviews for the film were mixed. Most of the critics praised Nicholson's scene-stealing performance as the Joker, and it was released back on this day in 1989.
Now to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. Quite a bit going on the Valley roads and freeways right now. Let's start with a car fire that just happened. 101 eastbound in Cave Creek. That's on the right shoulder. Now, the car fire is extinguished, but crews are still on scene to clean it up. They're routing everybody towards the center lanes. In Tempe, there's a wreck on the 143 southbound near the 202 eastbound. In Chandler, we've got a crash on Arizona Avenue and Willis Road. That's just south of the 202. Northbound Arizona Avenue is the slow spot there approaching the 202. And in Phoenix, we've got a crash with a motorcycle that happened much earlier today at Tatum and Thunderbird. However, that intersection is slow in all directions right now. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Sunny at 99 right now in Scottsdale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga. It's the Chris and Joe Show. KTAR News.
Welcome to the program. I know Joe wanted to talk about fighting in Iran for another hour, but I said, Joe, we gotta transition. There's still other stuff going on.
More fighting. World War III. Let's go.
So I said, Joe, can we talk about some of the sport stuff happening in the Valley? And so joining us right now is a co-host of Bickley and Murata on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7, Vince Murata. Vince, good to have you on the show, man. I don't know if we've had you on since Joe and I started doing things. So I appreciate you getting up from nap time. It's nice of you.
What have you been waiting for, guys?
Listen, it's not me. I'm going to throw Joe under the bus on this one. Before we start talking about Kevin Durant, because it sounds like things are all done with Kevin Durant in Phoenix, we did get the news about the Diamondbacks. It sounds like they're going to get what they wanted from the legislature, and the governor has said, she's really excited about this $1 billion package, basically, that allows for the Diamondbacks to recapture the sales tax that happens there at Chase Field. So now that it seems to be behind us, because it looks like Hobbs is going to sign this bill. How close were the Diamondbacks genuinely to saying, if we don't get this, we're out of here?
Well, considering that the lease was up in 2027, and there seemed to be this whole ticking time bomb, if you will, of getting this passed, I can't say that they were. It seemed a little bit perilous because of what we've seen around Major League Baseball as well. The A's relocating after 20 years of battling for a new stadium. They broke ground on a new place in Vegas today. So I think it was certainly headed in that direction, but I can't say it was. I can't say it was perilously close.
Vince Marotta, co-host of Bickley and Marotta on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7, joins us. One more quick one on the D-backs, and then we'll talk about the big Kevin Durant blockbuster from over the weekend. Vince, you go down to Chase Field a couple times a year, I'm guessing. You check out the team.
Oh, sure.
What do you think this means for the fan experience? Do you think that we're going to see a revitalized Chase Field? Do you think that things will be dramatically different down there and it'll be a improved fan experience, or do you think this will just be, hey, we'll see some new paint, the air conditioning is going to keep working, some things like that?
Well, from my understanding, the air conditioning is the biggest factor in all of it, but I would really hope for a improved fan experience. We have Derek Hall on our show every Thursday, and that's something he's promised, and even on our show last week, he talked about this being a necessity to keep the fan experience what it needs to be, what Diamondbacks fans deserve. I don't dislike Chase Field in its current form as much as some people do, but it needs modernization, and for the minimum $500 million or up to $750 million worth of renovations that it will take place, I would hope that it will be a better fan experience for most fans. Of course, these funds can't go to the pool suites or the club level or anything like that, so it's going to be for the majority of the fans to really feel the difference. I think the air conditioning is going to be the biggest thing.
Yeah, no doubt. You get that air fixed, for Pete's sake. Vince Marotta, co-host Bickley and Marotta on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7. Let's shift over here to the big news for the Suns, and that is Kevin Durant is no longer with the team. He goes to Houston in this, do we call it a blockbuster trade here? You've got a guy this is probably the last team he's going to play for in Houston, isn't it?
I would think so, but it's Kevin Durant. He might want to play until he's 50 years old.
Yeah.
He certainly loves the game that much. This still qualifies as a blockbuster, although, the return that the Suns got is pretty underwhelming in a lot of people's opinions. And I don't know what people expected. He is 37 years old. He was going into the last year of his contract. The Suns trying to kind of showed their cards at the trade deadline when they tried to trade Kevin Durant to Golden State. He didn't want to go there. They played ball with him, so there was a very limited number of teams that were really in on Kevin Durant, including the Miami Heat, who gave, in my opinion, an insulting offer to the Suns on trying to pick him up. So the Suns made the best of a difficult situation, and Kevin Durant moves on, and now the Suns can move on after a failed experiment.
Vince, you just used the word underwhelming. What does this say to the fan base? The Suns finished last year. They didn't make the play-in or the playoffs. They finished 36-46. What's the message to the fans moving forward? Did they get anything back that they can build around, or is this going to be a complete rebuild that's going to take 5-8 years before they're a championship contender again?
Well, that's kind of the rub here, Joe, is that the Suns, led by their owner, Matt Ishbia, have said they don't believe in rebuilds, tearing it down. Had that been the case, we might be talking about Devin Booker being traded this summer. That's not going to happen. They're going to try to remain competitive, build around Devin Booker moving forward. Jalen Green is a nice player. I don't necessarily think the fit is ideal for the Suns. We'll see how that works out. I think they pick up an ingredient that they were missing in getting Dylan Brooks as a guy who can be an agitator, a guy who can give you a little bit of edge on the defensive end and a little bit of attitude. They got a lot of draft picks. They got the 10th pick in Wednesday's first round of this year's draft and 5 second-round picks, which might give them some flexibility to maneuver this roster a little bit more heading into next season because they've got a lot of very similar type players on this team, anywhere from 6'4" to 6'6". So I think they need to address some size, and maybe those draft picks can help them do that.
Vince, I'm glad you joined us today. We're going to have you. I'd like to have you on more if I can get it past Joe. He said you're definitely one of the top 7 choices from Arizona sports to have on the show.
I've graduated to the top 7.
Yep.
After today, I'm putting you top 6.
Woo!
All right. Did I move Luke? Did I move past Luke Lipinski?
Yes.
That's all I need to know.
No doubt.
All right.
All right. Vince Marotta, co-host Bickley and Marotta on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7. Catch him every morning. It's one of the shows I listen to on my drive into work in the morning. So I'm kind of excited that I got to have him on the show, Joe. I fanboyed a little bit there.
Hey, you should. Join us this Wednesday at noon for a special program on immigration in Arizona today, alongside our TV partners at ABC 15. We're going to dive in-depth on the ongoing immigrations and customs enforcement actions and the response by diverse communities in Arizona. You can catch the special this Wednesday at noon on 92.3 FM, the KTAR News app, and on the KTAR YouTube channel, or YT, as the kids say.
That's what all the kids are saying. They're calling it the YT.
That's what I've been told.
Quick reminder that the boys of Outspoken are having a special war room today starting at 4 o'clock, and that will be covering the events going on in the Middle East right now. Obviously, the bombing happened on Saturday night into Sunday morning, and then we had the retaliatory attacks in Qatar earlier today. So a lot of moving parts. They're going to have some of the great minds joining them today in the War Room, a very special edition of the War Room coming up here on KTAR. Now that the Suns are without their biggest name, you got to believe that's going to hurt their prospects in the near future. Joe was sort of hinting at that a minute ago, which means could be hard to find a team in the Valley to get excited about. Who's going to rally the Valley? That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
First, here's Bill O'Neill with today's top story right now.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
And this just into the KTAR News Center. President Donald Trump announcing on Truth Social a ceasefire agreement has been reached by Israel and Iran. The president says it will begin to take effect in about 6 hours. It's about 9 p.m. Arizona time and will be phased in over the next 24 hours. The president goes on to congratulate both countries for, quote, in his words, having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. Again, President Donald Trump on Truth Social announcing an apparent ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app. And for more, go to KTAR.com. Let's get a check on those roads now with Heather Larson live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. You got that car fire that happened earlier, clogging up things just a little bit on the 101 eastbound and Cave Creek Road. Now, that happened on the right shoulder. That is about to get towed, but crews have traffic going towards the center lane, so your shoulder and your right 2 lanes, kind of the part you want to avoid for the next few minutes right there. Now in Tempe, on the 143 southbound near Loop 202 eastbound, there is a wreck and a crash with a motorcycle happened earlier at Tatum and Thunderbird, but that has still got traffic there slow in all directions. Traffic is brought to you by AZ Trim Light. Enhance and brighten your home with programmable outdoor lighting. Biggest savings of the year this month only. Go to aztrimlight.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Bright and sunny, 100 degrees right now in Mesa. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing.
It's Gatos, and Trump bombs Iran. So did we just damage Iran's nuclear sites? We've got a special edition of the War Room at 4 o'clock, followed by Mondays with Meghan McCain at 5. Check out Outspoken today.
And then you heard the breaking news from Bill O'Neill there that we've got evidently a ceasefire, according to President Trump. So, 12-day war, does that mean that we're going to have a 12-minute war room today? In the special war room?
Well, and are we going to get a 12-minute ceasefire here?
That's a really good question, because the ceasefire only lasts as long as people stop firing, right? That's a great question. Yeah, really good point, Joe. We'll keep an eye on what's going on there. But Joe, you and I were just talking with Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports, our sister station. And, well, that was nice having him on the show. I really liked having him. Really, can we have him more? I love
Vince.
Okay.
I like how you sullied me and blame me for not putting him on.
I don't know why it is. I say, can we have somebody on the show? And you go, I'll call Luke.
I just go, no, we can't have him on.
No, we don't like anybody but Luke.
Well, I don't
Only Luke Lipinski.
No, see, you're wrong on that because the fact is, I don't like to bother anyone other than Luke.
That's fair.
I know that I can break Luke's will and make him do it. I know
That's fair.
For the record, he's at the dentist right now, and I was almost going to tell him, hey, I don't care if you have cavities and you're Novocained up. You're coming on the show with Chris and I. I'll make you do it.
It can't be any worse than his midday show over there.
No,
no way.
Definitely not.
So the Kevin Durant trade comes down yesterday.
As Vince said, kind of a underwhelming deal or underwhelming return. The Suns get a couple players who they can use right away. A first-round pick. We'll see what they do with that this week in the NBA draft. And then 5 second-round picks. But certainly not like the haul that they gave up when they brought Kevin Durant to the Valley a few years prior.
But Kevin Durant, when he came to the Valley a few years prior, was also a few years younger.
He sure was.
And as Vince just pointed out, he's, 36, 37 years old? Mm-hmm. And in athlete terms, that's like you and I being in our late 50s, headed toward retirement at 65, right?
Yeah.
So, underwhelming, but it felt like they were trying to get what they could. And I don't want to go too deep down the sports path here.
No.
But why do I want to watch the Suns now?
Well, Devin Booker still there. He has been a Sun for his entire NBA playing career. So
yeah, that's true.
Suns also the OG in town. They got here before the Diamondbacks, the Cardinals, any of the others. So you're an NBA fan, and maybe you want to see some of the other great teams. And Chris, I'm going to be optimistic.
Okay, wait a minute. Hang on. Maybe I want to see some of the other teams.
No, I'm gonna be. There's a lot of good talent in the league, and I'm also going to be optimistic here too. Of they haven't even played a game yet. We don't know.
You're right.
Maybe they trade a couple of these guys who they just got and get something great back. You don't know what you don't know. A wise person once told me that.
That's true.
And until we get to the first game, we don't know. Really, until you get through, I'd say the first 20 games, you don't know what this team's going to look like. I would say that in this case, Joe, this is a situation where I know what I don't know, and that is I don't know what they're going to look like, right? Yeah.
I mean, you make a good point, and you and I grew up around a very abysmal franchise in football and still remain fans throughout our entire childhoods and into our adulthood before the Detroit Lions finally won a freaking playoff game a couple years ago.
Ugh.
Finally won 2 playoff games in the same season. It was crazy, but we still watched. Mm-hmm. But let's face the facts. The attendance and the viewership on our crappy Lions didn't really take off until just a couple of years ago when all of a sudden they started getting good. So, sure, you've got hardcore fans that, you're right, they're going to pay attention to the Suns, and maybe they're going to take a page out of the old LA Clippers book where it's like, hey, our team is terrible, but at least you'll get to see, the Thunder, or not, it wouldn't be the Thunder for them. You get to see the Lakers come play, or you'll get to see, one of these, the Knicks might come play us. There might be that.
The thing you really don't want to be, though, too, is you don't want to be mediocre. It's almost better in the NBA to be awful or to be really good, obviously. Because if you're awful, you've got that chance at the great draft pick. You've got the chance to rebuild. But Vince said that the owner of the Suns right now, Matt Ishbia, he doesn't really believe in that, and they're going to try to push through this. So they may look a lot like they did last year in terms of record.
I am going to tell you that one of the most frustrating things for me living in the Valley is this history of mediocrity in sports.
Yeah.
I mean, with the exception of 2021, the Cardinals have had nothing but 500 and below seasons for a decade.
Mm-hmm.
They won 11 games in 2021. The D-backs had the World Series run a year and a half ago, right?
They're one game above 500 this year, though. That's
just straight up mediocrity.
They're fourth in their division, yeah.
Coyotes were terrible before they left, right?
Yeah.
They were just perennial basement dwellers. Just terrible.
Cardinals have been around what? The thought is they'll be around 500 this year. They've had a couple rebuilding years the last few years.
But, Joe, that's like when you and I grew up watching the Lions. We were always like, well, they should be around 500.
Yes.
And then some years they didn't come close. Some years they snuck into a wild card game, right? But for the most part, it was just mediocrity for decades.
Mm-hmm.
And it's starting to feel that way around a lot of Valley sports, with the exception of the surprise of the ASU football team.
I was just going to say, Kenny Dillingham, ASU football.
Yeah.
Other than that, you've got a lot of hope with a lot of these Valley sports teams.
I don't even have hope. I just have like, oh, is that going on? These sports teams are a next day check the score sports team right now, all of them. It's not I can't wait for that game tonight. Ooh, I gotta watch that game tonight. It's I'll see how they did in the morning.
I'm watching the Cardinals no matter what. The NFL is king.
NFL is king. I agree with you on that. But largely, okay. I'll check the scores tomorrow and find out if the D-backs won. I'll check the scores tomorrow and find out if the Suns won.
Mm-hmm.
Are we just a bad sports town? Not that we don't love our sports, because I do think that we have great fans here. I mean, some towns like L.A., not a great sports town. The fans are kind of fickle and they have other things to do. So I don't mean are we a bad sports town as in the fans aren't into it. But it's like our teams just constantly disappoint.
Dude, I mean, look in the rafters for these teams. Suns, how many championships? 0.
Yeah.
0. Cardinals, how many Super Bowls? They've been to 1. They didn't win.
Yeah.
So,
right.
They went to 1. D-backs.
Diamondbacks won World Series.
Yeah.
One World Series win, and then they went a year and a half.
Coyotes, no Stanley Cup. I mean, yeah, it just have not had the success on the field.
Yeah. Okay, so what are we watching this fall and this winter?
We will be watching them if we love sports. But
that'll be it. Otherwise, there's no draw.
No.
There's no draw.
No.
In the throes of summer, you're trying to figure out when you might be able to scoot out of town for a weekend or two to cool off. And like so many of us, you probably want to back that trip up to a holiday so you don't have to burn so many vacation days. According to one person, you'd actually be happier if you just worked through it. Find out who says so and why in our headline volley. That's next on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Chris, do you know what I was doing last night around midnight?
Probably running. Oh, I'm running. Hey, everybody, I'm going to go for a run again.
You're not wrong, Chris. I was out running.
How about that?
The best time to do it. It was sub 90 degrees. It felt amazing. I had my Good Feet personalized arch supports on with me. Oh, it didn't even feel like the dreads of summer. It felt pretty good. Now, I've had plantar fasciitis. I've had issues with ligaments, pain in my back. But now I feel like a whole new person thanks to my personalized arch supports from the Good Feet store and the fact that we got a little bit of weather relief in the valley the last couple days. I want you to go to goodfeet.com right now. Book your free personalized arch support fitting. Totally free at goodfeet.com, or walk into any of the 5 convenient Valley stores in Glendale, Gilbert, Goodyear, Ahwatukee, or Scottsdale. If you've got any foot, ankle, leg, knee, or back pain, find out how Good Feet personalized arch supports can bring you significant pain relief in just 4 weeks, just like they did for me. Now, it's summer, and it's the hottest time of the year. It's going to be heating back up. I saw the 110s look like they're going to be creeping back in by the end of the week. But right now, it's the best time to take care of your body and make sure that you're doing everything you can so that you feel your best. Fuel your summer fun, one comfortable step at a time, thanks to Good Feet. Sun-soaked days deserve pain-free walks thanks to the Good Feet store. Get to goodfeet.com today. Good feet, good life.
Iran strikes back at a U.S. military base in Qatar.
This really is dangerous ground, that this starts to become far more regional, and that will bring in many players. It will involve the popular mobilization units inside Iraq. It potentially involves Hezbollah, who've also been active again today, and there will be consequences.
Stay with KTAR for breaking news from Iran and the Middle East on 92.3, the KTAR News app, YouTube channel, and KTAR.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast?
Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
Every strawberry, every apple, and every beet bunch at Natural Grocers is 100% organic. That's right, a full 100%. Natural Grocers is unwavering in their commitment to organic produce. While other stores might tease you with organic sections that are mixed with conventional produce, when you shop at Natural Grocers, there's no guesswork and possible cross-contamination from synthetic pesticides. They bet the other stores can't say that. Discover they're always affordable, truly organic produce today. Find your store at naturalgrocers.com.
One of life's greatest mysteries has finally been solved.
Who let the dogs out? Spruce, spruce, spruce.
It's Spruce, the new hard-working, worry-free weed and grass killer that's safe for use around people and pets. When used as directed, spray the leaves for visible results in just 1 hour and dead weeds in just 1 day. You spray, they play. Weeds die by the next day. Find Spruce wherever weed killers are sold.
Hey Tinsley, why don't we use EasyCater to order food for staff lunches?
Because my 46-page acronym system is so easy. I just have to salad, stay alert to late arriving deliveries, pie, put in expenses, and Google Pie. Go out and get everyone's preferences and allergy information.
That's supposed to be simple?
No, simple is Stephen, Irma, and Margie prefer lasagna and empanadas.
OMG.
No need to make work life more complicated. Just use EasyCater, the easy way to get food for work.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford. Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend.
Saturday morning, 8 o'clock kicks off. Farmer Greg talking water harvesting with Brad Lancaster, the gentleman who literally wrote the book on water harvesting.
Then we'll go to Think Green, Design, Build Landscaping, and talk about the importance of building the design to create your ideal outdoor environment.
And we'll share ideas to refresh your front door for beauty, safety, and function.
Saturday morning, 8 to 11 on 92.3 KTAR.
Join the Arizona Diamondbacks for the 12th annual Diamondbacks Race Against Cancer presented by Dignity Health Cancer Institute. The 5K run or walk is downtown at Chase Field on Sunday, September 28th. Register now at dbacks.com/race.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
President Donald Trump announcing on Truth Social a ceasefire agreement has been reached by Israel and Iran. He says it will begin to take effect in about 6 hours, around 9 o'clock Arizona time. It will be phased in over the next 24 hours. The president going on to congratulate both countries for, quote, having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war, in his words. Again, President Donald Trump on Truth Social announcing an apparent ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. Before all of that was announced, Iran did launch short and medium-range missiles targeting a U.S. base in Qatar.
President Trump on Monday continued to insist that Iran's nuclear sites were, quote, totally destroyed by the U.S. strikes on Saturday. A full battle damage assessment is still pending. The president's post on social media contradicting the message from Vice President Vance on Sunday, who did not go that far.
We set the Iranian nuclear program back substantially last night.
The vice president said that was the goal of the strikes. Karen Travers, ABC News, the White House.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego telling KTAR is outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. It's not clear if the president ordering strikes against Iranian nuclear sites was the right decision.
There's a good possibility that they were able to spread all of their nuclear capabilities all around Iran, and they're still going to be able to reconstitute a nuclear weapon at some point. That's a very bad scenario.
However, Gallego adds if all nuclear materials were destroyed, he considered the military operation a success. You'll hear that full interview with the senator coming up on KTAR at 5:30 this afternoon. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Maricopa County's nearly $4 billion budget includes no cuts to programs or services. KTAR's Heidi Hummel live in the News Center now with the details.
Supervisor Debbie Lesko explains the overall property tax rate decreased by less than 0.5%, bringing it to less than 1.5%.
That Maricopa County has cut its overall tax rate, yet still was able to give significant pay raises to our law enforcement, to our sheriff's department.
Pay raises include 10 to 15% pay bumps for sheriff's deputies, 5 to 10% for dispatch and emergency operators, and retention bonuses for detention officers. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
KTAR News Health Update.
Valley fever can be deadly, but current testing can take hours or days, according to Dr. Thomas Greaves with Mayo Clinic. That's why he says he's working with ASU to change it.
So what we've done is we've designed a new test that can detect the same antibodies, but in 10 minutes.
The doctor says the current average time to diagnose valley fever is 23 days. This new rapid test will reduce that time and how often the disease is misdiagnosed. The new test is expected to be widely available by the end of the year. Let's get off to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now and check in with Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. Got quite a bit going on the roads this afternoon, starting with that earlier crash with a motorcycle in the North Valley at Tatum and Thunderbird. Now, that's got it slow in all directions at that intersection. In Phoenix, we've got a car fire at 101 eastbound and Cave Creek. That's in the final clearing stages from the right shoulder, but you still got to move over towards the center lanes. A wreck in Tempe on the 143 southbound near the Loop 202 eastbound. And finally, in Phoenix, a new crash to avoid at 43rd Avenue and Glendale. Traffic is brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoGlass.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight, 77 by morning. Mostly sunny tomorrow with a high of 104. Sunny right now, 100 in Glendale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Chris Merrill, Joe Huizinga, The Chris and Joe Show.
And a reminder, a very special war room focusing on the president's calling it a 12-day war between Israel and Iran. That starts at 4 o'clock. Meanwhile, every day, right after our 3:30 news and a check on traffic with Hot Lap Heather Larson. I'm going with Hot Lap again today.
Oh,
we
boy.
touch on the other big headlines and ask life's most important questions. Let's tickle your brain bone.
Chris and Joe, this is The Volley. Brought to you by Parker & Sons, AC Plumbing and Electrical. Celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker.
Joe, you heard the news that our news director, Bill O'Neill, was delivering. And the update that President Trump announcing a ceasefire in the war between Iran and Israel. The president says the ceasefire will start in about 6 hours, which gives both of them time to wind down their current missions. If you were a soldier in a war and you knew a ceasefire was imminent, would you want to finish your current mission or just try to end all the bloodshed immediately?
Oh, man.
Okay, guys, we're gonna stop warring, but I still got 6 hours to bomb this village.
Well, Chris, I bumped into our boy Pablo as he was headed out today, and I was still here. And Pablo said that he was talking to some of his family members about me, and he said, Joe, they asked about you. They wanted to know if you're as soft as you seem on the air. and I said, yeah, you told them that I'm totally authentic. What I am on the air is what I am off the air. He's like, yeah, I told him you were every bit as soft as you seem on the air. I was like, good, I guess. So if I was called into a war, no, I wouldn't want to finish the current mission. I would be thinking this is an opportunity for me, A, to save myself, B, if a ceasefire's coming, it seems like something's been agreed to. So what's the need for more bloodshed at this point? Now, I know a lot of dudes out there go, oh, it's war. It's a chance for me to flex my muscle and show how awesome I am. But if there's a ceasefire, my attitude is cool. We can stand down.
We can cease fire, right? We can start now.
Yeah, now if that makes me wussy, cool. Okay.
Do you think that that the peace is going to hold?
I think the better question would be, how long will the peace hold for? Because as we've seen in the Middle East, I mean, Israel and Palestine, they've been going at it for thousands of years.
Yeah.
Other countries in the Middle East constantly are unhappy with each other. It's not just Israel against someone else. It's, Sunnis, Shias, Kurds. They're all upset, all in the name of religion. So the peace will hold. For how long, though? Specifically between Israel and Iran, I'll say 6 months to a year.
Okay.
What do you think on that?
I think it will hold long enough for Iran to finish their nuclear program in secret.
Wow. Well, then
that's what I think.
Then that will be very nasty after that.
I think they're trying to buy themselves some time.
Okay.
That's what I think's going on. All right.
Alrighty. Big left turn here then. Musical performer Post Malone. This has nothing to do with Iran and Israel. Post Malone made his way to the Valley for a concert over the weekend in Glendale at State Farm Stadium. The concert didn't go off without a hitch, though. The singer fell off the stage during his performance, Chris. So I need to know, I mean, you've been on the air for a couple decades. What's the most embarrassing thing that's happened to you at work?
Well, I told you about the whole trying to shake hands with Jose Feliciano in front of a crowd. That was at work.
Yeah.
I was doing an interview one time with a congressman, and it was we were at a remote location. Well, I was working here. I was in Prescott at the time, and I was at the rodeo. And as I'm talking to him, he's there, and we're just. It was a very cordial conversation. Thanks for coming out here. What does your family enjoy the most about this? What do you look forward to in the coming session? This kind of, really, really, really softball questions.
Yeah, kind of generic stuff.
Totally. As I'm talking to him, my nose starts bleeding. Just starts like gushing blood, right?
And
so he's talking, and he doesn't acknowledge it on the air at all. And I reach and I just grab a napkin and I stuff it. I make a little paper towel football basically, and I shove it up my nose and I stop that. And then I ask him the next question. Then I swap it out and I change. So I had this full-on nosebleed, and nobody was ever the wiser. It was a little embarrassing, and we got done with it. And he said, that was the most incredible thing I've ever seen. He says, you didn't miss a beat.
You should have told him, hey, man, couldn't you have, fake punched me so at least it seemed like there was a reason for the blood? You couldn't have helped me out?
I mean, we're at the rodeo. He could have at least had, a bull kick me or something.
Yeah.
Right? Told the story, but no. Yeah, that's probably the most... It wasn't even all that embarrassing. It was just kind of funny. Otherwise, embarrassing things happen to me. I hate when I get facts wrong. Unfortunately, this is one of the things that you're really good at is when I misspeak, you'll kind of jump in and you'll go, wait a minute, you mean this.
Dude, I think we do that for each other. I think it's human. That's one of the most annoying things to me about the job, too, is I love everyone in our audience dearly. But sometimes if you get one thing wrong, it could be you misspoke. It could mean it was true before you went on the air and then the facts changed. And sometimes you get something wrong and people just will never forgive you for it. And it's like, hey, mistakes happen. Just correcting it. It's simple.
Yeah.
We both have each other's backs. That's what we do.
Yeah. But I hate it when I screw up.
Yeah.
I hate it when I make those mistakes. So
maybe that's why I love to punish you and call you out on it so that I feel like I've got one over on you.
I'll tell you what, I would rather be embarrassed in the moment than go to break and realize I was wrong.
Yeah.
That's the truth. All right, one more. Last week, the country celebrated Juneteenth. Held on June 19th every year, commemorates the end of slavery in the United States. On this year's Juneteenth, President Trump put out a Truth Social post saying, too many non-working holidays in America. It's costing our country billions of dollars to keep all these businesses closed. The president said that the frequency of holidays must change and that workers didn't want them. Does the president have a point Do you have too many days off?
No.
And if so, which holiday would you like to work?
I think you and I've worked 3 of them this year already. I mean, I ended up working Martin Luther King Day.
President's Day.
I worked President's Day.
Yeah.
And I worked Juneteenth.
Yeah.
And I think you worked 2 of those, right?
Yeah, I took Juneteenth off.
Well, that was the honorable thing to do.
I packed my vacation around it.
No, I don't think we have. It's not like we get one every week or every other week. I don't think we have too many federal holidays. I have not heard one person amongst the masses who I encounter at KTAR or anywhere else say, you know what? Too many of these federal holidays. I really want to show up and work. No, the president does not have a point. But which holiday would I like to work? Yeah.
Probably Martin Luther King Day or Juneteenth,
Of all the ones that we get off?
Yeah, those are the ones you just don't care about.
I care about all of them. And if I give you an answer now, you're going to make me out to be like a total jerk.
Yep.
No.
I'm glad you understand my game.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I do totally understand your game here. I would say, dude, for years I used to have to work Christmas and Thanksgiving.
Oh, same.
I mean, that's...
Yeah.
So it's just how you kind of come up in the business. So which holiday would you like to work?
You know, it is funny the president said that, but what if we were to say, okay, let's make President's Day not a federal holiday anymore? You'd be like, wait a minute, that wasn't what I was thinking of.
Now, I would have to say Juneteenth this year because you didn't work it. So it again gives me something over you where I can say I'm harder working and better than you.
Oh, well, I just care about the black community, so that's fine that you know.
No. I'm a man of the people, and I am here to report on what's going on for everybody, whereas you phoned it in.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
I care about all members of the community, regardless of race. But I get it.
I understand.
For you, it doesn't matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. Life keeps getting more expensive, and it's not just inflation. It's your buying power, too, which is why you're about to hear another disheartening prediction about one of the big-ticket items that Americans can't live without. How much it's going to cost you is next. The Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
What if we get this same deal that Ford employees get? Yep, employee pricing for everyone, and it's been extended at our Desert Ford dealers. Paul Calvisi here, man, we're talking across a full lineup of trucks and SUVs from America for America. Just like Ford Motor has been part of America's story for more than a century. Take that 2024 Ford F-150, work truck or weekend warrior. Right now, we can get employee pricing plus 3.9% APR financing for 72 months plus $4,500 in retail bonus cash on a 2024 Ford F-150 2.7-liter STX. Or get employee pricing and lease a 2025 Ford Bronco Sport Big Bend for just $399 a month with $3,559 due at signing. Or get employee pricing and lease a Bronco Big Bend 4x4 for just $499 a month with $3,099 due at signing. We pay what they pay. Employee pricing at our Desert Ford dealers. Click buyfordnow.com.
It's Gatos. Get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors now at Red Mountain. Guys, feeling drained, low energy brain fog, or trouble in the bedroom? You probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before, thanks to, well, stress, poor diet, and lifestyle. But Red Mountain has the solution. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or tablet, and they're not talking talking about a supplement here. They're talking about prescription strength testosterone, because the truth is, nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It'll help you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Have low T? Start for free this month only at Red Mountain. All you have to do is mention Gatos. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com. Red Mountain. Real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
KTAR Breaking News Alert.
President Donald Trump on social media saying that Israel and Iran have agreed to a complete and total ceasefire, which will be phased in over the next 24 hours. The president saying on Truth Social the ceasefire would bring an official end to the war, a major change in the hostilities that follow a U.S. strike over the weekend on 3 Iranian nuclear sites. You'll hear much more about this with Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos coming up starting at 4 o'clock. Get breaking news notifications right to your phone by downloading the KTAR News app, and for more, go to KTAR.com. A wrong-way driver killed in Mesa last night after driving in the wrong direction over westbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway near Stapley Road. The other driver involved in the crash taken to the hospital with critical injuries. An investigation into the cause of the crash still goes on, with authorities not yet ruling out impairment. Time to go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center now. Let's check in once again with Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. That crash at the 101 eastbound and Cave Creek has finally cleared, so things should be returning to normal there. However, still in the North Valley, Tatum and Thunderbird still slow in all directions. You might still want to detour around that due to an earlier crash of the motorcycle there. And another slow spot is a crash at 43rd Avenue and Glendale. Another area to avoid. That's slowing down that intersection in all directions as well. Traffic is brought to you by New Vision Auto Glass. Tired of looking through a cracked windshield? Get it replaced with New Vision Auto Glass and get up to $375 cash back. It's easy. They'll come to you. NewVisionAutoglass.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, I'm Bruce. Hey, it's Gatos. And together we are outspoken against hunger.
This summer, St. Mary's Food Bank will serve hundreds of thousands of meals to kids who usually rely on school for breakfast and lunch.
But they can't do it alone. Arizona families need our help.
Just $1 will provide 5 meals.
Our goal? 200,000 meals.
Whoa.
And it starts with you.
Hey, just text FOOD to 620-620 and donate today.
And together, we can change lives.
Message and data rates may apply.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Sometimes I struggle to get to sleep. My body stopped for the day, but my mind is still running. So I take ZQuil.
ZQuil, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, has a range of non-habit-forming products to fit you and your family's needs. Invest in a great night's sleep for the best you tomorrow.
I'm awake and ready to take on anything.
Better days start with ZQuil nights. Explore our products at ZQuil.com. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust Febreze car vent clips, featuring 3 distinct intensity settings, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing. Which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
How will the U.S. respond to the Iranians' missile attack in Qatar? We'll talk about that on the Mike Broomhead Show this morning, starting at 8:15.
Joining us in the studio now on the Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News, on air, online, on the KTAR News app, and streaming live on the KTAR News YouTube channel. The great Bruce St. James from Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. You guys had a big war room scheduled for today, and now there's no war for you to talk about. What are you going to even do?
Yeah, what are you going to do, right? Well, it's a war room. Do you see what I'm saying? It's yeah, I don't know. But do stay calm, because we have 3 hours of a show, and God knows how much breaking news can happen in 3 hours.
You aren't kidding.
Ceasefire could be done.
The Middle East. Oh my God!
Well, the ceasefire isn't supposed to go in effect for 6 hours.
Oh, so we're still at war.
So we're still at war. Yeah, I suppose if you look.
Still
at
a chance to drop a couple of bombs and.
Oh yeah, you got to fire off everything you didn't want. Get it up in the air.
The last licks, I think they call that.
Oh,
a little bit closer to home, I just saw a study from Alex Partners. They are automotive consultants. They said U.S. auto prices are up by almost $2,000 per vehicle because of the Trump tariffs. And they expect that's going to mean 1 million fewer new cars sold this year. So, Bruce, you're a car guy.
Yeah.
When do you think is going to be the next time that you buy a new car?
I don't know. I got to tell you, it is getting tough. And you know, I mean, it's not even one person to blame. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is aside from my friends that have dealerships. They're like, yeah, you see what it takes for us to, guess what we're paying. You don't know what you're paying. You see what it takes to get it off the truck. I think there has to be some sort of a correction in the price of vehicles. I think six-figure cars is just ridiculous for a lot of folks.
That blows my mind.
Yeah, like a truck, a regular. I mean, I was like, really? That's crazy.
It's mind-blowing. In fact, I just had some work done on mine today. Joe had to deal with my pain during rehearsal today. I had a breakaway. Just got a bill. My analog brake system went bad on my truck. $3,500 to fix it.
Yeah, and that's another thing where parts are through the roof, and we know they're coming from somewhere else. And so even like what may look like a routine or mundane or, gee, I just bumped into something with the fender, and they're like, it's $4,000. $4,000? Yeah. I just bumped into it. What are you talking about? Buff it out, for goodness sakes. But no, it doesn't work like that anymore.
Can't buff the brakes out, though.
Buff it out of your wallet.
Glad we got the ABS working on your vehicle. Yeah. God knows you'll need it.
I do, too. All right, Outspoken with Bruce St. James and Gatos in the very special war room discussing the latest that's going on in Iran is next. Joe Huizinga, anything to add?
Nope.
Thank God. Back again tomorrow, 2 o'clock. Chris and Joe Show, KTAR News.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Every success you've had began with a great opportunity. Now there's another one. Last aid year, University of Maryland Global Campus awarded over $21 million in scholarships to qualified students, including community college students, service members, veterans, and working adults. Now is the time to move your career forward with an online and accredited skills-based education. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chef.
Get a $15 prepaid MasterCard after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
An illegal alien from Guatemala charged with raping a child in Massachusetts. An MS-13 gang member from El Salvador accused of murdering a Texas man. A Venezuelan charged with filming and selling child pornography in Michigan. These are just some of the heinous migrant criminals caught because of President Donald J. Trump's leadership. I'm Kristi Noem, the United States Secretary of Homeland Security. Under President Trump, attempted illegal border crossings are at the lowest levels ever recorded, and over 100,000 illegal aliens have been arrested. If you are here illegally, you're next. You will be fined nearly $1,000 a day, imprisoned, and deported. You will never return. But if you register using our CBP Home app and leave now, you could be allowed to return legally. Do what's right. Leave now. Under President Trump, America's laws, border, and families will be protected.
Sponsored by the United States Department of Homeland Security.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. The month of June at Tombstone Tactical is incredible. Two great manufacturers are being featured, Mossberg and Maxim Defense. So whether you're looking for a shotgun, a reliable rifle, cutting-edge PDW, it doesn't matter. They've got deals to match all of your needs. Mossberg, legendary lineup, price to move. Maxim Defense, firearms on sale. If you're ready to upgrade your setup, look for the compact firepower at Tombstone Tactical, located on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Dunlap and Peoria, at tombstonetactical.com.
Pay tribute to a teacher, presented by Your Valley Toyota dealers. We want to lift up amazing Arizona teachers. So tell us about an outstanding teacher worthy of a $2,500 check by texting teacher to 620-620. Message and data rates may apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 4 o'clock. I'm Bill O'Neill. Let's go ahead and start with the latest on the conflict between Israel and Iran.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Michelle Franzen. After nearly 12 days of intense airstrikes, Israel and Iran have reportedly agreed to a ceasefire. President Trump making that announcement in a social media post. The de-escalation coming after the U.S. carried out unprecedented missile strikes inside Iran, targeting 3 nuclear facilities, and Iran responding today, launching missiles at a U.S. base in Qatar. Those missiles were intercepted, the U.S. says, and there were no casualties. ABC's Christian Cordero has more on the terms of the ceasefire, expected to begin in less than 6 hours.
President Trump announcing that Iran will initiate the first 12-hour ceasefire. Israel will follow with the second 12-hour ceasefire. And after that initial 24 hours, the war will officially be declared ended, in the president's words.
President Trump, in a post, went on to praise both Israel and Iran, he says, for having the stamina, courage, and intelligence to end what should be called the 12-day war. This is ABC News.
Meanwhile, Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego is speaking on the recent military action between the U.S. and Iran. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center with more.
Gallego talked with KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos about President Trump's weekend strike against Iranian nuclear sites. He says it should have been discussed before Congress, but adds,
there's nothing illegal about it, but I still think, of course, if he is an investor in the country, he should have come and talked to us ahead of time to actually put the case together.
And he believes the operation will be a success if the situation does not escalate, and the U.S. is confirmed to have taken out Iran's nuclear capabilities, which Gallegos says is not confirmed.
But let's hope it's a good scenario. I think the most important thing we as Democrats should want is that we should want that the president was successful with this mission. I disagree that he took it.
Live in the news center, Ballin over Stoles, KTAR News.
And you'll hear much more from the senator when he joins Outspoken at 5:30 this afternoon.
Eyes on Education.
The Empowerment Scholarship Account Handbook approved today with a vote of 8-1, but some parents not happy about the State Board of Education's vote. KTAR's education reporter Shira Tanzer spoke to a parent who opposes the new voucher rules. Here's what she said.
Angela Faber has a special education child in the ESA program and says the new changes to the handbook will be a detriment to the kids who need the funding.
I'm opposing it because it's really devastating for SPED students. They're not following the current statutes and rules. They're just randomly making up denials.
The new handbook will not have limits on spending for laptops and other technological purchases. Also new this year, special education teachers will be able to vouch for students' purchases to increase approval rates. Live in the news center, Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
A more than $1 billion measure to improve Chase Field passing the Arizona House today. That after the same piece of legislation passed through the Arizona Senate Thursday night. Legislation now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk. In a statement, the governor says, "I'm thrilled that the legislature has passed a bill that will keep the Diamondbacks in Phoenix and create good-paying jobs. This is a huge win for every Arizonan."
Durant driving on Hardaway. Pull-up jumper.
Kevin Durant's time in the Valley coming to an end. The Phoenix Suns shipping KD to the Houston Rockets in exchange for Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, a number 10 overall pick in this week's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. Vince Marotta, Suns PA announcer and host of the Bickley and Marotta Show on Arizona Sports, says while the return for Durant is underwhelming, the Suns were never going to get equal value.
They get 2 starting caliber players who don't necessarily fit ultimately with this roster that's already in place, but it represents a new fresh start for the Suns, and I think at a time that they really need one.
Marotta expects the Suns to continue to make moves before next season. Time now to go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. In Phoenix, we got a crash on the 17 and Westcott, and that's actually going to be on the frontage road, and this is just north of Union Hills. The right lane is open. You got the wreck in the left lane and also a vehicle off to the shoulder there to look out for. In Phoenix, we got a crash at 43rd Avenue in Glendale, and that's fouling up traffic in all directions. And due to an earlier crash with a motorcycle in North Phoenix at Tatum and Thunderbird, it is slow still in all directions there. Traffic is brought to you by MistingMasters.com. Enjoy your backyard by installing Misters or fog systems. 10% off for 1 year, same as cash, this month only. Go to MistingMasters.com for full details. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear and 77 overnight, mostly sunny tomorrow with a high of 104. Bright and sunny right now, 101 in Phoenix. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos presents The War Room, a political symposium cutting through the noise from the Arizona State Capitol to Washington, D.C. The War Room starts now.
That's right. We have a special edition, 4 o'clock, The War Room. And we're going to talk about war. My goodness.
War Room.
Thanks, everybody, for joining us. We're going to have a full hour of The War Room. It's all about Iran and the United States and Israel. So let's get to our panel. We've got former Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon, a Republican. Good to see you again, sir.
Thank you.
We've got co-founder of Lumen Strategies and Democratic strategist Stacey Pearson. Hi, Stacey.
Hello.
And we've got KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson. Good to see you, Bear.
Good to see you guys.
All right, so over the last couple of days, let's see. Trump bombed Iran Saturday. Today's Monday. Iran super weak retaliation did nothing. And then a couple hours after that, ceasefire. So it's over, right?
See you guys later.
And
they don't have a very strong footing. I mean, they are as weak as they've been
ever
since I've been alive.
Yep. Really?
Yeah.
All right. So, I mean, so Iran says we don't know anything about a ceasefire. The president of the United States says it's going to happen.
In 6 hours, it goes into effect.
Okay.
So Trump declared a ceasefire, but nobody else knows about it?
No,
apparently there was a little miscommunication.
Oh.
I believe the Iranians have
acknowledge that there's a ceasefire now.
No, you read the secret.
Have
He's
they
just
agreed
going to
to
will
it?
it into existence. It'll be fine.
All right, so why don't we start from the beginning?
Okay, I don't even know where's the beginning of this?
The beginning is clear. The beginning was...
You going back to Babylonia, like where you
I
started?
was at the birth of Christ or before that. Where are we starting?
Installation of the Shah.
2025 years
How far
ago?
back you want to go?
I say we go back to Saturday and we start there.
Okay.
right.
Trump decides, okay, I'm not going to take 2 weeks.
I don't think he ever was going
I
to
don't think so either.
I think he knew when he
Yeah,
said
yeah.
he was going 2 weeks. He
Wink,
wasn't
wink.
that he was going to bomb.
Well, that's absolutely true because
Yes.
now they have reports behind the scenes that he was
In order to put a mission together like that,
right.
He had to know when he said
exactly.
So the 2 weeks was a total ruse.
It was a ruse.
Okay,
I'm okay with that.
Let's start with Stacey. Are you surprised Trump decided to take out Iran's nuclear program? Was that a smart move for the world, for our country?
In 2018, he took us out of the agreement. So this was always on the horizon. I mean, we stopped inspecting. We stopped looking at facilities. We always were in a...
It was a bad deal.
It was a bad deal. I wish I could do that voice better.
Okay.
Actually, I don't wish I could do that.
You don't
Actually, I
need to.
don't.
Oh my goodness.
But we were always flying blind, more blind than we had been.
So was it a smart move? No. So why is it such a bad move? Because when I look at it, if we've destroyed their nuclear facilities and we've taken the bomb, out of their arsenal, how is that bad?
So I have a journalism degree. So
I don't.
I don't. What I'm worried about is cutting 80,000 jobs from the VA and putting troops in combat again. Like we are doing two things that are so diametrically opposed. And there are, even if the bombs in Qatar didn't connect today,
right.
People were fleeing. Americans were fleeing. They were
We
hiding
evacuated a base and put people in belt bunkers.
So
and stuff.
and we're doing nothing to support the American military or the infrastructure, the actual people. We want a guy who just had troops sleeping on floors in Los Angeles, California, organizing where our troops are going to go next. That scares the bejesus out of me.
I want to push back on something Gato said.
Go ahead.
I do not know, and nor has it been shown that we obliterated, destroyed.
Just from what Trump said.
Right.
And
well, I tend not to believe him.
The 4-minute speech that he did on Saturday night when he said we obliterated them, but in a lot of the reports that have been done since then, you noted that J.D. Vance did not say obliterated.
Nobody else said obliterated.
No, nobody else said obliterated. They've said significant damage.
We may have knocked it back. We may have made him move it around. We may have delayed it, but it didn't end it. The nuclear program.
We have not ended the nuclear program, but we have severely slowed it down.
Barry Markson is smirking over there. What are you smirking about?
I'm smirking because over the weekend, I think on Sunday, I think it was J.D. Vance did an interview, and he said that we severely damaged the nuclear system and stuff. And the guy said, well, Trump said it's obliterated. And he said, well, what's the difference between obliterated and damaged? And the host was like, what? The definition of words.
There is a difference.
What's the difference between those two gentlemen? One served, one didn't.
Well, that's
one
true,
had
too.
bone spurs.
But here's what I'm going to say is, and I'm no big fan of Trump, but I will tell you, it's going to be difficult if this is it. If this is all Iran does in responding to this, and we get to some kind of a peace deal pretty quickly with Israel and everything, and it looks like that's about to happen, it's pretty difficult to look at just this and say
it wasn't worth it.
Yeah. I mean, you took out
I hope that's the case
a
for
terrorist
all of us.
nation that has just been terrorizing the world for 40 years, and the United States specifically, and we've taken away their ability to have a nuclear weapon. I don't know how you look at this and say that's not a huge win.
They have been if they are part of the axis of evil, they're the hub.
Yeah.
I mean, they are bad dudes, and when you look at our soldiers that are coming home in wheelchairs and some of them that don't come home at all, the fact is those roadside bombs, they came from Iran. And Iran has been pursuing nuclear weapons.
30
yes,
years.
they say they're for peaceful purposes. You know when they're lying, their lips move. The fact is they've been lying for a long, long, long time. Clear back when I was in Congress, I left in 2017.
Yeah.
The intel said that they were just years away.
The Intel has said they're years away now, though, for 30 years.
I know, Bruce.
This is...
But the fact is that you cannot, even if the intel said that they were 20 years away, they were hell bent on getting to a nuclear situation. And
I don't disagree with that.
There is no way.
I just don't think they're going to stop.
There is no way on God's green earth that you can allow that to go unchecked.
But somebody told us Iraq was also years away, right?
But I'm going to tell you, the UN, something changed over the last couple of weeks. The UN, which is, by the way, no fan of Israel, the UN came out and said they're incredibly close to being able to do this. They're violating the agreement. They're enriching uranium at a much faster pace, and they are on the verge of having a nuclear weapon. That's not the United States. It's not Israel. It's the UN. And when they said that, that's a change. And if you look at what they've been doing, what the UN's been tracking, is they were kind of slow playing the enrichment of uranium for a long, long, long time. Yeah. And over the last couple of months, they ramped it up like from here to here. Like I'm putting my hand all the way up.
Because that's all they've got.
Yeah.
I mean, when it gets right down to it, they don't have a sound economy.
Yeah.
They don't have a strong military. Other than that, it's like it was a Hail Mary. Israel's
decimated them. Took out almost all of their proxies.
That's right.
Took out most of their defenses at home.
3 chiefs of staff in 10 days.
Yeah. I think they've shown them to how weak the Iranian military complex is, I guess you could say.
Right.
And nothing like what anybody thought.
Let me jump in real quick. We're inside the War Room. It is a special 4 o'clock edition. We've got Matt Salmon. We've got Stacey Pearson. We've got Barry Markson. I'm going to push back on Bruce now.
Ooh.
Okay, so Bruce, a second ago we were talking about, was it a strike? Was it a complete obliteration?
Did we obliterate their nuclear program?
How do we use 14 bunker busters and not obliterate what they were intending to do?
Because you assume you're bombing the right place.
That's exactly the point.
Did they have time to get stuff out?
We know that facility was a significant producer, but we don't know that it was the only one.
Well, there were 3.
Right, there's 3,
right.
but we also don't know that they didn't move a lot of that stockpile.
That's the
report.
There's reports that there were trucks moving last week. Moving, well, we don't know what was in the trucks.
Moving materials.
That report came from Iran, so I choose not to believe what Iran is saying. Is there a chance? Sure, there's a chance.
Well, we totally told them what we were going to do. They're not idiots. If they had anything they could move, they put it in trucks and got it out of there.
An entire nuclear. You can't move an entire nuclear facility.
No, you just move the uranium.
You can't move. That's right. You can't move the whole facility.
Put the uranium in trucks and move it on.
Yeah,
but as far as we always get more centrifuges.
It's a little
I think
volatile.
we pretty safely can believe that we knocked a lot of that out, most of it out.
Yeah.
It set them back a while for sure.
That's going to back them up.
Let's hope.
At least 2 years, 2 to 5 years.
Show me where we did this. I mean, I have an inordinate number of family and loved ones who served in Kosovo and Bosnia and Iraq and Afghanistan. And just show us some pictures, please.
Well, we have to get on the ground. I mean, it's underground. You have to go.
Fair.
You have to get people there.
Literally.
Israel's probably there right now making
and they've
lunch.
got the pockmarks,
well,
right?
and they've done a really, really good job
keeping
it from everybody's view. And in fact, that's been part of the problem.
You mean Iran has?
Yes.
Yeah. By being 200-300 feet underground. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Where you don't know exactly what it looks like. I don't think anybody, no one can tell you definitively what it looks like.
Even those
300
UN
feet underground.
inspectors that have been able to see what they've been able to see, I'm not sure that they've been showed everything.
In the span of 3 days, hopefully we've taken out their nuclear facility.
Hopefully.
We hope. Okay. Iran hit back at us, which was super weak today.
Right.
No one hurt in the barracks.
And they warned us in advance it was coming.
They warned us in advance it was coming, which means we're just doing this to save face.
Yeah,
and then there's a ceasefire.
And didn't we take out all the missiles before they even hit the target?
None landed in Qatar.
None. Okay.
I mean, if it is true that we took out their nuclear facilities and it's over, it's a huge win for Trump.
God bless America.
It's a huge win.
If that is a fact, then it was a stupendous move.
Yep.
All right.
Absolutely amazing.
All right, we're inside the War Room. We've got former Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon. We've got Democratic strategist Stacey Pearson. And we've got our legal analyst, Barry Markson.
I think we're lucky to have former Congressman Salmon in here because we're going to start with you. Was Trump right about not telling a single Democrat about the airstrikes in Iran? And have you been on the receiving end of that? We'll talk about it next inside the War Room on KTAR.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:17, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. Reports of new blasts happening in Tehran as about an hour after President Donald Trump said on social media that Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and total ceasefire to be phased in over 24 hours. The president saying on Truth Social that the ceasefire would bring an official end to the war, a major change in hostilities following a U.S. strike over the weekend on 3 Iranian nuclear sites. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors applauding a nearly $4 billion budget that cuts the overall property tax rate, but does not include cuts to programs or services. The property tax rate decreasing slightly by 0.37% also includes investments in public safety, parks, and elections. All of our top stories coming up at 4:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get another check on those roads now with Heather Larson live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. We got a crash at I-17 in Westcott. That's on the frontage road. That's just north of Union Hills. The traffic there is moving in the right lane, but not the left. So get over to the right. In Glendale, we've got a wreck with a pedestrian at 49th Avenue and Bethany Home Road, slowing down the westbound Bethany Home Road end of things as it approaches the 60. In Phoenix, another crash at 43rd Avenue in Glendale. That's still slowing down that intersection. And another one in Phoenix due to a much earlier crash with a motorcycle. It still has the intersection slow in all directions at Tatum and Thunderbird. Traffic is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE, refractive lens exchange, no readers, glasses, cataracts, or contacts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. K2VisionRLE.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
This portion of the show brought to you by Parker & Sons AC Plumbing and Electrical, celebrating 50 years of helping our customers and community. Call Parker. There is a bit of a debate going on. Coming up a little bit later on the show, we're going to talk to Senator Ruben Gallego about this. What role does Congress play in starting a war, possibly starting a war, military action, and does the president have any responsibility to inform members of Congress, specifically members of the other party? Because apparently that did not happen over the weekend, and we have former Congressman Matt Salmon in here. I can only imagine during all, we were looking it up, I'm not lying, your years in Congress, there are plenty of instances of military action that happened during your years in Congress.
And almost virtually the exact same thing happened. I served under Clinton and I served under Obama.
Yeah.
And you mentioned some of the wars, Kosovo, Bosnia. And when, there were many things militarily that Clinton did without getting Congress's permission. The same thing with Obama when he attacked Syria.
Yeah. Drone strikes and things like that.
Yeah. So there was no permission from Congress. And let's get real. I mean, yes, the Constitution says very clearly in Article 1, Section 8, that Congress and Congress alone has the ability to declare war. But then again, in Article 2, it gives the president the title as Commander-in-Chief. And so in recent years, we really haven't had a declared war since World War II.
The last time we declared war
let
was
that sink in.
Yeah, so Vietnam, they were not wars.
Contain no war.
Here's a big difference, though.
Barry Markson.
And Matt's right. But in those times that you just mentioned, I'm pretty sure the president spoke with the Gang of Eight, the leadership on both sides of Congress and both parties, and that's not happening right now. Right. I saw a couple people from the Gang of Eight talking about before the strike and after, saying nobody ever contacted us. Now they're saying, Trump's administration, by the way, saying we tried to call Hakeem Jeffries before and he didn't pick up, and we called Schumer and
we left a message.
But it's
shot a text.
Calling him right before it happens.
Hey, call me.
The idea is you're supposed to
had him on
consult.
Telegram.
Yeah.
And that concerns me a bit because you don't want. We talk about the authoritarianism of Trump. The last thing we want is Trump treating our military like it's his personal army and not involving Congress. I'm not saying you have to have approval, but they should at least be involving both parties and letting them know in advance.
I don't disagree.
Let me get you in a sec. Special edition of the War Room. If you're just tuning in, there's Matt Salmon. We've got Democratic strategist Stacey Pearson. We've got Barry Markson, our legal analyst. Go ahead, Matt.
So I don't disagree with what Barry just said. I think that ultimately, if you enter into what is going to ultimately constitute a long-term military effort where lives are going to be, put at stake, American lives are going to be put at stake, you need not just the Congress, you need the people of the United States behind this endeavor.
So why did Congress not vote on Iraq? Afghanistan. We were in Afghanistan for 20 years.
Right. And ultimately,
not a war.
No,
there's a workaround.
And that's the point that has to be made.
Yeah.
That one of my really, really close and dear friends has just recently filed a bill. It goes back to the War Powers Act in 1973.
Is that Mr. Massey?
Yeah, Thomas Massey. He's actually a really dear friend of mine, and he's a great guy. But the fact is, as we go forward, I think that, we need to get back to remembering when the entire Congress stood on the Capitol Hill steps after the attack of 9/11, and they locked arms and saying, "God bless America." We've got to have that kind of support going forward if we're going to be successful.
Let me ask Stacey Pearson, Democratic strategist. So the way Trump handled this politically, didn't tell a single Democrat. I think you have to have some sort of secrecy when it comes to a mission like this. And he obviously held it close to the vest. A lot of Democrats are saying he did something illegal. I don't see anything illegal here. So why is that their position that Trump did something illegal here?
So illegal, immoral, inappropriate, all of that remains to be seen.
Okay.
What the Democrats need to pivot to is in his big, beautiful bill, go get more funding for the VA.
Yeah.
You want, let's go. You need leverage. You have leverage right now in the fact that America is holding its breath, hoping that this tones down and doesn't escalate.
Ceasefire sticks, et cetera. Yeah.
Right. But
80,000 jobs are being cut at the VA. Go get this back.
I don't remember Obama bombing Libya and the Republicans going
you guys
crazy.
mind? Yeah.
Well, I don't remember that. So why are the Democrats doing that now to Donald Trump other than they hate the guy and everything he does is wrong?
Because we live in instant messaging.
I think
it's Twitter. It's
So it was okay under Obama that he didn't tell anybody.
I think
but Trump does
you
it.
have to
I
think there were.
Why should you tell? Marjorie Taylor Greene's mad at him even.
First of all, Obama did tell the Gang of Eight. So it's different than what happened here. But the other part is there were Republicans who didn't like that Obama was doing that.
Yeah.
There were Republicans who stepped up.
There were Democrats that didn't.
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be that. But the fact is, generally, the party of the other, the party that's in power who has the presidency, they kind of let it go. And then when it's a different guy in office, all of a sudden it's a problem that you didn't come to Congress and get authority. It's silly.
It's kind of like the Democrats now in the Senate that all wanted to get rid of the filibuster, thanking God every day they got the filibuster.
There is
I mean, it's weird, right? It depends on date and time and who's in control.
Yeah.
The other thing I'll say, and we're not talking about this, but the other folks who, when we've done things like this in the past, the United States goes to either the United Nations for the big one with Iraq, but we go to our allies and we talk to them and tell them what we're doing. And there's no indication that any of that happened here other than Israel knowing that we didn't go to anybody. No. We went this alone. And that's a bit unusual. We usually get some international support for what we're about to do, and that didn't happen at all.
We're inside the War Room. That was KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson. Of course, we have the co-founder, Lumen Strategies, and a Democratic strategist, Stacey Pearson, and former Arizona Congressman Matt Salmon in the War Room, the special edition of it. Up next, is Trump on board with regime change in Iran? Does he want to make Iran great again? We'll talk about it next inside the War Room on KTAR. Joining us now in studio, Governor Katie Hobbs.
If Joe Biden had not let in 10 million people, I don't think we'd see ICE arresting people at a Home Depot.
I don't disagree with you that Biden was bad on the border, but we've seen story after story after story that activity on the border is very quiet now. Yeah. And yet the president continues to go after people that are just living their lives instead of what he promised to do and go after violent criminals.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Talk to the governor in a KTAR exclusive every other week. If you missed the live conversation, get it on the KTAR YouTube channel, on the KTAR News app, or at KTAR.com.
Hey, let's get you a Kinetico system. Kinetico is the only home improvement that everyone in your home will use every day. It'll pay for itself in 24 months. You'll be saving electricity on your water heater. You're going to cut your soap and cleaning product use, and you're going to save thousands in plumbing and appliance damage. Plus, you can stop having bottled water delivered. You can stop going and purchasing bottled water, which really is just tap water. It's cold, and they say it tastes better. Call Kinetico. I personally use Kinetico. I've had one for almost 20 years. You know, if you're still not sure, call Kinetico and say, hey, listen, can you come out to my house, test my water, and not charge me? And they'll say yes. And then they'll tell you about a Kinetico system. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. You can check them out at aquazona.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Hey, it's Mike Rohn. If I have a choice, I like to do business with companies that actually stand for something. That's why I switched from Verizon to Pure Talk. No offense to Verizon, I'm sure they stand for something. I just don't know what it is. Pure Talk, on the other hand, is a veteran-owned company that supports our military in a big way, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I also appreciate unlimited talk and text and plenty of data for half the cost of the big guys, and I do like being on America's most dependable 5G network for just $20 a month, but what I really appreciate is no contract, no cancellation fees, and Pure Talk's commitment to handle all their customer service in this country. I saw it for myself. I went to Georgia, I got a tour of their headquarters, I met their CEO, and I talked to the same customer service folks that you'll talk to when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Switch today and save 50% off your first month when you dial pound 250 and say keyword micro. Pure Talk. A wireless company that actually stands for something.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
KTAR News now.
At 4:31, good afternoon. I'm Bill O'Neill. President Donald Trump on social media says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire. The president branding the conflict the 12 days war.
President Trump announcing that Iran will initiate the first 12-hour ceasefire. Israel will follow with the second 12-hour ceasefire. And after that initial 24 hours, the war will officially be declared ended, in the president's words.
ABC's Christian Cordero reporting from Washington. Senator Ruben Gallego reacting to the U.S. striking the Iranian nuclear sites over the weekend and Iran's retaliatory strikes today. He tells KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
I'm against bombing Iran until I know full details about exactly what was the reasoning we had to do it right now. You have to explain to me why we gave up on the option of having a peaceful outcome.
He does say if we manage to take out their nuclear program fully and there's no more escalation, the operation was a success. But Senator Gallego says there are many unknowns. Catch the full interview this evening at 5:30 here on KTAR. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Maricopa County approving a nearly $4 billion budget for fiscal year 2026. KTAR's Heidi Hommel live in the News Center now to tell us what's in it.
It cuts the overall property tax rate by 0.37%, bringing it to less than 1.5%. Chairman Thomas Galvin says they did not have to cut programs or services either.
And I'm proud to say that Maricopa County has cut the overall tax rate for 5 years in a row, and this is the fourth budget I'm voting on, which has included an overall tax rate cut in every single one of the 4 budgets.
He adds nearly half of the budget invests in public safety by giving pay raises to sheriff's deputies, dispatchers, and emergency operators. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Well, the Arizona House, today approving a more than $1 billion measure to improve Chase Field. The stadium's lease expires at the end of the season in 2027. Vince Marotta, the host of Bickley and Marotta Show on Arizona Sports, says the deal secures the team in Phoenix.
It seemed a little bit perilous because of what we've seen around Major League Baseball as well. You know, the A's relocating after 20 years of battling for a new stadium. They broke ground on a new place in Vegas today. I think it was certainly headed in that direction. I can't say it was perilously close.
The legislation now goes on to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk. In a statement, the governor says this is a huge win for every Arizonan. Read the details of the deal at arizonasports.com. D-backs President and CEO Derek Hall calls the passage of the bill a monumental victory for baseball and Diamondbacks fans when the governor signs it. Hall says now the team can shift its focus to a lease extension negotiation with the county. Time for a check on those roads with Heather Larson, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. In Phoenix, we've got a wreck with a pedestrian. Avoid the area of 75th Avenue in Encanto. Traffic currently slow on Encanto eastbound. In Glendale, another wreck with a pedestrian at 49th Avenue and Bethany Home Road, affecting the westbound approach to the 60. A crash at 43rd Avenue in Glendale. That's been going on for a while, and the intersection is just still slow in all directions. The same thing in Phoenix at Tatum and Thunderbird. There was an earlier crash a couple hours ago with a motorcycle, still causing problems there as they clear that. Traffic is brought to you by your Valley Chevy dealers. This 4th of July, celebrate family fun and the freedom to save during the Valley Chevy July 4th event going on now. Find spectacular offers now at Freeway Chevrolet in Chandler today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear in 77 tonight, mostly sunny, 104 tomorrow, 101 right now in Mesa. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
All right, yes, it's 4:35, and yes, it's a Monday, but we have a special edition of the War Room. After everything that has transpired with Israel and Iran and the United States. Programming note, 5 o'clock, Mondays with Megyn. Megyn McCain will join us. She will weigh in on this. 5:30, Senator Ruben Gallego. He will join us and weigh in on this. But currently, we are in the war room. We've got former Arizona Congressman, Republican Matt Salmon. We've got Democratic strategist Stacey Pearson. And we also have KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson. The news of the day is there's a ceasefire. It seems Israel and Iran agreed to it. It's going to happen in the next few hours. We'll see how that goes. You know, what's interesting to me is that the Trump, I'm going to take 2 weeks, total ruse. We see all the planted stories about Trump needed more time. I'm changing my mind. I'm going back. Maybe that was a brilliant misdirection. What do we think of this ceasefire? Because over the weekend, Trump was talking about making Iran great again and having a regime change, right?
What color are those hats going to be?
So, like, if he's talking regime change Sunday, today there's a ceasefire. If you're Iran and you're like, oh, they're lulling us into this thing. Israel's going to whack us. U.S. is going to whack us. Do we buy the ceasefire?
Yeah, I think it's going to be a ceasefire.
We buy the ceasefire.
Israel said they were getting ready to finish up. They've bombed what they need to bomb. You know, the interesting thing with the regime changes, we haven't seen the Ayatollah since Saturday. I mean,
he's in hiding at best, right?
But he hasn't even, from a filming stage, he hasn't even filmed something saying we're coming after the Americans. I mean, there's been no sign of him at all.
There's supposed to be some secret unit that we don't know about that's guarding him.
But he's 86 years old. He's losing it a little bit from the reports. And
so 7 years older than our president. Yeah. FYI.
Well, yeah, but it's
7 whole years.
Look, if there's going to be a regime change in Iran, it's going to have to come from inside Iran. It's not going to be. We're not going to send troops in, and I hope we don't. We're not going to go in there and do this ourselves. I think we've hopefully learned our lesson.
Regime change wars don't make sense.
Well, I was just going to ask if anyone could tell me the last time we tried regime change and it turned out well.
It's a good question.
We do it when the CIA does it and it's secret and we don't even know what's happening.
Well, you say that, but they did that in Iran. And it led to the revolution.
That's right. And the Shah getting deposed.
The devil there's something to be said about the adage.
Careful what you wish for.
Yeah. President Trump is going to have to go back to the message, and his people are going to have to just beat it into him that this was all about stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon and nothing about regime
But if the regime doesn't change, does their nuclear ambitions change? Do you see what I'm saying? Like, if it's still the same Ayatollah, the same people, are they going to be more emboldened, or are they going to be afraid of what happened?
I think they've been beat so low at this point that they just don't have any cards left to play. The whole endeavor to go after the nuclear weapon was a Hail Mary in the first place, and I think that they realize they've been outplayed.
Don't you think that Iran is just begging to get into a meeting and a negotiation because they have nowhere else to go?
Did you ever see the movie The Mouse That Roared?
Yes,
remember with Peter Sellers, it was a great movie. But by the way, they got into the war with the United States because they realized the reparations.
Yeah, they wanted to lose.
They wanted to lose
so they could get all the money.
Yeah, like the Marshall Plan. And maybe the people in Iran are thinking the same thing.
Well, okay, so you say the people in Iran. Who's this idea we talk about a regime change if it were to happen? Who's next? What's up next?
He's named 3 people who
he likes.
Well, he said here's who it should be chosen from, and then the group, whatever his group of people there would pick from those 3. But a few years ago there were huge uprisings in Iran. There were people in the streets, and it was a huge thing.
They shot them, didn't they?
They need that again.
Yeah.
And really, the only way this happens is if a bunch of people inside the top levels of government inside come in and say we're taking this over, we're done with this, and they get the military. Iran has actually
we assume they still like us, or they
do
like us.
It'll be better.
I mean, that's the assumption.
Up until we started bombing them, I have friends that have been there many times, and the people have great regard for the United States.
But Iran has become much more of a military type dictatorship than a religious one. The religions are still there, but the military really controls things. So the only way it works
have the asset that is oil. Which is
they have a lot of money.
Which is going to make them a target for any one of the other folks that do not like us, be it China, be it Russia.
You just need like a George Washington type person to come in and say, I'm in the military, I make a bunch of money, I'm in on the corruption, I get whatever I want, I live a great lifestyle. I'm going to set that aside, and I'm going to lead us to a place where we can have some sort of elections, and we can have a normal, and we can live in the rest of the world. And just
can I throw another wrench
into
this?
Go ahead.
No, don't do that. It's so nice.
For their own national interests. China, Russia, they don't want to see regime change. North Korea,
of course,
they don't want to see regime change.
That's exactly the point.
They like the regime right now, and it's benefiting them financially.
You know what's better than having a nuke is having a friend with a nuke. Like, that's the issue that we're facing in Iran. Like,
I can guarantee you, though, Stacey, that Xi Jinping has lost he's had a lot of sleepless nights over Kim Jong-un and his
that's enough to give you the indigestion.
Right.
Kim Jong-un.
So be careful what you wish for.
No, that's true.
But they really do. The oil that Iran produces, a lot of it's going 40-some-odd% goes to China.
Right.
And you got to believe on some level they're in their own national interest.
And that's why I know, one of the things that's out there on the table, closing the straits of Hormuz, that's probably not going to happen because that would hurt China more than anybody.
We're going to get to that coming up in just a second,
yeah,
right?
Let's dig into that.
Yeah, I think so.
Will we see $11 a gallon gas because of the unrest in the Middle East? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, Red Mountain Weight Loss. I want you to call them. I want you to mention Gatos. And, there are numerous ways on how they can help you. You can lose weight, certainly. Red Mountain Weight Loss is amazing. They've got RM3. It's their signature medication. It's available only at Red Mountain. You need a prescription, but it's incredible. You can certainly, go with different types of weight loss. Wegovy, they've got everything in stock when it comes to certain prescriptions like that. But also, how about low T? Guys, real testosterone. Prescribed by the doctors at Red Mountain Weight Loss. A lot of men are suffering from low T than ever before. Maybe, it's you. You got some stress, a poor diet, lifestyle, serious health concern. So what do? Go to Red Mountain, talk to their doctors. Their experienced medical team has helped people optimize their hormones for over 30 years now. They can help you too. So book your free video consultation with their licensed doctor right now. If you have low T, you can start for free this month, only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Just go and check them out at redmountainweightloss.com.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Here's a scenario I think that we can all relate to here in Arizona. Driving down I-10, minding your own business. And bam! A rock cracks your windshield. That could ruin your whole day. But take a breath. Rocks happen. I mean, we basically live in a pile of rocks anyway. Call or visit newvisionautoglass.com and see if you qualify to get up to $375 cash back. That's pretty much free money. Okay, so let's run down the checklist. Mobile service? Check. New Vision Auto Glass comes to you. Your insurance rates stay the same. Check. See, Arizona's a no-fault state. So if you're properly covered, no raising of insurance rates and no cost to you. And the best part, right after New Vision replaces your windshield, they'll give you instant cash back of up to $375. And that ends the checklist. Also, because you had a monkey wrench thrown in your day, New Vision Auto Glass wants to treat you to dinner. Every customer gets a free all-you-can-eat buffet voucher from the famous Brazilian steakhouse Rodizio Grill. So call 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com, a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
At Midwestern University Therapy Institute, they take the time to get to know you. I'm Jim Sharp, and their students and faculty providers offer affordable, unhurried, and thorough therapy care. Experience the Midwestern difference for your family's physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech therapy, and clinical psychology services. In Glendale, just off the 101 on 59th Avenue. Visit MWUclinics.com to learn more or schedule an appointment. Midwestern University Clinics, your family's home for healthcare.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:45, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. President Donald Trump declaring the 12-day war between Israel and Iran is likely ending in a ceasefire, validating the strategic gamble of a devastating U.S. airstrike over the weekend on 3 Iranian nuclear sites, though new explosions were heard in Tehran about an hour after the president posted that information on Truth Social. We'll hear much more about this conflict when U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego joins Outspoken coming up at 5:30 this afternoon. A divided U.S. Supreme Court will allow the Trump administration to restart swift removals of migrants to countries other than their homelands, lifting for now a court order requiring they get a chance to challenge the deportations. The high court majority did not detail its reasoning, the action coming after immigration officials put 8 people on a plane to South Sudan back in May. All of our top stories coming up at 5 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check on traffic now with Heather Larson live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. The main story right now is the 101 southbound in Scottsdale being the major spot of slowing on the Valley freeways. Now, that's going to be slow from McDonald Drive down to McKellips. That is because there was an accident reported at McKellips, although the biggest spot of slowing is at McDowell Road. And then a couple of intersections in the Valley surface streets that are a little slow right now due to earlier crashes. You might want to avoid these because they're still slow after a couple hours. One is 43rd Avenue in Glendale, and the other is Tatum and Thunderbird. Traffic is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. For a limited time, we're offering a free travertine deck upgrade on every Dolphin Pools package. To learn more, visit dolphinpools.us today. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, it's Pat. So I went for ice cream the other night, and they had 48 flavors. I couldn't decide. Well, the Valley Toyota dealers have put me in that same position. They have 19 hybrid models to choose from, more than any other brand. How could you choose? Like the ice cream shop, I had to test all 19. Unlike the ice cream shop, I didn't go home with a bellyache, so that's a small win.
Get the all-hybrid Camry with 4.99% 60-month financing. Or get a gas or hybrid Tacoma with 4.75% 60-month financing. Even get low 2.99% financing for up to 72 months on any new Tundra. With great deals like this, now's the perfect time to visit your Valley Toyota dealer or valleytoyotadealers.com. Toyota, let's go places. 4.99% with 1887 and 4.75% with 1776 per thousand borrowed for 60 months. 2.99% with 1519 per thousand borrowed for 72 months. Offers end 6/30/25. See dealer for details.
I'm with Tim from Moving Team 6. We're talking about their mission and what they mean in the community. You do a lot in hiring vets as well. If a veteran's looking for work, into the training portal for you guys, and what's the thought process behind that?
Well, a lot of them, there's some vets that are, we have some that are retired, but most of them are the younger guys that put in like 4 years. They learned some of the trucking type stuff in the industry as far as when they were in the Army or Air Force or Navy. It makes a nice fit for us, and a lot of them are really disciplined. So like if you look at some of the vets that we have, they don't miss a day. They're just so dialed in.
When you guys moved me, there was a veteran on the crew, and he was such a great guy, and it was nice to make that connection with somebody, and you could see it. It's that dedication to getting the job done. It was pretty cool.
I think that's so important, and that's what we're looking for. Be respectful of people, and I think it's exciting, too, because when we do a move for veterans, they appreciate it so much, too, because we're helping out their fellow vets.
Go to Moving Team 6 for your next move. Spell out that word 6 to get to the right website, movingteam6.com.
Now, back to the War Room. Insight and analysis about the biggest political stories in AZ and DC.
We are inside a special edition of the War Room, a war room, joined by Matt Salmon, Stacey Pearson, and Barry Markson. All right, the question on the table. Will we see an increase in the price of gas because of unrest, or will this ceasefire that was announced moments ago and is scheduled to go into effect in 5 hours now, I believe, calm the waters, if you will?
If the ceasefire actually becomes a thing forever, as Trump has said, or even for a long time,
reasonable amount of time,
then I think there's a possibility we see lower gas prices. I mean, a lot of the reason that Iran is facing the economic harm that they are is because of all the sanctions that have been on them. Those sanctions are lifted.
The ceasefire looks like a white flag from Iran. Like they can't wait to negotiate. They're getting their rear ends kicked.
Mouse Lord.
Yeah, and it's like, well, what are you going to do? Well, we'll shoot a few things into the air and it'll get all knocked down. I don't think they have anything left.
No,
I don't think they're going to do anything with oil in the Strait of Hormuz. I think they're done. I think they're like, listen, we're just going to try and live. Our nukes are gone.
And if they play nice and we lift the sanctions and all of the international sanctions are lifted against them, theoretically.
But that's not going to happen with the existing regime, no matter how nice they are, right?
I don't know. It
depends on what they do. They come to the table and say, we're going to get out of the nuclear business. You can come in anywhere you want and look at anything you want. We're going to get out of the terrorism. I mean, I'm dreaming now because I don't think they're going to do that. But
suddenly we might as well dream big.
Yeah, I mean, that's what needs to happen for the people of Iran is stop making the focus of your government that the USA is the evil, the Satan, and that Israel needs to be completely obliterated, as Trump would say.
But this is the moment that I'm proving that I'm a pessimistic Democrat. What if this is all rope-a-dope? That it really is, hey, we're complying, we're being really nice, we're so sorry. Everyone,
done that
Well, I was going to say they've done that for decades.
Everyone let their guard down. In the meantime, I've got Coke machines coming in from China filled with nuclear material.
The one thing you're right, and it has happened before. And the one thing I will say with Trump is I hope it isn't something where we start lifting all the sanctions and giving them all this money to help fund stuff again. But if there's a way to do it slowly and let them prove to us that they're really doing it, great. It's probably a dream.
Verifiable.
Yeah, but if you can do it, but it's probably a dream. I mean, what we really need to do is get some different kind of government in there that's more focused on economics and better things for their people, and let's go.
But Barry, is it a dream or is it that's what their reality is right now? They've got nothing. They can't hit us. They can't hit
Israel.
Israel.
They have a 1 million man army.
Okay, how'd that work out so far? How they doing?
Well, they haven't been invaded. Yeah.
Okay. Well, but
they need to be. It was they're done. Their defenses are decimated.
Right.
They took out all of their proxy folks in Hamas.
They don't have an aerial.
No control over the air.
They have nothing.
Nothing.
They're completely exposed right now. It's like leaving your front door open and your back doors and then putting a sign out that says "Come on in and steal my stuff." I mean, that's
the argument is again backed into the corner. Who knows? And again, maybe the ceasefire prevents that. Or
they come out and fight dirty. Who knows?
Would they try to close this or even threaten the Strait of Hormuz? Might be enough to cause disruption.
But
if they actually did close the Strait of Hormuz,
then we're at war again.
But Asia would be harmed a lot more than we would.
Yeah,
and Iran would
that's where the oil's going.
Yeah, that's where the oil's going.
That's how Iran gets its oil out of there, by the way. So they can't get any money then.
Right. That's right. It's like biting
Cut
off
your nose off,
to spite your face.
But I'm saying, I think it would be a move of last resort. Please don't get me wrong.
Right. But that's the only kind of moves they've got.
So it's how desperate are they?
That's
and how desperate
are
will they be?
But maybe they're desperate enough to actually play nice and actually do it.
I heard somebody say, way smarter than me on TV today, but say historically when there's a dictatorship like this that's been publicly humiliated militarily like this, that is usually the end of it. That eventually it comes to an end. So in the somewhat near future. So we'll see if that's the case. I mean, I say this about all these countries that are run by dictators. I was in Cuba 5.5 years ago, and the people there are great. They're entrepreneurial. They're nice people. They love America.
It's the same way with the people in China.
It's just,
it's not representative of the government.
Get these guys off their backs, and they'll be wonderful neighbors and partners, and it'll make everything better for their people. Iran is so much like that. Iranians are really nice people.
I just don't think we're going to have Denmark springing out of Iran. Do you know what I mean? I just don't see that happening there.
No, there's got to be a long-term plan in Iran to get back to being as evil as they always are. But right now, they're on the ropes, and they know it. And they can't win this battle. They can't win this fight. So can they live
They got long
for
memories.
another day?
They've got long memories.
I think one of the things that we haven't talked about that's really interesting is that the Ayatollah or the Prime Minister and Putin talked today. And now they're entering in a ceasefire. You got to wonder. I would love to have been a fly on the wall to hear what he had
like
to tell
the
him.
influence that Russia has over them.
Right. Yeah. Well, after Medvedev, whatever his name was, the former prime minister and president of Russia, came out and said, "We're going to send them our own nuclear warhead."
He said, somebody could sell them. Somebody could sell them nukes. He said.
Again, a friend with a nuke is terrifying.
What do they have to buy with, though?
Here's the bigger question. I'll leave you
Oil.
with.
Oil.
But really, with these Islamic countries, is there one that could ever be democratic and free and a free economy? The only ones that are safe and peaceful with us now are all dictatorships.
Yeah.
There's no exception to that.
Right.
Great job, guys. Thank you so much for being inside the War Room. Hope you guys got a lot out of that lively discussion again. Matt Salmon, Stacey Pearson, and Barry Markson with us. Appreciate it, guys. Thank you for being here, making time on your Monday. We have a quick check of the headlines on the way, and up next, it's Mondays with Megan. Megan McCain is joining us.
What are we going to talk about?
I can't imagine. We'll get some of her reaction and, maybe even channel a little bit of her late father. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, let's get you an appointment with Aria Dental Implant Center. They believe everyone deserves a smile that they're proud of. So if you have broken teeth or missing teeth, are you proud of your smile? Or are you embarrassed? If you have broken teeth and missing teeth, I doubt you're smiling much. Certainly you're hiding it. So, led by Dr. Joe, he's got 20 years of dental implant expertise. This is a local company, and they specialize in transforming your smile. And they have transparent pricing. There are no hidden fees. They make it simple and cost-effective. And that doesn't happen everywhere. A lot of these big, huge, national dental implant centers, they charge you an arm and a leg. But at Aria, At Aria, as I said, no hidden fees, transparent pricing. You will get your smile back, and your bank account will thank you. Call or visit them today. You can book your consultation. It's spelled ARIA, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta letting you know the biggest savings of the summer have arrived at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa. No bull, folks. We're talking huge savings like never before, like on the all-electric 2024 GMC Denali EV. Save up to $21,000 off MSRP, or take advantage of 0% APR financing with approved credit. Earnhardt is even extending big discounts up to $15,000 off MSRP or 0% APR on their 2025 Sierra 1500 trucks. If you need an SUV, they've got those too. Save up to $5,000 off MSRP on 2026 Buick Encore GX models. So hurry in now to Earnhardt Buick GMC. These deals won't last long. Stop in or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade, and that ain't no bull.
Most new vehicles include a $998 no bull protection package as an added benefit. Offers include all applicable incentives on select models. APR terms limited through GM Financial. Not all will qualify. Plus tax, title, license, and $599 doc fee. See dealer for details. Offers in 6/30/25.
Your mortgage is killing you financially. In fact, most Americans are paying on mortgages well into their 70s and beyond. The Life Changer loan breaks this vicious cycle and allows you to do your banking inside your mortgage, where you can pay your home off in just a matter of years without changing your spending habit and keeping 24/7 access to your equity. Pay down, pay off, borrow back at your leisure. It's not magic. It's just math. So check us out at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
For more than 75 years, University of Maryland Global Campus has given you the opportunity to build your next success. Choose from more than 135 degree and certificate programs in career-relevant fields like business, healthcare, data analytics, cybersecurity, and more. Plus, we offer 100% online and hybrid courses, personalized advising, and lifetime career services. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Chev.
Put Amazing Arizonans with Mike Broomhead in your summer road trip playlist.
We've had Jerry Colangelo, the late Al McCoy, former Governor Ducey, former Governor Brewer, former Senator John Kyle. So there have been political people in there, but their stories and personal stories of success have been amazing.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Anywhere really that you download podcasts, you can find the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
Homeowners, when you realize you must have a plumber or an AC tech, what is your number one concern? Hi, I'm Wayne Decker, owner of PlumSmart Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Around 85% of all complaints are, you guessed it, cost. Our number one concern is what we charge. We average 30 to 50% lower costs than our competition. 3,000 5-star reviews and a 4.9 Google rating, plus 5 straight years voted best plumber. Discover PlumSmart and expect excellence at about half the price. It's just plumsmart.com.
The big focus in America today is on your health, and more people are looking beyond pills and steroids and surgery. At QC Kinetics, they've been on the cutting edge of this medical revolution since 2018. Using regenerative medicine, they have helped tens of thousands of people get lasting joint pain relief using natural treatments that harness your body's own healing power. The truth is, regenerative medicine used to be an alternative treatment, but now it's mainstream, and QC Kinetics is the nation's leader. Their well-respected protocols include potent and powerful cellular-level treatments to revitalize and restore damaged joint tissue. Say goodbye to that chronic pain and live your best life. Learn more about this revolutionary treatment and get a free consultation. Call QC Kinetics now with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. KTAR News now.
Good afternoon. It's 5:01. I'm Bill O'Neill. Let's start with the latest on the conflict between Israel and Iran.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Stephanie Officer. President Trump on social media says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire. Trump branding the conflict the 12 days war. Speaking to ABC News, former CIA Assistant Director Matthew Barrett said it was only days ago that Israel was threatening to assassinate Iran's Ayatollah.
If they want this to last, I think threats against the supreme leader in Iran are going to have to probably abate. And we'll have to see what whether cooler heads in Iran emerge.
Meanwhile, Russia and China condemned the U.S. strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. Speaking to ABC News, former U.S. ambassador to NATO, retired Lieutenant General Doug Lute, called Russia's condemnation ironic.
Russia has increased the tempo of its attacks on Ukraine. And the Ukrainian casualties over the last couple weeks surpass the casualties in either Israel or Iran.
This is ABC News.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego on the recent military action between the U.S. and Iran. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center with that.
Yeah, Bill, today Senator Gallego talked with KTAR, is outspoken with Bruce and Gatos about President Trump's weekend strike against Iranian nuclear sites. He says it should have been discussed before Congress, but adds,
there's nothing illegal about it, but I still think, of course, if he is an investor of the country, he should have come and talked to us ahead of time to actually put the case together.
And he believes the operation will be a success if the situation does not escalate and the U.S. is confirmed to have taken out Iran's nuclear capabilities, which Gallego says is not confirmed.
Well, let's hope it's a good scenario. I think the most important thing we as Democrats should want is that we should want that the president was successful with this mission. I disagree that he took it.
Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
And you can hear the senator's interview with Outspoken coming up right here at 5:30.
Eyes on Education.
The Empowerment Scholarship Account Handbook approved today with a vote of 8-1, but some parents are not happy about the State Board of Education's vote.
Angela Faber has a special education child in the ESA program and says the new changes to the handbook will be a detriment to the kids who need the funding.
I'm opposing it because it's really devastating for SPED students. They're not following the current statutes and rules. They're just randomly making up denials.
The new handbook will not have limits on spending for laptops and other technological purchases. Also new this year, special education teachers will be able to vouch for students' purchases to increase approval rates. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
KTAR Eyes on the Economy.
No gimmicks, no tricks, and we do it in the light of sunshine.
The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors passing a nearly $4 billion budget. Chairman Thomas Galvin explains it includes a cut to the overall property tax rate and invests heavily in public safety, like pay raises for sheriff's deputies and dispatchers, too. We won't be hearing that in the Valley anymore. The Phoenix Suns have officially parted ways with superstar Kevin Durant. Arizona's Morning News reporter Colton Krolak has more on the blockbuster trade.
The Suns are sending Durant to the Houston Rockets in exchange for shooting guard Jalen Green, Dylan Brooks, the number 10 overall pick in this Wednesday's NBA draft, and 5 second-round picks. The trade drawing mixed reactions, including from Vince Marotta, Suns PA announcer and host of the Bickley and Marotta Show on Arizona Sports.
It was pretty much a foregone conclusion that he was going to be traded this summer, and they worked with Kevin Durant and his people on the destinations that he wanted to go to, and he ultimately got his wish, landing in Houston. So the return was underwhelming, but if you were expecting more, you probably weren't paying attention.
Marotta says the deal gives the Suns a much-needed fresh start, and he expects more moves to come. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Let's head back now to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and Heather Larson.
Thank you, Bill. In Buckeye, you got a crash on the I-10 northbound and Verrado Way. In Phoenix, a crash on the right shoulder of the 101 loop southbound near McKellips Road. Going to the surface streets now in Glendale, there's a wreck at 67th Avenue in Thunderbird. That's going to be slow in both directions on Thunderbird. And also in Phoenix, another wreck at 91st Avenue in Indian School, and that has things slow in all directions. Traffic is brought to you by the Beatitudes Campus. Our summer of super savings is on. Your parents can save big and enjoy a senior community like no other. Schedule your tour at beatitudescampus.org. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear tonight, 77 by morning, mostly sunny tomorrow with a high of 104. Bright and sunny right now, 101 in Scottsdale. Weather is brought to you by Howard Aaron Plumbing. With a replace or repair, call Howard Aaron Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Yes! A lot of people call the second hour the best of the hours.
Well, we had a special edition of the War Room to kick off the show at 4. If you missed it, you can hit the podcast. Coming up at 5:30, Senator Ruben Gallego will join us to talk about Iran, the U.S. strike, what Israel is doing. But Monday is Mondays with Megan. Megan McCain joins us each and every Monday, host of Citizen McCain, the daughter of the late, great Senator John McCain. Hi, Megan.
Hi, thank you for having me.
Let me throw this out here before we talk about Iran. What do you think of the name for a boy, Gatos McCain?
Oh, it's a horrible name.
Because I understand.
I feel like Bruce Gatos McCain.
I'm hearing you're with child, Megan.
Congratulations.
Thank you guys so much.
Congrats.
I'm just going to be really honest. I'm 40.
Oh.
This is my third. I'm very nervous.
Okay.
I have 2 girls. This is a boy. I'm very excited, but it's 3 kids feels like a lot of children. It feels like a cult level number of children.
All I'm going to tell you is my congratulations are muted because you and your husband Ben just went from being able to play man-to-man defense to now having to play zone defense with kids, and everybody knows kids can break down the zone. That's all I'm saying.
I know. I wish if anyone wants to share some positive stories about having 3 kids, I would love it. I just keep hearing all this data about how people are the most miserable with 3 kids. Your life's officially over. You're going to have a nervous breakdown. So any positive things, I would love to hear it. Just feel free to DM me.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
So let's get it kicked off. Obviously, with everything that happened over the weekend, the bombing of the nuclear sites in Iran. We saw that Iran tried to retaliate today. That didn't go very far. And now we're seeing that Trump has announced a ceasefire. But Israel and Iran are I don't know what he's talking about. I don't even know where to go. Why don't we start with this?
Where do you start?
All right. What do you think? Were you for the bombing of the nuclear sites by the president?
Yes. I think any world in which Iran doesn't have nuclear capabilities is a better one. And I think people that are sort of pearl clutching on the left, this is something that easily a President Clinton would have done. Probably not a President Biden, but a President Obama may have done. This isn't something that's I think wholly unprecedented to Trump in his perspective on foreign policy. But I think it's a very ballsy move, and I think the world's a safer place because of it right now.
But could it turn bad quickly? People remember Beirut 1983. They remember Kabul 2021. There's talk of, what about Iranian, cells that are inside the U.S.?
Remember George Bush standing on the aircraft carrier?
Yeah.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Careful, right?
We
there's a lot
that
could still go. We need to be vigilant, might be a good way to put it.
Yeah, of course. And I think there's concerns, as you said, about sleeper cells in the country, or just, we saw strikes that happened in, I believe, Qatar air bases, American air bases there, but as you said, didn't really do anything. Yeah. I thought the ceasefire was legitimate, but you are informing me that apparently Israel and Iran don't know what President Trump is talking about. So that's concerning. But I still feel confident and bullish about this. I don't know if it's being naive, but I actually think that there's a lot of really highly intelligent people in the administration and in our intelligence communities that wouldn't, give President Trump the recommendation to do this if they didn't believe that Iran was really, taken out at its knees already by Israel's, strikes for months and months against it. I don't know. I feel still very bullish and optimistic about this, but I'm not trying to downplay anyone's anxieties or downplay the threat of war at all. I mean, I'm the 9/11 generation. I would never. And if I come on next week and we're having a conversation about regime change war or boots on the ground, we can have an entirely different conversation.
Yeah. It's an interesting point you bring up, Megan, is regime change, because barring a change in leadership, be it the religious leader, dear leader at the top, a supreme leader at the top, or even, they do have an elected government of some sort in Iran. I don't know exactly what they do. Short of regime change, what changes? What's different?
They don't have nukes.
A year from now. Well, they didn't have them yesterday either, They just continue to not have them, but they continue to want them.
Their capacity to kill us, at a swifter rate. And I spoke with an expert today on my show who actually fled Iran, who was saying that this could potentially be an opportunity for the Iranian people to finally rise up and bring back democracy like it happened before, in the 70s before the Ayatollah took over. So I'm still hoping for the best. I want to see how this plays out over the next few days and next few weeks. But the moment I would like to stay as optimistic as possible. But again, I'm not naive, and I'm not, I'm not like a MAGA acolyte where I can't see if a mistake has been made or we're going down a negative road. I think part of me has just been so entertained by the fact that so many of people on the woke right, as they call it, like the Tucker Carlsons, the Dave Smiths, the people who are just the most isolationist commentators on the planet. What's been interesting in this moment is to see just how little to no influence they have over literally anything in the Trump White House, let alone President Trump itself. And I think that brings up something very interesting about who exactly President Trump is listening to and why, when I was sort of under the illusion that Tucker Carlson had a lot more influence than clearly he does.
Meghan McCain joins us Mondays with Megan. We do this at 5:05 every Monday. I look over the last 3 days, I think Saturday, even if you were expecting the bombing of the nuclear facilities, it's still a shock. I mean, it's
anytime
no doubt.
We're sending bombers halfway across the world.
So I'm watching that on Saturday. Sunday we get all the news shows and you see people, left and right, and you see where everybody is. But today's Monday, and we saw Iran put up a couple of missiles that did nothing. And then we see what is a ceasefire. I mean, I know that there's one news station that's saying, we're not sure if Israel and Iran have agreed to it, but Trump says that the ceasefire is there. The ceasefire to me looks like a giant white flag from Iran. Am I wrong?
I mean, I thought the ceasefire was legitimate, but again, maybe you guys literally work for news organizations, so maybe. Okay, if it is, they're probably, again, this is just my cursory understanding, but I don't think that they have the military capabilities to go into a global war with America and Israel and all of our allies. And I think if they attempt that, they're going to get obliterated to hell. And I do think there are people there that are smart enough to know that. Again, the point you're making, Bruce, about long term, what does this accomplish? Because I also saw commentary today that was saying they will have the capabilities to create more nuclear weapons in the next few years or so if they continue down the same routes they had. So I agree with you that maybe this could just be a Band-Aid on a much larger problem, on a stab wound. But I honestly don't have enough security information to give you guys a great answer on this. But I still feel really positive at the moment. But again, if something changes, I will be honest with you about how I feel.
We're talking to Meghan McCain right now. Mondays with Meghan. She is, of course, the host of Citizen McCain. Oh, it's available on the 2A app there. And also daughter of the late, great Senator John McCain. Speaking of your dad.
Yeah, what do you think he would have thought about this? Bruce and I were talking about this earlier. The number of times, I sat down here with your father in the afternoons and we talked about foreign policy. To me, there was no one smarter than your dad when it came to foreign policy. I've never talked to anybody that had more intelligence on the issue. Would he have been for this, you think?
I do. I don't like speaking for him because, it feels a little weird, but I do. And I don't know if you're going to play a clip that all the internet has been tweeting at me for the last 48 hours at almost, I don't know if you were going to do that or not, but, I mean, that's it. Are you playing a clip, Kato?
Are you saying
what I'm talking about?
Listen closely.
So are you saying that that little thing that he kind of sang a few years ago?
Yes.
And it's interesting you bring that up because I looked into the archives and
dug into them.
Right. And I actually, long ago, I made a little jingle out of it. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, I would.
Okay, here we go.
Bum, bum, bum.
Bob, Bob, ran.
Bum, bum, bum.
Big finish.
Bomberan, bum, bum.
Oh,
there you go. Yeah.
Did he have a chance to listen to that when he was alive?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did you laugh?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. He definitely laughed. Yeah.
So for people who don't know, he sang that song. It's obviously like a parody of the Beach Boys song,
Yes,
"Sing
right.
Bomb Bomb Iran," and it like really didn't go over well with a segment of the people on the left. And I remember talking to him about it. It was when he was running for president, and he was like, "If I want to make jokes with my veteran friends at town halls, I can do whatever the hell I want." And I saw a clip that someone sent me today, and they're like, "What do you think of this?" And he was like, "If you're not laughing and you can't take a joke, I say get a life." So that is what he would have said, and that's what he did say.
I'm so glad you like. Yeah, we talked about. You think she be? I said I think she's gonna be okay.
Yeah. I remember when he said it.
I have a pretty good sense of humor. Don't worry.
I figure.
I remember when he said it, and I remember immediately going into production so I could make fun of it.
He said, "I got to do something."
And I think your dad had fun with it too, because I remember playing it on the air for him. But yeah, I mean, I think that he would think that this was a good
right thing to do.
If we got rid of nuclear weapons, or if we stopped them from having this ability, how do you argue with that? I don't know. I'm Bruce and I are going to argue about it all day because I think you're a bit against the bombing. I'm for the bombing.
I think it delays it. It delays it. I don't think it ends it. But we did have the Stuxnet attack that kicked them back a couple years. So it's just going to be this constant thing where every time they get close, apparently we're going to have to do something, and I just don't know how that ends long term.
Final thought, Megan.
I mean, it's just that, thank you for having me on as usual. And I love getting to even listen to clips like that are, old clips of my dad. It makes me feel very nostalgic. He loved coming on with you, Gatos. I don't know if he knew you, Bruce. I apologize.
Yeah, no, I had him on. Yeah, no, I enjoyed his
had him on too. Great. And I just feel like I said, there are moments like this, like that happen in the world just on a personal level that like, I really do wish he was here so I could hear his perspective and see if he'd be excited or not. And I try and tell you what I think he would say just in my instincts, but, it just makes me weirdly that song and bombing Iran makes me feel nostalgic for my dad right now. So thank you.
I'm gonna send you the whole song because that was only the first verse.
There's a whole second verse.
I got a whole thing going on here. Don't worry about it. I'll send it to you.
Don't let Gatos start editing things. You never know what you're going to come up with.
Exactly.
By the way, I was in D.C. over the weekend. There's a reason I didn't reach out to you. It was hot and it was humid, and I didn't want to do anything.
And traffic was still bad, from what I understand, from Trump's parade.
Always sucks in D.C.
And Gatos Bruce didn't want to see me, obviously.
No, he didn't. No.
Just didn't want to see me.
Oh.
Can I tell you one thing? I know you're having Senator Gallego on your show. I just heard the tease for it. Like, I don't want to weird him out, but like a month ago, I was at Target in D.C. very early in the morning, and I saw a man with a Diamondbacks hat on, and I was like, that's so funny. Like, no one is ever wearing a Diamondbacks hat in this neighborhood. And it was him with his wife. So I did not say hi because I didn't want to confuse him or weird him out.
Fair enough.
I was like, oh. So he's repping Diamondbacks everywhere he goes.
There you go.
That's good.
Megan, thank you for your time
Megan.
today.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You
Bye.
too.
That's Megan McCain. Our Mondays with Megan, every single Monday at 5 o'clock. We've got a quick check of the headlines. And then, hey, the push to 500,000 meals is on. We'll tell you more about it coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, the Arizona Painting Company wants to paint your house this summer. They're painting my house. So let's review. Last summer, the Arizona Painting Company painted the outside of my house. I love, pulling up in the driveway, looking at my home. It looks brand new. I love the colors. I mean, it's just a beautifully painted house. And I want to thank the Arizona Painting Company for doing that. So this year and this summer, we've hired them to paint the inside of the house, the baseboards, closets, ceilings, walls, some cabinets, by the way. They do that as well. They're going to paint some of the cabinets in the house. And it's going to look so cool. We want a different color throughout the house We have the beige going. We want to get rid of the beige. We're going more towards a whitish color, okay? And we think it's going to make the home look brighter. Really looking forward to them coming out. Their painters are awesome. If you're thinking of getting your home painted this summer, when you're saying the kids are home and it's kind of going to be a pain, it's not. They're experienced at working with the kids at the house. They paint the home in sections, and you're going to be fine. Text the word paint, 620. I'll send you some info about the Arizona Painting Company.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:20, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. President Donald Trump announcing Israel and Iran agreeing to a complete and total ceasefire soon after Iran launched a limited missile attack on U.S. military base in Qatar, retaliating for the American bombing of nuclear sites over the weekend. We'll talk much more about that with Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego. Outspoken will have him here at about 5:30. A wrong-way driver killed in Mesa last night after driving in the wrong direction on westbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway near Stapley Road. The other driver involved in the crash taken to the hospital with critical injuries. An investigation into the cause of the crash continues. Authorities not yet ruling out impairment. All of our top stories coming up at 5:30. More news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Back to those roads. Let's find out what's happening there with Heather Larson live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. The 101 southbound is still slow from McDonald Drive all the way down to McKellips due to an earlier crash that happened at McKellips. But the surface streets are our main story today about wrecks. We'll start with 7th Avenue and Broadway. There's another one at 91st Avenue in Indian School. That's slow in all directions. And another one in Phoenix at 91st Avenue and Indian School. Slow there in all directions as well. Traffic is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News. Now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Appreciate it. Thank you so very much, Heather. Getting everybody home today. All right, Gatos, we are outspoken against hunger.
I've got numbers.
We've got numbers all this month. We've been raising money for St. Mary's Food Bank.
Yep. Last week. This is the last week, by the way.
Oh, okay. Last week to donate and make sure that kids aren't going hungry over the summer. As we know, many of them are missing the meals they normally would get at school.
This is why you're going to want to donate right now after I tell you this.
Okay.
So far, we've raised, with your help, $41,000.
Good grief.
Now, if we can get to 50, that's 250,000 meals.
Wow. When you think of it like that, right?
But
there's a but.
If we can get to 50, Axon will match the 50, which takes us to $100,000, which will take us to 500,000 meals.
We're calling it the push to 500,000 meals. How's that?
I think that's exactly what we need to do.
I think we can do it this week. We can get to that number, but we need your help to do it, quite honestly.
St. Mary's is ready to take your donation. We've made it so easy. We've only got a few more days of this. So help us get 500,000 meals. Can you even imagine? We weren't even thinking about that this year. We can do it.
Yeah.
But we only have 5-6 days left.
Yeah, we got to get on this.
So text the word food to 620-620. Do it now. Get your donation in. I need 10 people this hour to give $100 each. 10 people.
Oh, that's reasonable.
To give $100 each.
Yeah, that's very reasonable.
If you can't do that, you give what you can, right?
Whatever you
10 people to give $100 each. Text the word food to 620. 620 will update you coming up this hour.
Outstanding. Hey, and coming up next, is Senator Ruben Gallego for or against the bombing of Iran? Tell you what, we'll ask him. It's coming up next right here. Outspoken on KTAR.
Breaking news on Israel and Iran.
President Donald Trump announcing on Truth Social a ceasefire agreement has been reached by Israel and Iran. The president says it will begin to take effect about 9 p.m. Arizona time. Again, President Donald Trump on Truth Social announcing an apparent ceasefire between Israel and Iran.
Stay with KTAR for breaking news from Iran and the Middle East on 92.3, the KTAR News app, YouTube channel, and KTAR.com.
Retirement doesn't have to be a 4-letter word. It doesn't have to scare you. And it doesn't have to be something that keeps you up at night. My friends over at Trajan Wealth can help you, and they can help you today. Sit down and come up with a plan that works for you, for your family, that meets your timeline, your horizon. And listen, the folks at Trajan Wealth know. They know how difficult it is for some people to open up and talk about money. Talk about finances. There's a lot of anxiety that comes along with it, and you're going to meet wonderful people at Trajan Wealth. They have the hearts of teachers, all right? They are there to help you learn. They're there to listen, and they're there to come up with something that works for you. Now, it all starts with a really simple phone call. Reach out to my friends at Trajan Wealth at 480-990-3300, 480-990-3300. You also find them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
If you have been in a car accident in the past and have settled your case, I may have some good news. Some unethical lawyers have people known as runners who come directly to your hospital room or home and solicit your case. It's a disbarable offense. Anyone that would hire these scumbags needs to have their heads examined. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Now for the good news. If this happened to you, we will sue these lowlifes and fight to get all your fees back. And then look and see if these bottom feeders also malpracticed your case and sue them for that too. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. Visit forthepeople.com for a free consultation or call Pound Law on your cell, pound 529. If someone does this to you, call the Bar Association and report them. Let's fight these bums. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck, and she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes, but when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduce stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, MRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. I'm Bill O'Neill. President Donald Trump announcing on social media today Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire following U.S. involvement. The president branding the conflict between the two the 12 days war.
Before this 12-day period was a 60-day period of diplomatic negotiations. President Trump trying to get a deal on the table before the missiles started flying, and that came up unsuccessful. So the fact that there is an agreement here is substantial, and we'll see if this holds.
That's ABC's Christian Cordero reporting from Washington.
The biggest leaker was himself, and this is why potentially a lot of the nuclear capabilities were moved around.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego says the weekend strike against Iranian nuclear sites may have been a success. He tells KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos it should have been discussed before Congress, but adds President Trump did not act illegally.
If that's the only thing that happens, and we actually were able to destroy nuclear capability, then this has been a very successful effort.
You'll hear more from the senator when he joins Outspoken in just a few moments. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Maricopa County's nearly $4 billion budget includes no cuts to programs or services. KTAR's Heidi Hommel live in the News Center now with the details.
Supervisor Debbie Lesko explains the overall property tax rate decreased by less than 0.5%, bringing it to less than 1.5%.
That Maricopa County has cut its overall tax rate, yet still was able to give significant pay raises to our law enforcement, to our sheriff's department.
Pay raises include 10 to 15% pay bumps for sheriff's deputies, 5 to 10% for dispatch and emergency operators, and retention bonuses for detention officers. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
Looks like the Arizona Diamondbacks are here to stay thanks to the state legislature approving a more than $1 billion plan for improvements at Chase Field. Governor Katie Hobbs says she'll sign the bill. Vince Marotta, host of the Bickley and Marotta show on Arizona Sports, says the improvements should make a big difference.
The air conditioning is the biggest factor in all of it. We have Derek Hall on our show every Thursday, and that's something he's promised. And even on our show last week, he talked about this being a necessity to keep the fan experience what it needs to be, what Diamondbacks fans deserve.
Now, the bill would reinvest sales taxes collected at the ballpark back into renovations. Read details on the deal at arizonasports.com. D-backs President and CEO Derek Hall calls the passage of the bill a monumental victory for baseball and Diamondbacks fans when the governor signs it. Hall says now the team can shift its focus for a lease extension negotiation with the county. Let's get a check on those roads now with Heather Larson live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thanks, Bill. Traffic slow on the Valley freeways and all the usual places at this hour, and a couple wrecks to be aware of. One in Phoenix at 7th Avenue and Broadway, another one at 91st Avenue in Indian School, and then in Glendale, a wreck at 67th Avenue in Thunderbird. That is slow in all directions. And on the surface streets of North Phoenix, you've got a crash at 43rd Avenue in Glendale that is still slow in all directions at that intersection. And traffic is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Get real testosterone from real doctors now at Red Mountain. Boost your energy, focus, and your sex drive. Have low T start for free this month only at redmountainweightloss.com. That's redmountainweightloss.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear skies tonight, down to 77 by morning. Mostly sunny tomorrow, a high of 104. More of the same on Wednesday. A little bit warmer on Thursday with a high of 108. Bright and sunny right now, 100 in Goodyear. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
All right, let's get right to it. Earlier today, Bruce and I sat down with Senator Ruben Gallego. We're going to play part one now, part two in about 10 minutes. First question, obviously, Iran. What's happening? Here's what I asked him. Take a listen. Trump bombs Iran, and you are for or against it?
I'm against bombing Iran until I know full details about exactly what was the reasoning we had to do it right now,
okay.
Right? You have to explain to me why we gave up on the option of having a peaceful outcome through diplomatic means to stop Iran from getting a nuclear weapon versus taking this very risky opportunity that may or may not have succeeded, by the way. That's the other problem. That could escalate us into a war, right? At the end of the day, if we could have stopped Iran from getting a nuclear weapon without dropping a bomb, I think that would have been a successful diplomatic approach that the president could have taken. But now we're basically risking two things. Number one, escalating into war. Number two, for all we know, Iran may have moved around all of their nuclear capabilities, and now we may be in a bigger trouble in terms of being able to stop them from actually being able to get a nuclear weapon going into the future.
So, Senator, you're skeptical that we took everything out. You're skeptical that maybe they moved things before we supposedly took everything out. You're not 100% sure that that it was a successful mission and we wiped out their nuclear capabilities.
I mean, to be honest, I am. And the reason that makes me worried is because if they were able to move all their nuclear capabilities around and we weren't able to degrade it, all we've done is basically put off a timetable of them being able to put a nuclear weapon together. And before we knew where it was all stored, it was monitored. We actually saw it was under this, we'd had cameras on it that international organizations were watching it. Now, for all we know, they've dispersed it all throughout Iran, and they may be moving even faster now to try to get to a nuclear weapon that we may not be able to catch ahead of time.
Right.
So, again, I worry first about security of the United States, and I want to make sure whatever outcome comes here is that Iran doesn't get a nuclear weapon. I'm not sure that this was actually causing that, and I'm more worried that we could escalate again ourselves into a war.
Senator Gallego, what is, or maybe better, what should be the role of Congress in military action in Iran or the Middle East in general?
In general, and not just the Middle East, but around the world, it's Congress's purview for us to actually be able to have input on what's happening. Now, if the president can say, and I want to make sure we're very clear about this because, I think there's some people and Democrats are kind of being hypocrites about this. If the president can clearly point that there's an imminent threat to the security of this country and he doesn't have time to come and talk to Congress, then yes, he has a right to defend the country, of course, right? Mm-hmm. We want anyone to do that, whether it was Obama, Biden, Trump, right? But he never has hit that threshold when it comes to the stopping Iran from getting a nuclear weapon. He hasn't explained that to us. He hasn't shown that is actually going to happen in the near future, and they were about to launch a weapon against us or our forces. And that's why, I think what he's done is not good. Now, the other reason, by the way, you want input from Congress, it's not just because we're going to tell you no or yes. It's also because we could actually give you some, valuable information, some of our thoughts. Sometimes, we get surrounded by people in our own cabinets, our own offices that actually have really bad ideas or have really bad agendas. And I think if he heard from some members of Congress, both Democrats and Republicans, we would have told them that, this is probably not an imminent threat. We can continue to negotiate. And the American public does not want us involved in another war in the Middle East. They want us to focus on what's happening domestically. Continue the work you're doing, to try and improve the economy. Let's talk about immigration. There's so many things that the American public wants. The last thing they want is another war in the Middle East that's just going to distract us from the priorities of this country.
Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego joining us, outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Trump doesn't have to go and declare war to use military force. I mean, we haven't declared war in this country since 1942.
Yeah.
So I know that Obama launched a ton of strikes on like Yemen and Somalia. Yep. There wasn't a single declaration of war. I think he bombed Libya. There was no congressional approval. So the bottom line that I am seeing, and I'm not a lawmaker, but, I look into it, a president can go to war but can't stay at war. So
you just can't call it war.
He doesn't need approval to use military force. Yeah. The Democrats are looking at this saying, well, you should have asked us. Well, he doesn't have to ask you. Am I wrong?
He certainly doesn't have to ask you when it's for certain things, right? Protection of our friends, our military personnel, if the country is under imminent threat. And so he didn't do it. There's nothing illegal about it, but I still think, of course, if he is in the best interest of the country, he should have come and talked to us ahead of time to actually put the case together.
Okay, but doesn't it also mean, and you know this better than anybody because you went to war in Iraq, you know what it's like to lose close friends, and you're a Marine for life. But isn't there a certain sense we've got to keep this secret. We can't get this out. We've got to hold this plan in a very, very small circle and not let it out because we don't want our guys and gals who are going to fly over and drop all those bombs to get in harm's way. So isn't secrecy a huge part of making what happened on Saturday a success?
Yeah, look, that's not how it works. Normally, what you only notify a couple of members of Congress, and remember, this president was also already kind of telegraphing what he was going to do. the biggest leaker was himself, and this is why potentially a lot of the nuclear capabilities were moved around. Now, the other thing is, look, this is just a direct issue of what the American public wants. Again, the American public does not want another war in the Middle East. The American public does not want us to escalate into a war that they feel is probably optional. And in my opinion, they would rather give diplomatic solutions an opportunity. Because imagine this. We were already talking to Iran. To give credit to President Trump, he was actually actively talking to Iran about trying to strike a deal for them to stop their nuclear capability, their nuclear weapons production, everything of that nature. And suddenly that kind of just stopped. We ended that plan and then moved right to war. And so I think there's a disconnect that it's not just Congress, but the American public wants to know, what happened? What's changed so fast that we went from let's talk to let's bomb? And also, how is this going to end? We don't want another war. We want to focus on the domestic problems that, people have been voting on for the last 4 to 8 years. And this is something that's just a total 180 that people weren't anticipating. It's the leadership of this country should be able to recognize that instead of just trying to kind of gloss over that, this is over and we're ready to move on, because we're not sure that's the case.
But isn't there a difference between war and a military operation? This was one military operation. This isn't war. Do you think we're at war?
Well, yeah.
Do you think we're at war?
Well, this could escalate into war.
All right, that is Arizona Senator Ruben Gallego. That's the first half of our conversation with him. Coming up next on Outspoken, we got a few more questions for the Marine, Ruben Gallego. It's on the way on Outspoken.
All right, I want to tell you about Advanced Window Products. Call them at 480-764-2002. They have a Gato Summer Special. You want the best window company in town? Go with Advanced Window Products. You want a company that's been doing this for 40 years? Go with Advanced Window Products. You want a company that's offering you the Gato Summer Special? Go with Advanced Window Products. Here's the Summer Special. Buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. There isn't a better deal out there, and there's not a better company. Sales and installation all in-house, no middleman markups. They build it, they install it, and they guarantee it for life. From their factory to your front door in 8 weeks or less. Let them come over to your house. Let them do the measurements. All you have to do is call them and tell them Gato sent you. 480-764-2002. The Gato Summer Special. You buy 10 windows or more and get $2,500 off. AdvancedWindows.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Jane has 150,000 miles on her truck. And she's proud of that. Jane's secret? AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help her find the right parts. Jane's brother Josh only cares that his car starts and goes. But when it doesn't, he also goes to AutoZone, where friendly AutoZoners help with free services. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
If you need to hire, you know it takes time. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You simply pick a time and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day.
Try Zip Intro for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. Zip Intro. Post jobs today. Talk to qualified candidates tomorrow.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. More fiber?
What?
Down here, buddy. It's me, your spoon. Constipation with belly pain still coming back?
Yeah.
Talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, but Linzess could help you get ahead of it.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
KTAR,
News Flash.
At 5:45, I'm Bill O'Neill. This is what you need to know right now. President Donald Trump announcing that Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and total ceasefire soon after Iran launched a limited missile attack on a U.S. military base in Qatar. The Iranians have reportedly agreed to the ceasefire. The White House says Israel will also agree if Iran stops firing at their country. A more than $1 billion measure to improve Chase Field passing the Arizona House today will now go on to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk. That after the same piece of legislation passed through the Arizona Senate Thursday night. In a statement, the governor says, "I'm thrilled that the legislature has passed a bill that will keep the Diamondbacks in Phoenix and create good-paying jobs. This is a huge win for every Arizonan." All of our top stories coming up at 6 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Back to those roads in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center with Heather Larson.
Thanks, Bill. A special spot is slowing right now on southbound 101 at McDowell and Scottsdale. And as for the surface streets, we've got a wreck at 7th Avenue and Broadway, another one at 67th Avenue and Thunderbird, another one, 91st Avenue and Indian School, and that has got things slow in all directions. Traffic is brought to you by PlumSmart because plumbers and AC guys charge too much. Visit itsplumsmart.com to schedule an appointment. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Hey, the Lund Mortgage team, busy taking your phone calls. Why? Because, well, it's a buyer's market in the Valley right now. If you want to get out of that house that you're renting, call the Lund Mortgage team, buy your own home. They'll tell you this: the longer you wait to purchase a place, the longer you wait to start building equity. The longer you wait to purchase a place, the more, that house could go up in price. Here's what's happening in the Valley. We got 18,000 homes vacant and ready. We have some homeowners that are saying, okay, I'm selling the house and I'm dropping the price. That's good for you, the buyer. Call the Lund Mortgage team. Go through the process. It's completely free. Go through the process of getting pre-approved for a mortgage. They'll give you how much house you can afford. That's the number the Lund Mortgage team will give you. They'll get you the lowest rates and the lowest fees. All you have to do is call them. 623-875-9940, lundmortgage.com.
Jim Sharp here, along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. So how do you navigate today's volatile market for your clients? All this tariff talk is making markets a little wobbly, Stuart.
And it's making people crazy.
Yeah.
The first thing that people need to do is set aside their politics and don't let that add more fear to your long-term investment strategy.
So how do you achieve that?
Well, we're not like other financial advisors who pick their own stocks in-house. We use multiple money managers that all see the world differently, and this will help get us to our goal to provide stability and growth to our portfolios.
That's impressive, and that's why I'm a client of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. If you want to get started too and check out to see if your portfolio is in line with your personal risk tolerance, go to AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
All right, back outspoken Bruce and Gatos. Meghan McCain led us off at 5 o'clock this hour with Mondays with Meghan, and now we're in the middle of a chat with Senator Ruben Gallego. We spoke to him earlier today. Here's part two of our interview. We're talking Iran. We're talking Israel and the United States bombing the nuclear sites. Bruce, here's your question.
I'm ready. Having actual seen combat, do you think we will ever get a 100% clear picture of how successful these operations were in Iran? I can't imagine they're going to come forward and tell us the truth.
I think we'll be able to get a fairly good assessment because, number one, our military intelligence capability as well as our allies are pretty strong. Will we get it right away? No, this takes time. Number two, we're going to find out pretty soon because Iran right now is going to have to make a decision. If you were just bombed as the country of Iran was by us and by Israel, you're going to try to decide how to best take care of your country. And that potentially could mean that they're going to try to start putting their nuclear weapons together faster in a more covert manner to the point where we may, again, be engaging in a war that we didn't have to because they're taking care of themselves. The best thing we could do right now, in my opinion, for the president is to go back, negotiate, if there is a possibility to negotiate, try to see where we can bring an understanding with both countries that Iran should not get a nuclear weapon. They should stop being the aggressor they are in the Middle East, while at the same time making sure that our allies, our men and women in the Middle East are secure. Running to shoot is never the best solution because it's very easy to start shooting. It's very hard to stop shooting.
Senator Gallego, Iran retaliated by attacking a U.S. base in Qatar. All those missiles were, destroyed before they ever hit anywhere near. Trump is saying that Iran warned the U.S. they were going to attack, which is super interesting. Iran just did this as, well, we got to show our people that we're not, just lying down and taking it. But hey, guys, we're just going to throw a couple of missiles at you, and we're sure you're going to shoot it down.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
It shows that we've kind of, Israel and the United States have kind of crushed them. Is that normal? Do countries who just got whacked call the other country and say, hey, listen, we're just going to throw a couple missiles at your way just to make sure that we save some face?
Well, to be honest, it's more normal than you think, actually.
Okay, really?
Especially because, when countries want to de-escalate out of a situation, they have to give their American public some reason, or their public, for the show of force that they were still fighting. But they don't clearly want to continue escalating into a deeper war against us. So if that's the only thing that happens, and we actually were able to destroy nuclear capability, then this has been a very successful effort. Now, the problem is they may have just done that to de-escalate us going to further war with them, but there's a good possibility that they were able to spread all of their nuclear capabilities all around Iran, and they're still going to be able to reconstitute a nuclear weapon at some point. That's a very bad scenario. But let's hope it's a good scenario. I think the most important thing we as Democrats should want is that we should want that the president was successful with this mission. I disagree that he took it, but he took it, and we should move on. Not move on. We should learn from that. But if it was successful, I think that'd be better for the country. My spidey instinct says that this is probably a mixed bag, and we probably weren't able to actually destroy their whole nuclear capability, and it's going to make it more difficult for us to actually stop Iran going into the future.
Senator, last one. Since Iran targeted the U.S. military base, should we hit them again?
I'd say you first have to, as a Marine, I would say absolutely.
Yeah.
To be honest, right? I would say you hit them, and then you hit them 35 times more just to teach them a lesson. But as a leader, as someone that you have to think about, your country and trying to keep your country out of war, you first make an assessment about what actually happened. Were any of our military personnel killed or severely injured? Did they destroy any type of our capability to actually conduct ourselves in defense and in war? And if that didn't happen, and I think that the report's going to come back that we're able to take down all of their 10 missiles, then I don't think we escalate further. Number one, it's not, you're not really matching where the public is. The public does not want more war. And when you've kind of seen what is a very weird olive branch being thrown at you, you should take it. And as much as my pride, I'd have to suck up my pride. I think that's the best thing you should do for the country, and try to move back to the peace table, and keep our country secure and keep our allies secure.
Senator Gallego, sincerely appreciate your time, and also let us congratulate you on the newborn.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
All right. There you have it. Our chat with Ruben Gallego, the senator from Arizona. We chatted with him earlier today.
Yeah.
Since then, obviously, there's been a ceasefire that Trump has negotiated.
He didn't know that at the time. We didn't know that at the time.
We didn't.
Yeah.
Yes, because we recorded around 1:00 today. Man, a lot has happened. A lot has happened.
It's not over. The day's not over.
It's like Trump blasts the nuclear facilities in Iran Saturday. Monday comes around.
Yeah.
Iran tries to retaliate. It was lame. It was weak.
I think it was on purpose.
Weak to be on purpose. Yeah, because they got nothing going. And then a couple hours later, ceasefire, war's over. I mean, is that how we're supposed to take it?
Apparently.
All right, Bruce.
Yeah.
Earlier, outspoken against hunger. We were asking for 10 people to give $100 each this hour so we could reach our number.
Mm-hmm.
We got 6. We need 4 more.
Okay.
4 people to text the word food to 620 and give $100. We hit our quota for the hour, and we're moving towards 500,000 meals.
Wow. Again, the word food to 620. We got a quick check of the headlines on the way. Ceasefire already? What does the ceasefire between Israel and Iran and the U.S. mean for the entire region. We'll dig into it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, your home is your biggest investment. You need to protect it. How? You need to protect it with a roof built to last. So, get a pre-storm inspection of your roof. All you have to do is call America Roofing, Arizona's biggest roofing contractor, and they can help you out immediately. About a month ago, they came to my home, and I got the pre-storm inspection. When you mention Gatos, it's perfectly free. Doesn't cost you a thing. They get on the roof, and they check out your roof, and they see what's going on. They get in your attic, and they check out your attic, and they see what's going on. Now, when they checked out my roof, a minor problem area. Okay, they found a spot where water from storms just wasn't draining properly. And they said, this is something you should get fixed. I said, go ahead and fix it. You're already up there. Right? So they did. Super affordable. Really very simple. And now I'm ready for the monsoon. Call America Roofing. AmericaRoofingCo.com, 602-960-ROOF. America Roofing, we've got you covered.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
This is Dr. Patrick Maloney with Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss. Are you frustrated with those trendy weight loss shots? Whether you've hit a plateau, can't handle the side effects, or watch the pounds creep back after stopping, there's a better way. Our exclusive 3-step protocol has helped thousands of people lose up to 10 to 15% of their body weight in just 8 weeks without expensive injections or uncomfortable side effects. Our doctor-developed program costs up to half as much and works up to twice as fast. Ready for real lasting results? Our caring team at Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss is ready to help you achieve your weight loss goals. Visit PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com now to schedule your free consultation.
With the Phoenix Secret for Weight Loss exclusive 3-step protocol, I dropped nearly 50 pounds. Jamie West here. And by restoring my metabolism, I am keeping that weight off. Schedule your free consultation today. Call 602-832-7440, 602-832-7440, or go to PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. That's PhoenixSecretForWeightLoss.com. Results may vary.
Diamondbacks legend Luis Gonzalez and Sanderson Ford owner David Kimmerly discussing the final days of employee pricing.
Hey Gonzo, it's been a nice run of true employee pricing, but it's coming to an end. It's the final days of employee pricing, and we're going all out for our customers.
Like giving them a pair of Diamondbacks tickets just for coming in?
Yes, just for coming in. Plus real employee pricing like this.
New 2024 Bronco Sports for $27,900. New Escapes, $28,700. And new F-150 trucks for $41,700.
Get it all at Sanderson Ford with no hassle, no pressure, and no nonsense.
Thank you for your business over the past 70 years.
Sanderson Ford is a proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Bronco Sports stock number 246970. Escape 255354. F-150 STX Crew Cab 255684. Prices include employee price, Ford rebates, and Sanderson discounts.
Sanderson Ford.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Are you tired of that clunky, outdated AC unit leaving you sweating through the summer? Because, hey, that was us at Casa Galvisi before one of the best decisions we ever made as homeowners. We got new AC with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. And now you can say see you to that clunker and hello to cold hard cash with Cash for Clunkers for a limited time. Day and Night Air is offering $3,000 off a brand new energy-efficient AC system when you upgrade from your old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM.
Hi, I'm Jamie West, and this year Beatitudes Campus celebrates 60 years of bright living in Phoenix. Since 1965, they've been redefining senior living with purpose, connection, and care. From independent living to healthcare and wellness, growing with the community and always putting people first. Join Beatitudes in honoring 6 decades of innovation, compassion, and vibrant living. Visit beatitudescampus.org to learn more and be part of the celebration. Beatitudes Campus, living brightly, aging boldly.
Hi, I'm Faye Fredericks. When you want to know what's really happening in Arizona, join Javier Soto and me. We bring the stories that truly impact your life, getting you the answers you deserve. Weeknights at 5 and 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR News now.
Good evening. It's 6 o'clock. I'm Bill O'Neill. The latest now on the conflict between Israel and Iran.
This is a special report from ABC News. I'm Stephanie Officer. Sources tell ABC News there are no plans for the U.S. to retaliate against Iran for Iran's attack today on a U.S. base in the Middle East. Iran launching a barrage of missiles in response to U.S. airstrikes on Iran's nuclear facilities over the weekend. ABC's Rachel Scott.
As Iran was launching its retaliatory strike on the U.S. base in Qatar, President Trump was huddling with his national security team in the Oval Office. The Trump administration already bracing for Iran's attack. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, tracking those missiles from the Situation Room. Within hours, the president confirming in a post that American troops in Qatar were safe.
Meanwhile, the U.S. Embassy in Qatar has lifted its shelter-in-place order that took effect earlier today. The embassy will reopen June 24th and consular services will continue. Qatari airspace remains closed. This is ABC News.
Meanwhile, Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego has been speaking on the recent military action between the U.S. and Iran. KTAR's Balin Overstoles is live in the news center with that.
Today, Senator Gallego talked with KTAR's outspoken of Bruce and Gatos about President Trump's weekend strike against Iranian nuclear sites. He says it should have been discussed before Congress, but adds,
there's nothing illegal about it, but I still think, of course, if he is an investor in the country, he should have come and talked to us ahead of time to actually put the case together.
And he believes the operation will be a success if the situation does not escalate and the U.S. is confirmed to have taken out Iran's nuclear capabilities, which Gallego says is not confirmed.
Well, let's hope it's a good scenario. I think the most important thing we as Democrats should want is that we should want that the president was successful with this mission. I disagree that he took it.
Live in the news center, Balin Overstoles, KTAR News.
Now we are seeing multiple reports this evening that both Israel and Iran have agreed to the terms of a ceasefire that was earlier announced by President Donald Trump. One person killed last night while driving the wrong direction on the westbound Loop 202 Red Mountain Freeway near Stapley Road. While the investigation into the cause of the crash continues, the wrong-way driver was killed. The other driver was critically injured. Well, the Arizona House today approving a more than $1 billion measure to improve Chase Field. The stadium's lease expires at the end of the season in 2027. Vince Marotta, the host of Bickley and Marotta Show on Arizona Sports, says the deal secures the team in Phoenix.
It seemed a little bit perilous because of what we've seen around Major League Baseball as well. The A's relocating after 20 years of battling for a new stadium. They broke ground on a new place in Vegas today. I think it was certainly headed in that direction. I can't say it was perilously close.
The legislation now goes to Governor Katie Hobbs' desk. In a statement, the governor says this is a huge win for every Arizonan. Read the details on the deal at arizonasports.com. Meanwhile, we are ecstatic over the legislative approval of HB 2704. That from team president and CEO Derek Hall of the Diamondbacks. He says the bill now approved with the governor's expected signature, the team can now move forward and focus on lease extension negotiations and begin renovations. On Wall Street today, the markets were up even after the Iranian strike on the U.S. base in Qatar. The Dow Jones Industrial Average finishing the day up 375 points, about 1% on the day. Also up about 1% was the NASDAQ at 183-point gain, and the S&P 500 was up 57 points. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com. Let's get back to those roads now with Heather Larson. She is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. A lot going on the roads. There's a new wreck at the 101 Loop and 7th Avenue. That's going to be on the westbound 7th Avenue direction on the frontage road in Beardsley, in other words, in the intersection right now. A good place to avoid because emergency crews just arrived on scene. We got a wreck at 19th Avenue in Roaster, another one at 7th Avenue and Broadway, and one in Glendale at 67th Avenue and Thunderbird Road, slow in all directions there. Traffic is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE Refractive Lens Exchange. No readers, glasses, or contacts or cataracts. Register for K2 Vision RLE's free live webinar this Thursday at noon. K2visionrle.com. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear and 77 overnight. Mostly sunny skies for your Tuesday with a high of 104. Wednesday, mostly sunny and 105. More of the same on Thursday with a high of 108. Bright and sunny, 99 in Litchfield Park. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's #1 talk show. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Oh, a lot of people tell you hour number 3 is the best of the hours.
Man, it's been a crazy day. We kicked off the 4 o'clock hour with a special edition of the War Room.
The War Room.
Yeah. 5 o'clock, Meghan McCain, Mondays with Meghan. And we got off the phone a little while ago with Senator Ruben Gallego. We're talking about Iran. No one's really talking about the big breaking story, and that's that I have a tan.
Yeah, got a little color. Yes. There. We just glossed right over that.
I know. All right, so we're going to get back to Iran now in just a second. I do want to put one thing out before we talk about the breaking news of a ceasefire.
Okay.
So we're outspoken against hunger. We partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank. We've got kids in the valley who aren't getting fed in the morning and the afternoon because school is out. And we're trying to raise as much money as we possibly can to make sure that kids are fed and the elderly are fed.
Here.
This is the last week. We are close. We're not there yet. We need thousands of dollars, but we're close to 500,000 meals.
Wow.
Here's the breakdown. Right now, we need, maybe we could do it this hour, 84 of you.
Wow. Okay. All right. Aim high.
Throw in $100, and we hit 500,000 meals.
Okay.
That's how the math breaks down.
I'll take your word for it. 84
people. We can start slow with maybe 10 of you.
Okay.
But 84 people. If you donate $100 to St. Mary's, you text the word food to 620-620. We, meaning not Bruce and I necessarily, us, you. 500,000 meals.
That's great.
My goodness. I don't know if it's ever been done before. So who's got $100? Who's got $50? Who's got $1,000?
Who's going to help feed the kids this summer?
Text the word food to 620-620. It is the march towards 500,000 meals for St. Mary's. Text the word food to 620-620. Thank you.
All right. Getting back to the story of not just the day, the weekend.
The year. It's the story of the year.
Trump announced on the Twitter machine a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. It appears that, it's not official in the sense of the Iranian foreign minister says there's no agreement. And the Israeli spokesperson said they have to go and have like a meeting of the cabinet, I guess, and vote on it or something. There was supposed to be a special meeting to make the determination. So there may be a deal in principle, but it remains to be seen if they've actually agreed. And by the way, in the meantime, they're still shooting at each other.
Yeah, they are.
Missiles are still going back and forth while this is being negotiated, contemplated, whatever terminology you want to use.
Listen, I know Trump says a lot of crap. I get it. Okay. You don't know when he's serious. You don't know if he's lying. You don't know if he's telling the truth. All that kind of, like every other president. But he's a little bit.
He's unlike every other president when it comes to lying. Yeah.
So, why would he lie about that? Why would he say there's a ceasefire when there's not a ceasefire? I don't know why he would do that.
Well, I think listen. I think there was conversations of one, and he just wants to be the one to tell everybody. He wants to be first.
Okay, so then there is a ceasefire. It's not.
It hasn't been agreed to.
It's not official. But there's a ceasefire.
I think there's going to be some form of a ceasefire. Yes.
Why?
Well, and that's a good question. Here's my question. I understand why Iran would agree to a ceasefire. Why would Israel?
I don't get it.
What's in it for them?
I don't know. Are we done? Is that it?
Well, because they have said that regime change is part of this, that Israel cannot live with, nor do they want to live with, a radical Shia government in Iran who cheers death to Iran, death to America, and wants to wipe them off the map. And so if they're still the government,
why is he?
What changed? Do you see him saying, like, how does that make Israel safer in the long term? Maybe in the short term it does.
I'm all for Trump bombing the nuke sites. I think that he saw an opportunity to take them out because really Israel did all the hard work. And Trump was left with the decision of, we've pretty much crushed this country. They're not going to be able to do very much. Here are 3 nuke plants, but only you can hit them. Only America can hit them. You're the only ones that have these bunker buster bombs. So he did 14 of those suckers. I'm fine with Trump doing that. I don't want any part of a regime change. None. We've tried it before.
How's it turned out?
History tells us don't ever do it again.
Literally anywhere.
Because what I saw in Afghanistan, and there was a reason for us to go into Afghanistan after 9/11, we had to get them. That's real simple to say, but we had to get those guys. And so we went over there and we killed a bunch of terrorists and we removed the Taliban and we stayed for 20 years. All right. But now the Taliban's back.
Yeah.
So it was good for 20 years.
I was going to say that you could make an argument that when it comes to Afghanistan, at least, it's no different from the day that we invaded. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Today.
We went into Iraq. That's a whole different game. I mean, we could have a whole different, discussion about it. WMDs, where were they? Did they move them? Were they ever there? All right, so we got rid of Saddam, and then ISIS came in, and they were brutal. So we've tried it in Afghanistan. We've tried it in Iraq.
We tried it. We back in Libya, Syria. Don't get me started.
Libya didn't work either. Okay?
That's a nice way to put it.
It didn't work either. So I don't want any part of it in Iran. Even though the Ayatollah is a nut and should be killed, I don't want to do it. If Israel does it, well, that's on Israel. That ain't on us.
But how does a ceasefire get? That's my point. So why would Israel agree to a ceasefire if the same nuts, as you say, and I don't disagree, the religious fanatics, are in charge? And it's not like they forgot about nuclear weapons. It's not like they don't, the books on how to make it and centrifuges and enrichment. It's not like they're going to forget any of this.
No, they killed a bunch of their scientists, but yeah, I mean, they have the plan of how to enrich uranium up to whatever point they were enriching uranium. And so, yeah, you don't forget necessarily how to do that, but like if there's a ceasefire, Iran is like, for me, Iran is like, thank God.
Yes, well, absolutely. I see how it benefits
them. It's been a bad couple weeks.
Benefits Iran.
For Israel, it's like, okay, what else do they have to do in Iran other than regime change?
Right. What's left?
What's left?
Yeah.
I don't think anything's left. So is
but
Israel
I think it remains
saying,
to be seen. Oh,
you know what? Let's pull back because right now we've crushed this country. We've crushed them. Let's pull back. Let's not make the whole world think that we're, standing on their neck. I don't know. Maybe in good faith they're pulling back. I don't know. Or it's all a ruse, and they're going to lull Iran into everything's fine, and then they'll just obliterate them. I don't know.
Or the flip side, Iran needs time to reload and and get more surface-to-air missiles or whatever. I don't even know where they get all their stuff from. To make more drones, to do whatever. They want to buy time as well.
Yeah, I mean, the best-case scenario is that we torched their nuke plants, and there's nothing left.
Now, there's no evidence of that yet.
I need evidence. I think we all do.
There is no evidence that their nuclear program is gone.
Right, and that's why I would say if I were negotiating the deal, and nobody wants that, but I would say
literally
ceasefire, but we're going to be on the ground to see what kind of destruction your power plants are in.
And I don't think Iran is going to sign up for that.
Okay, but if you don't, then we're just going to keep bombing you. We're Israel, we're going to keep bombing you. What do you want to do? Do you want to let us in? And now we're going to look and see what kind of, damage we did. Did we get it all? I would have put that in the ceasefire.
Yeah.
We get
does Iran get to go and look at Israel's nuclear weapons? They have about 90 of them.
No.
Okay.
No.
Checking.
No.
Yeah, I don't think Iran's going to put up with that.
But are we at the end now?
No, I just don't think so.
Well, then I'm just wondering what's next.
Yeah. I think it's like we've done with Iran previously where we have knocked them back a few steps.
Right.
And they just put their head down and go, okay, we'll get back to work and we'll see if we can
this time
get to that point.
This time was a lot different.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Well, the Stuxnet thing was huge. I mean, that came as close to destroying their program when somebody managed to get a computer virus basically in that destroyed all the centrifuges. That set them back 5 years. I don't know how far this set them back, but it didn't set them back forever years. I know that. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, I just don't know how. Nobody knows exactly how far that it's been set back.
No, I mean, I hope that we crushed everything, but I can't imagine that we didn't. That's the other thing.
Really?
Yeah, because we used 14 Buster bunker.
But you're also assuming that they were just sitting there waiting to get bombed.
I think they were sitting there waiting to get bombed.
Yeah, I don't think the Iranians are as stupid as you think they are.
I think they're pretty stupid.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay.
I think they've shown they're pretty sharp and they understand kind of this
they're
game
getting
that
their
they're
rear
playing.
ends handed to them right now.
Oh, there's no doubt that their military is not on any sort of a level, if you will. But yeah, I think they would have moved all that stuff.
A bunch of stuff.
A couple weeks ago.
I think we would have known about that.
There are reports that there were convoys of trucks leaving some of these facilities. Nobody knows what was in them.
Well, Iranian television is saying that. They're a bunch of liars, too.
Okay. But Israel tells the truth all the time.
Not all the time.
Okay, just check.
More than Iran.
Grading on a curve, I'll give you that. Checking the headlines on the way. We're going to get up to speed with everything you need to know. And coming up next, it's the push to 500,000 meals. And it's on. You can help us. We'll tell you how. Up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about your AC. Is your AC running at peak performance? Well, I'll tell you what. This week, Howard Air and Plumbing. Howard Air's coming over to my house, and they're going to make sure that my AC is ready to go for the rest of June and certainly into the summer, the hottest months, ready to go. All right, so have you already called Howard Air and Plumbing? Because now's a good time to be proactive, get the repairs done on your unit, have them take a look before demand gets even higher. All you have to do is call Howard Air and Plumbing, serving the Valley since 1977. Really, the best thing that you can do for you and your family right now is to make sure that AC stays on. Maybe you've got an elderly loved one that's living with you. Well, you don't want grandma to be all hot and sweaty, and it's 110 degrees inside. We don't want that. Maybe you have a dog or a cat. You leave it home. You don't want the air to go out. Very dangerous this time of year. 602-953-2766. All you have to do is schedule today. Tell them Gato sent you. They're coming over to my house this week. 602-953-2766. Howard Air and Plumbing.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:17, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. President Donald Trump announcing Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and total ceasefire soon after Iran launched a limited missile attack on a U.S. military base in Qatar, retaliating for the American bombing of its nuclear sites. No final confirmation on a deal just yet. We're learning more about the U.S. airstrikes in Iran's nuclear facilities, dubbed Operation Midnight Hammer.
The highly classified top-secret mission started with the decoy group of 2 B-2 bombers heading west towards Guam, with trackable movements a short time later, 7 more B-2s taking off, this time heading in the opposite direction to the east, directly towards Iran, with no transponders and minimal communications.
ABC News Chief Global Affairs Correspondent Martha Raddatz from Washington. All of our top stories coming up at 6:30. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Another check on traffic with Heather Larson live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. I-10 westbound slow from 107th Avenue on out to Dysart Road, and that's for the Valley freeways right now. Most of the action on the surface streets of Phoenix. There's a wreck at 101 and 7th Avenue on the loop there. This is actually in the intersection underneath the freeway. Also, 19th Avenue and Roaster, you got a wreck slowing things down there. 91st Avenue and Indian School slow in all directions, and due to a much earlier crash, everything's slow at 43rd Avenue and Glendale. You might want to still avoid that intersection. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Appreciate it, Heather. Thank you very much. Hey, and this Wednesday at 12 noon, we have a special program, Immigration in Arizona Today. Along with our TV partners over at ABC 15, we're doing an in-depth on the ongoing immigration and customs enforcement actions and the response by diverse communities in Arizona. You can catch the special this Wednesday, 12 noon, right here on KTAR, on the KTAR News app, or even on the KTAR YouTube channel.
It's must listen to. Was seeing some of the behind-the-scenes stuff they're preparing. It is going to be good.
And our TV partners at Channel 15 do a great job and bring a lot to the table. So we are outspoken against hunger the month of June. Why June? Well, it's because school's out. And when school's out, we know, this isn't anecdotal, this is real. There are a lot of kids out there who get their breakfast and lunch at schools. So Monday through Friday, they're missing at least 2 meals. And in some cases, for those kids, that was the only meal they were getting, was the one they were getting at school. We can't let that happen over the summer. We're outspoken against hunger, and we've partnered with St. Mary's Food Bank to make sure kids aren't going hungry this summer.
I'm crunching some numbers, man.
There's number crunching.
There's number crunching.
Oh, I can't wait.
So we have the opportunity to get 500,000 meals.
It's a lot. And by the way, in case there is a need. I promise you.
Oh, my goodness.
There is a need.
The lines are long at St. Mary's. We have an opportunity, the quest for 500,000 meals. We're getting closer every day. And earlier today, we told you, if like 84 people donated $100,
okay, we
would lock in that 500,000
Boom.
meals.
We nailed the number.
We're down to about 78.
Oh.
Sorry, 75.
We shouldn't have you do math.
Sorry. No, 78. Okay.
Somewhere in the 70s.
78 people. Are there, we'll go slow. Are there 10 of you out there who could do $100 right now? It would get us closer to what we never thought we could even look at, which is 500,000 meals. It's double what we thought we were going to get.
Yeah.
500,000 meals to St. Mary's. And we need you to text the word food to 620-620. Text the word food to 620-620. The quest for 500,000 meals.
And real quickly, those of you that are getting ready, you're getting ready to text. There's also a place when you do send in your donation, you can leave a message. Now, if you are a business, we will give you a shout out.
Hell yeah.
We will big up you. Don't you dare worry. You might have a reason that you're giving. It's important to you. It's special to you. You might be donating in memory of somebody else. You can put that in the little message section, and we promise to pass that along and give you the credit that you so richly deserve.
And, we're seeing, and this is so cool, if you donate to St. Mary's Food Bank, you can receive a $1-for-$1 tax credit through your Arizona tax return.
That's for real.
So, like, individuals can receive up to $495 back. Couples filing jointly, if you give $987, you're going to see $987 back.
Take off your taxes, no problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
that's an Arizona thing.
We need to do that. I mean, that's one of the easiest ways to do it.
Yeah.
You're single, $495. You are a couple and you're married, $987. But we were just earlier today, 84 people to donate 100.
Yep.
We now need 77 people.
Okay.
To donate 100.
They're coming in.
It's like this is so cool.
I told you, it doesn't happen all at once.
To see it just start to go down.
You want to see it all at once.
I want to see it all. I want to see us go from 77 to in the 60s today.
Yeah. Okay.
So we need you to text the word food,
please,
to 620-620, because if we can get your donation, we're gonna give 500,000 meals.
Yeah.
To St. Mary's Food Bank. We're gonna feed more people than anybody ever thought we could. It's going to be enormous. It's going to be huge. These kids, some of them are sleeping in their cars with mom because they don't have an apartment, or they don't have a place to live. We saw a single dad over there a couple of days ago. 4 kids in the back seat.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness, they
doing their best to take care of them.
Some of these, parents go to St. Mary's and they're okay for the first week of, let's say, July. Coming up, or the second and third week, but in that fourth week, money
get down to the end of the month. Yeah,
they don't have any more money.
Yeah,
they got to go to St. Mary's. So text the word food to 620-620. 500,000 meals. I think we can do it.
I believe in you guys. Come on, Team 6 o'clock.
I believe in you guys.
All right.
So we need about 10 of you.
Okay,
$100 each.
Mm-hmm.
by the end of the hour.
That's not unreasonable.
Text the word food to 620, 620.
Please do that now. Trump vowed to keep the United States out of wars. Well, what changed when he decided to bomb Iran? We're going to ask Meghan McCain. Every Monday, we talk to Meghan McCain. It's called Mondays with Meghan. The remix is coming up next.
Sing it. Do that thing you're
Remix.
Okay, don't do that.
Coming
I don't
up
like
next,
that anymore.
right here on KTAR.
Mike Broomhead sits down with some of the most interesting people who happen to live in our great state on the Amazing Arizonans podcast.
This is surreal for me. Someone from my youth. I'm talking with the one and only Young MC.
Download Amazing Arizonans before you hit the road this summer.
Former Maricopa County Supervisor Clint Hickman. Arizona Sports Authority Jody Jackson.
Download Amazing Arizonans for your summer road trips wherever you get your podcasts, or check it out on the KTAR YouTube channel. Amazing Arizonans is presented by Resolution Copper.
Let me talk to the guys out there. Fellas, are you feeling sluggish? Are you losing mental focus at times? Maybe a little trouble in the bedroom. I know. You don't want to talk about it. You don't want to face it. But I want you to go to Red Mountain Weight Loss. The doctors there know all about low testosterone. Maybe you have low T. A lot of men are suffering from low T than ever before. Stress and poor diet and lifestyle, it's a health concern. It's fixable, fellas. It's fixable. The solution is prescription strength testosterone. It'll give you more energy, build muscle mass. It'll help you sleep better. It'll improve your mental focus. It'll boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. Testosterone will also help you lose and maintain your proper weight. So, book your free video consultation with their licensed doctor today. If you have low T, you can start for free this month. Only at Red Mountain. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at amazonbusiness.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? My heart would race just taking my son to practice. It didn't feel right. So I got checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Find what you love and love what you find. A Total Wine and More, the place to go for sipping rosés with seltzers on ice, making margaritas with your favorite tequilas. It's warm out, let's go. Our prices are low on spirits, beer, and wine. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Only at Total Wine & More. Drink responsibly, B21.
Gleason Roofing.
Jim Sharp here with a lot of reasons for you to choose Gleason Roofing. Gleason Roofing's a GAF Master Elite Contractor. That's an award only 2% of roofing companies in the U.S. ever get. And it means they're committed to the highest standards in quality, service, and installation. Gleason Roofing's family owned. They've been serving the Valley for over 25 years. And Gleason Roofing has an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And Gleason did my roof professionally, honestly, and without shortcuts. And Gleason Roofing cleaned up after themselves. If you're trying to decide which roofing company to go with, I'd choose Gleason. In fact, I already did, and I'd do it again. Or if you're trying to decide if you even need a roofer, visit GleasonRoofing.com and schedule your no-obligation roof audit today. Gleason Roofing, trusted by homeowners across Arizona, including me. Visit GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com.
Gleason Roofing. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
Trying to make sense of the markets? Looking to diversify out of all the craziness? Thinking about tangible assets like precious metals? Listen to The Gold Show with Kenny Michaels right here on KTAR every Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. Stay up to date on retirement trends, how the IRA rollover process works, and why investors are turning to physical gold. Kenny is a national talk show host with decades of experience in the markets. Tune in this Sunday afternoon at 12 p.m. for Kenny's Insights and The Gold Show on KTAR.
Have you ever felt stuck, confused, dealt with unanswered calls and hidden fees? This is what it can feel like when you work with the wrong mortgage company. At Lund Mortgage, we pride ourselves on our trusted reputation and personalized service. Whether you're looking to purchase a home or consolidate debt, we are committed to your success. With over 25 years of experience, when others say no, we are always here to help. Go to lundmortgage.com to get started with a team that's built a reputation you can count on. That's lundmortgage.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
KTAR News now.
It's 6:30. Good evening. I'm Bill O'Neill. President Donald Trump on social media says Israel and Iran have agreed to a ceasefire. The president branding the conflict the 12 days war.
President Trump announcing that Iran will initiate the first 12-hour ceasefire. Israel will follow with the second 12-hour ceasefire. And after that initial 24 hours, the war will officially be declared ended, in the president's words.
Still waiting for final confirmation that the ceasefire has been agreed to by both of those countries.
The biggest leaker was himself, and this is why potentially a lot of the nuclear capabilities were moved around.
Arizona U.S. Senator Ruben Gallego says the weekend strike against Iran's nuclear sites may have been a success. He tells KTAR's Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos it should have been discussed before Congress, but adds President Trump did not act illegally.
If that's the only thing that happens, and we actually were able to destroy nuclear capability, then this has been a very successful effort.
The senator adds it's unclear if the U.S. actually took out Iran's nuclear capabilities for now. Also worries President Trump publicly considering the military action gave Iran a heads up to hide their nuclear materials as well. KTAR eyes on the economy. Maricopa County's nearly $4 billion budget includes no cuts to programs or services.
Supervisor Debbie Lesko explains the overall property tax rate decreased by less than 0.5%, bringing it to less than 1.5%.
That Maricopa County has cut its overall tax rate, yet still was able to give significant pay raises to our law enforcement, to our sheriff's department.
Pay raises include 10 to 15% pay bumps for sheriff's deputies, 5 to 10% more for dispatch and emergency operators, and retention bonuses for detention officers. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
A more than $1 billion measure to improve Chase Field passing the Arizona House today. That after the same piece of legislation passed through the Arizona Senate back on Thursday night. The legislation now goes on to Governor Katie Hobbs. In a statement, the governor says, "I'm thrilled that the legislature has passed a bill that will keep the Diamondbacks in Phoenix and create good-paying jobs. This is a huge win for every Arizonan," in her words. Band Company and Mott the Hoople guitarist Mick Ralphs has passed away. Ralphs was a founding member of Mott the Hoople before leaving that group in 1973. He was then a founding member of Bad Company with Paul Rogers. Mick Ralphs was 81. And the Arizona Diamondbacks, they are on the road after taking 2 of 3 from the San Diego Padres over the weekend. They are in Chicago taking on the White Sox this afternoon, leading 8-0, headed to the bottom of the 6th inning. You can catch all the action on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. The Phoenix Mercury are back in action Friday when they take on the New York Liberty. Sports is brought to you by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Another check on traffic. Let's check in with Heather Larson live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Billy. Right now we've got a new wreck to report, and that's going to be on the southbound route of the 101 in Tempe at Southern. That's going to be on the shoulder and in the first 2 right lanes. Crews are on the scene. Just try to move over to the left. There's another wreck to report in Phoenix at Bell and Tatum. Traffic slow there. And 101 and 7th Avenue, and that's going to be on westbound 7th Avenue. Traffic is moving along there, but there is an accident in the intersection below the freeway. That's it for traffic right now. I'm Heather Larson for KTAR News.
Clear skies overnight down to 77 by morning. Tuesday's mostly sunny and 104. More the same Wednesday, 108 by Thursday. Sunny skies right now, 98 in Goodyear. Weather is brought to you by Howard Air and Plumbing. Whether replace or repair, call Howard Air and Plumbing. I'm Bill O'Neill on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
President Trump announces a ceasefire with Iran. We've got details on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15.
Boy, Broomhead sounds really, really like this. Did you hear that? Play that again. Can you play the Broomhead?
President Trump announces a ceasefire with Iran. We've got details on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning, starting at 8:15.
That's definitely sped up.
Who kicked Broomhead right down there?
No, that's like running at the wrong speed.
There's no doubt. Or somebody kicked him in
Alvin and the Chipmunks
the groinal area.
Okay, in the groinal.
Anyway, hey, we're outspoken against hunger.
We are.
Text the word food to 620. The quest for 500,000 meals.
Oh, that's a great quest.
To St. Mary's. We said before the break, Bruce, if we get 77 people to donate $100 each.
Yeah.
500,000 meals.
That's where we're at. Okay.
Listen to this one. Tammy just donated $100. Hey, it's my second time donating to your drive, but I wanted you to get to your goal this hour.
Yes, Tammy.
I love it. That's fantastic.
Thank you very much.
Why aren't all the rest of you like Tammy?
As
Let's
excited
go.
as Tammy.
Text the word food to 620. It's Meghan McCain time. You like to call it what?
The Remix. We sit down. We get a chance to talk to Meghan McCain live from Washington, D.C. every Monday at 5 o'clock.
Yep.
And then we want to play you some of the highlights, if you will. A little bit of a remix of our conversation.
Yeah, so the first question that we asked Meghan, all right, Trump, he sent everybody into Iran pretty much. And what happened? Well, the nuclear sites were destroyed, hopefully destroyed, right? Were you behind Trump, Meghan? Is that something that you saw and you're like, that's good? Here's what she said.
Yes. I mean, I think any world in which Iran doesn't have nuclear capabilities is a better one. And I think people that are like sort of pearl-clutching on the left, this is something that easily a President Clinton would have done. Probably not a President Biden, but a President Obama may have done. This isn't something that's like, I think, wholly unprecedented to Trump in his perspective on foreign policy. But yeah, I mean, I think it's a very ballsy move, and I think the world's a safer place because of it right now.
But could it turn bad quickly? Like, people remember Beirut 1983. They remember Kabul 2021. There's talk of, well, what about Iranian, cells that are inside the U.S.?
Remember George Bush standing on the aircraft carrier?
Yeah.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah.
Like, careful, right? I mean, there's a lot that could still go. We need to be vigilant, might be a good way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, of course. And I think there's concerns, as you said, about sleeper cells in the country, or just, we saw strikes that happened in, I believe, Qatar air bases, American air bases there, but as you said, didn't really do anything. Yeah. I thought the ceasefire was legitimate, but you are informing me that apparently Israel and Iran don't know what President Trump is talking about. So that's concerning. But I still feel confident and bullish about this. I don't know if it's being naive, but I actually think that there's a lot of really highly intelligent people in the administration and in our intelligence communities that wouldn't, give President Trump the recommendation to do this if they didn't believe that Iran was really, taken out at its knees already by Israel's, strikes for months and months against it. I don't know. I feel still very bullish and optimistic about this, but I'm not trying to downplay anyone's anxieties or downplay the threat of war at all. I mean, I'm the 9/11 generation. I would never. And if I come on next week and we're having a conversation about regime change war or boots on the ground, we can have an entirely different conversation.
Yeah.
It's an interesting point you bring up, Meghan, is regime change, because barring a change in leadership, be it the religious leader, dear leader at the top, a supreme leader at the top, or even, they do have an elected government of some sort in Iran. I don't know exactly what they do. Short of regime change, what changes? What's different?
They don't have nukes.
A year from now. Well, they didn't have them yesterday either, They just continue to not have them, but they continue to want them.
Their capacity to kill us, at a swifter rate. And I spoke with an expert today on my show who actually fled Iran, who was saying that this could potentially be an opportunity for the Iranian people to finally rise up and bring back democracy, like it happened before, in the 70s before the Ayatollah took over. So I'm still hoping for the best. I want to see how this plays out over the next few days and next few weeks. But the moment I would like to stay as optimistic as possible. But again, I'm not naive, and I'm not, I'm not like a MAGA acolyte where I can't see if a mistake has been made or we're going down a negative road. I think part of me has just been so entertained by the fact that so many of people on the woke right, as they call it, like the Tucker Carlsons, the Dave Smiths, the people who are just the most isolationist commentators on the planet. Like, what's been interesting in this moment is to see just how little to no influence they have over literally anything in the Trump White House, let alone President Trump itself. And I think that brings up something very interesting about who exactly President Trump is listening to and why, when I was sort of under the illusion that Tucker Carlson had a lot more influence than clearly he does.
Meghan McCain joins us Mondays with Meghan. We do this at 5:05 every Monday. Like, I look over the last 3 days, I think Saturday, like, even if you were expecting the bombing of the nuclear facilities, it's still a shock. I mean, it's
anytime
no doubt.
We're sending bombers halfway across the world.
So I'm watching that on Saturday. You know, Sunday we get all the news shows and you see people, you know, left and right, and you see where everybody is. But today's Monday, and we saw Iran put up a couple of missiles that did nothing. And then we see what is a ceasefire. I mean, I know that there's one news station that's saying, you know, we're not sure if Israel and Iran have agreed to it, but Trump says that the ceasefire is there. Like, the ceasefire to me looks like a giant white flag from Iran. Am I wrong?
I mean, I thought the ceasefire was legitimate, but again, maybe you guys literally work for these organizations, so maybe. Okay, if it is, I do. They're probably. I don't. Again, this is just my cursory understanding, but I don't think that they have the military capabilities to go into a global war with America and Israel and all of our allies. And I think if they attempt that, they're going to get obliterated to hell. And I do think, like, there are people there that are smart enough to know that. Again, the point you're making, Bruce, about, like, long term, what does this accomplish? Because I also saw commentary today that was saying they will have the capabilities to create more nuclear weapons in the next, you know, few years or so if they continue down the same routes they had. So I agree with you that maybe this could just be a Band-Aid on a much larger problem, on a stab wound. But, you know, I honestly don't have enough, like, security information to give you guys a great answer on this. But I still feel really positive at the moment. But again, if something changes, I will be honest with you about how I feel.
All right, it's Meghan McCain, Mondays with Meghan at 5. I mean, if you look at it, this is the replay, a little bit of a replay. Remix. If you look at it and everything goes our way, and I know that's an if, I get it.
Yeah.
The nuclear facilities in Iran destroyed. Iran can't retaliate. They tried today. It was lame. And now you have a ceasefire.
I think that was a fake retaliation today.
I think it was just to save a little face.
Save face, right, to tell we struck at the heart of the evil Americans.
But so far, I mean, if everything was destroyed, we didn't get hit.
It's a big if.
We didn't get hit over the last 2-3 days. And now there's a ceasefire. They're going to stop shooting in a few hours. This has worked out pretty good.
All I would say is I don't trust the Iranians. Ever since the Islamic Revolution, they have promised to do things that they've reneged on, and they've done things that they thought would buy them time.
That's why they
got
bombed.
North Korea. North Korea did the same thing. Remember, they would always do things to buy time, and then they go, we were. You know.
Well, that's why we bombed them on Saturday.
Yeah.
You know, how much can you negotiate when they don't want to negotiate? Try and get a deal done. They don't want to get a deal done. Okay. Well, Israel paves the way for us. They do all the hard work, and we do one operation and hopefully wipe out everything that they ever had with nukes. Let's hope.
We shall see.
All right, coming up next, let's get away from Iran. Suns traded Kevin Durant.
Who?
By the way, how snide could he have been on his way out? Did you hear what he said? Oh, let me tell you something.
You got to be in your bonnet over this.
I would. Well, if I was 7 feet tall, I'd slap him right in the face.
I was 7 feet tall.
And you know, I wouldn't do that because I'm scared.
No.
But why did he go out like that? We're going to play that for you coming up next.
I'm going to talk to you about the last piece of financing you'll ever need for anything. It's called a Life Changer loan, and there's no better time than to explore it. Now, who is a Life Changer loan for? That's a good question, right? Well, you got to have good credit, all right off the bat. Be good with money, responsible, if you will, and have some equity in your home. If you check those boxes, then you should look into a Life Changer loan. The traditional 30-year mortgage is not your friend. It is not your friend. It's why you pay all that interest up front to a bank, right? To a lender. It's why you don't have access to your equity. Well, that's not what happens with a Life Changer loan. A Life Changer loan means you always have access to your equity, all of your equity. So you can do things like buy another property, finance a car, pay for the kids' education, all by reaching into your equity, never having to borrow from anyone ever again. That's a Life Changer loan, and it is life-changing. Find out for yourself. Go to lifechangerloan.com, lifechangerloan.com, and find out why we say it's not magic, it's just math.
Here at the Almond Joy Factory, where tropical vibes abound, we use soft, fresh-tasting coconut.
The crunchiest almonds and delicious chocolate candy.
Ah, but do you know what our most important ingredient is? Sometimes you feel like a nut.
Sometimes you don't.
Almond Joy's got nuts and something even way better than that. Yes, Almond Joy is made with almonds and joy.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Such a blow to investors. Whether you're a big trader or whether you have a 401k.
Life can be complicated. Planning for retirement doesn't have to be.
So what we're looking at here is a plan and a strategy that guarantees the retirement income, but it doesn't give up that growth for safety.
Learn tips and tricks to help you move forward.
That's not always debt. And when you have the money to pay it off, it's called leveraging.
Tune in to The Parker Holland Show, Saturdays at 3 p.m. and Sundays at 9 a.m. and 1 p.m. right here on KTAR News.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. The month of June at Tombstone Tactical is incredible. Two great manufacturers are being featured, Mossberg and Maxim Defense. So whether you're looking for a shotgun, a reliable rifle, cutting-edge PDW, it doesn't matter. They've got deals to match all of your needs. Mossberg, legendary lineup, price to move. Maxim Defense, firearms on sale. If you're ready to upgrade your setup, look for the compact Firepower at Tombstone Tactical, located on the southbound frontage road of the I-17 between Dunlap and Peoria at tombstonetactical.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 6:46, I'm Bill O'Neill. Here's what you need to know right now. President Donald Trump announcing earlier today Israel and Iran had agreed to a complete and total ceasefire soon after Iran launched a limited missile attack on a U.S. military base in Qatar. Reports are showing that both Iran and Israel may be moving toward accepting that ceasefire. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. The Maricopa County Board of Supervisors applauding a nearly $4 billion budget that cuts the overall property tax rate, but does not include cuts to programs or services. The property rate decreases slightly by 0.37%. It also includes investments in public safety, parks, and elections. All of our top stories coming up at 7 o'clock. For more news, go to KTAR.com. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Another check on those roads with Heather Larson live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Bill. Quite a mess in Tempe on the southbound 101 just after Apache as you're heading towards Southern. There is a wreck at Southern in those southbound lanes on the right side, so you want to get over to the left. Bunch of emergency crews on the scene, so you can want to probably avoid that area if you can, and if you can't, it's just going to take a little bit of extra time. We got a wreck in Phoenix at Bell Road and Tatum right now. And traffic is brought to you by Arizona Business One Stop. Skip the lines with Arizona Business One Stop, a free online tool to plan, start, and run your business in one easy-to-use place. For KTAR News, I'm Heather Larson.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Over the last 20 years, the attorneys at Sweet James have helped enough accident victims to fill an entire sports arena. The role they play in their injured clients' recovery drives them to produce the best results. Just listen to this story. A client's world changed after a reckless drunk driver hit his vehicle and left him with severe injuries. He couldn't get the insurance company to help him at all, and after all the frustration, he called Sweet James. His team of attorneys stepped in to make sure he got the medical treatment he really needed, and they wouldn't let up until they delivered a massive $7 million win for him. In this situation, caring and winning go hand in hand. It means medical care, maximum compensation, and justice. That's Sweet James. If you're ever hurt in an accident, the results matter. Call the attorneys at Sweet James and don't wait. 800-9-million. That phone number, once again, is 800-9-million. That's 800-900-0000, or you can find them online at sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com.
Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hi, I'm Sherry Harris, owner of Life Source Water. Arizona's desert water is some of the harshest in the country. It's tough on your skin, your hair, and your home. Some people turn to old-fashioned softeners, but there's a better way. With Life Source, you get clean, conditioned, and healthy water from every tap without salt. It's our summer sale. Save up to $1,000 when we pay your sales tax. Hurry, offer ends July 4th. Call our factory at 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com.
Warranty limitations apply.
Your neighborhood Fry's Pharmacy is happy to welcome back Express Scripts Medicare D and TRICARE Department of Defense Plan members. It's easy to transfer prescriptions at frysfood.com/pay-or-update. See your Fry's Pharmacy for details.
Celebrate the red, white, and beautiful during the July 4th sale at Scandinavian Designs Furniture. Take up to 50% off an assortment of styles for your whole home. Shop early for the best deals. Stop by our Phoenix or Glendale showrooms today or shop online at ScandinavianDesigns.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, at KTAR.com, it is the Gatos Big Q. Are you ready?
Ready.
Bruce likes to guess it.
Okay, I'm ready.
All right, so here we go. Do you support President Trump's decision to bomb Iranian nuclear sites? Yes or no?
I think people are going to say yes. 67.
63.
Oh.
63%.
Yeah.
So I'm on the yes, and I hope it works out.
I'm on the no.
Yeah, I know, and I hope we got everything when we did the bombing. But I'm trying to figure out how we prove. Because we dropped 14 of those suckers, man. They're like hundreds of thousands of pounds. I'm figuring, it went halfway down, into the middle of Earth.
Iran is like half the size of the United States.
Right. Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of places you could put stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't think that's the case. I think we got it.
We'll see.
I hope
Hopefully.
we got it. Yeah. Also, over the weekend.
The big breaking news. Right before Game 7 of the NBA Finals.
The Suns traded Kevin Durant. Now, I'm a Suns fan. I don't like him.
What don't you like about Kevin Durant?
I think he was I'm disappointed how disastrous it was.
Was it his fault?
I don't think it was all his fault, but I think it was some of his fault.
Okay, fair.
And, the Suns were 2 wins away from an NBA title. Just in 2020 or 2021, I don't remember. And ever since then, it's been a mess.
Yeah. So he was traded to the Houston Rockets.
Correct.
And in return, we got a couple players you've never heard of. I think we got a broken backboard and some deflated basketballs.
There are a lot of picks. One is a first round number 10. That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
We got a bunch of second rounders.
In this upcoming draft. Yeah, in the draft that's coming up.
And they got a young guy who's like, 23.
Okay.
It's a number 2 overall pick, talented. But the thing that Kevin Durant said on his way out.
Okay. Stuck in your craw, so to speak?
Yeah, let's take a listen.
Last one for you. A lot of heartbroken Suns fans.
Not really.
Right now. What would you like to say? That's not true. No, literally, heartbroken Suns fan.
I'm not heartbroken. And you know what? Kevin Durant knows that.
Right over there. Whoa.
I just felt like, they wanted me to go. So it's like, I'm glad we both, they got what they wanted and I got what I wanted. So we can move on, and good luck to them going forward. And I always remember my time there, but we on something else.
Boy, he's a bad son. There was so much that...
Yeah, but I'm not offended by that.
What do you mean?
You're not offended by that.
I am.
They brought him in as a mercenary. He's a mercenary.
How'd he do?
Well, he certainly didn't deliver what he did, but he's like, yeah, you guys brought me in, and you didn't want me, so I left. Biggie.
Okay, but we wanted you to help us win a title, and
it didn't happen.
You're going to get blamed for some of it because you're one of the greatest players that ever lived. I just didn't see it.
But I was going to say, these players, I think, and I don't think he's unique. I think 90-something% of the players think they're mercenaries. I could care less. what team they play for.
Right.
Don't care.
Nah.
The city? They don't know what city they're in, and they don't care.
But I think he's to the point where he's like, they wanted me out. Yeah, we wanted you out because you didn't play up to your potential. You didn't play as well as we all thought you were going to play. Not that I'm blaming everything on him, because that would be silly. But this team was so close. And what we'll remember Kevin Durant for, it's almost not entirely his fault, but breaking up that team that was so close to winning the title.
Yeah.
He's the one that broke it up. And like you look
But
back,
they thought they needed to go out and get one of these mercenaries that was going to push them over the top.
You got to make the deal, right?
Yeah.
And then, so if I could go back in time, I'd be like, I don't want to make that deal.
Yeah.
I would have kept Bridges. I would have kept Cam Johnson. I would have kept those picks. He's a bum.
Appreciate your insight. I think Kevin feels the same way about
No,
you.
he doesn't.
Apparently,
No,
on the way out the door, hearing his comments,
Doesn't care.
He's really broke up over that. Appreciate you guys spending time with us today on a big breaking news day. Hopefully, we delivered upon your expectations.
I delivered. I don't know about you.
There is that.
I was here.
We thank everybody that helped put it together, though. A lot of people running around behind the scenes. We looked through the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got DJ Just in Time over there on the Wheels of Steel. Super producer Jules knocking it out of the park today, right? I mean, that wasn't even a ground rule. That was out of the park. Hey, Big Bill O'Neill with all the news and information. Good job. And of course, getting you home with all your traffic information. That was Heather Larson. Thanks, guys.
Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Well, Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
Home prices are still very high. Interest rates are wild. So be honest, you're probably staying put for a while. Why not make your home that you're in your dream home with new windows from Advanced Window Products? Hi, Chris Merrill. And in the heat of Arizona, nothing takes a bigger beating or affects your energy bills more than your windows. Replace those contractor-grade windows with brand-new, custom-made Cardinal glass windows straight from the factory and really make your home the envy of the block. And you might even qualify for some energy rebates. When you buy directly from the manufacturer, you save, plain and simple. Advanced Windows pairs incredibly low prices with a lifetime guarantee on all the labor, the parts, and the glass. And right now, you're going to save $2,500 when you order up 10 beautiful custom windows. Let's see the other guys beat that. Call them at 480-764-2002. That's 480-764-2002. Or do like I like to do and check them out online. Read the reviews. Visit advancedwindows.com. That's advancedwindows.com.
Here's a definition of a win-win situation. Getting your windshield repaired or replaced and getting a guarantee of up to $375 cash back in your pocket. Time for you to check out New Vision Auto Glass. See clearly, drive safely. See what I did there? Give them a call at 480-210-9090 or go to newvisionautoglass.com to see what kind of incentives and cashback you qualify for. Look, the valley heat, potholes, flying rocks, it's only a matter of time until your windshield gets cracked or chipped. So why not get the experts to come to you? Repair or replace your windshield, give you instant cash back of up to $375 and give you dinner from Radisho Grill. Wait, hold up. 30 seconds, $375, new windshield, dinner. You know what? I was wrong. It's not a win-win situation. It's a win-win-win-win. And it all starts with calling 480-210-9090 or going to newvisionautoglass.com, taking 30 seconds to fill out a form to get cash in your pocket, repair or replace your windshield, dinner at Rodizio Grill, and peace of mind. To me, the choice is clear. New Vision Auto Glass, proud partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
The first symptom in 30% of all heart attacks is sudden death. But what if you don't have to die from the silent killer? Lifeguard imaging can detect heart disease and hundreds of forms of cancer before it's too late. You can do something about it. When it comes to heart disease and cancer, what you don't know could be deadly. I got scanned and I have peace of mind because of it. Book your consultation with Lifeguard Imaging today, and as a first-time patient, you'll receive a free heart scan. Visit lifeguardimaging.com or call 602-483-4837 today. Lifeguard Imaging, saving lives through early detection.
Are you tired of that clunky, outdated AC unit leaving you sweating through the summer? Because, hey, that was us at Casa Galvisi before one of the best decisions we ever made as homeowners. We got new AC with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. And now you can say see you to that clunker and hello to cold hard cash with cash for clunkers for a limited time. Day and Night Air is offering $3,000 off a brand new energy efficient AC system when you upgrade from your old clunker AC. Terms and conditions apply. Visit dayandnightair.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You can get real testosterone prescribed by real doctors right now at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Guys, if you feel drained, if you have low energy, brain fog, maybe trouble in the bedroom, you probably have low testosterone. It's more common than you think, and it's treatable. Today's men have lower testosterone than ever before thanks to stress, poor diet, lifestyle. But Red Mountain Weight Loss has the solution. They offer full-strength testosterone as an injection or a tablet. We're not talking about a supplement here. We're talking about prescription-strength testosterone because the truth is nothing out there can boost testosterone like actual testosterone. It helps you think clearer, sleep better, build muscle, and boost your sex drive. It's a game changer. If you have low T, you can start for free this month only at Red Mountain. Regain your energy, strength, and vitality at redmountainweightloss.com. You can go to redmountainweightloss.com. Red Mountain, real testosterone, real doctors, real results.
When you pass away, your home and other assets could go one of two places: to the people you love or to probate court, where the government decides who gets what. Even a will won't keep your estate out of probate. But with a living trust from RJP Estate Planning, your estate could skip probate entirely. So your home, your savings, and other assets go straight to your loved ones. Without a trust, your estate could be tied up in probate court for months or even years. And your loved ones could lose a big chunk of their inheritance just to pay legal fees. Now's your chance to protect them. If you're 60 or older, you can save 65% on a living trust with RJP, trusted by over 40,000 Arizona families since 1995.
Call 480-896-9597 for your 65% savings. Call by June 26th. That's